see something fantastic. Next. Force burst! They'll never see me coming. Clear the way! You have no clue how long I've wanted to do that, Namor. Winner.
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse!
The moon haunts you! Say goodnight. Tremble before fast!
Welcome everyone to the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 1. My name is Shib, and I'm here with the dog, the myth, the legend. How you doing today, dog man?
I'm doing good, Mr. Shib, dude. Back again with you. It's awesome to be here for the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 1 because the very first season was Season 0. So now we're entering the premiere of Season 1, dude. So today's going to be awesome, Shib, and I'm excited to cast it along with you, man.
Absolutely. We touched base with the team. This is going to be eliminations today. So these games are even more intense. So as we're watching them go back and forth, maybe take this thing to map 3, which it is a best of 3. Everything's on the line right now, so the nerves are going to be running high, very similar to what we watched at the MRI, and I'm just stoked to get into it.
Oh yeah, no, I'm also pumped to get into it. Obviously, we have some, things to get out of the way, some cleaning, some chores almost to kind of do as we kind of get into it, but it's going to be an incredible day. We've already had 2 other regions play today. We had both the European EMEA region and Asia, so that in the PMs and in the AMs, it's Marvel Rivals all day, dude. So we literally just finished the EMEA broadcast. We saw probably an upset over there with Necros' team going down. So now, coming into North America, who knows? It's anybody's game, especially in this meta, Shib, where, it's off the wall, right? There's so many heroes that are currently at the top where maybe some of the players' hero pools are a little bit shaky.
Yeah, and we talked about this a little bit on the break there, but, some of the meta, obviously, it's really favored towards a lot what we saw during the MRI, but with these new, with this kind of tournament, you're going to see these creators that may be one trick, more off-meta heroes, allowing teams to be more confused and not understand necessarily how to play against them. Things could shake up a little bit. That's my favorite part of this kind of tournament, is we see some of your favorite players out there doing what they do with specific heroes that maybe aren't exactly meta compared to what we saw with the pros.
Yeah, we could see some Spider-Man, we could see all that sort of stuff, and I feel like this season almost, or this current patch is so interesting. I think it's the most unique patch we've had yet in Marvel Rivals, because it feels like you said, there's been a bunch of one tricks and a bunch of players that are able to play whatever they really want, but it's interesting how we're going into this current season with such a unique take on it, with Bucky and stuff being so viable.
Yeah, and before we proceed with some of this discussion, looking here at these new skins, me personally, big Moon Knight fan, not just in the game, but also the series that was released. If you haven't checked that out on Disney Plus, definitely do it. But this is the outfit that he's rocking during that series. Big fan of that outfit there for Moon Knight with the Fist of Vengeance. But, I mean, one of these skins that I've been seeing virtually every Black Panther main playing is the Thrice Cursed King. I mean, he just looks insanely cool with this skin. I mean, this is a must-cop if you're a Panther player.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously this came out alongside a few more skins that we've seen. We've obviously had that amazing commercial for Spider-Man in the Spider-Punk 2029 alongside the new Iron Man skin in Steam Power. I'm sure you saw these two skins alongside in our beta. Now they're fully available in the shop. We're available since March 21st, so make sure to cop those. I'm sure a lot of Spider-Man players still playing with that Spider-Punk skin alongside the Hulk main one, the Hulk Punk skin. So many awesome skins in our new store that I've just dropped today, so make sure to pick them up if you are either an Iron Man or Spider-Man fan, or like you said, with Black Panther or Moon Knight, man. So a lot of options for our current players.
Absolutely. We talk about that Spider-Man when you have that guitar riff, every ability. It's so cool. But before we keep going, we got the schedule here. So we are going to be having our ignition rounds here, starting off on the 22nd. Moving forward, we'll go into the rounds of 4 to 6 on the 23rd, which obviously, those were earlier last week. And now we're getting into round 7 and 9 as we break this down into the top 16 teams. On the 30th, we'll be progressing forward through that. And then on the 5th, we get to our elimination final stages where things are getting real. And on the 6th, we will have the finals. And this is consistent across regions. Like you were mentioning, it's crazy to see, well, maybe not necessarily on time frame, but it's crazy to see all these regions going at the same time. It's just so much action, all in the same place. I cannot get enough rivals, and this is scratching that itch for me.
Oh, yeah. Make sure to follow us here on Twitch at Marvel Rivals or on YouTube. Total prize pool, again, for each separate region is $14,500. That means if you're winning the whole thing, you're taking on $6,000 alongside this week and into next. Obviously, like you said, Championship Sunday will be next Sunday leading into April. So, I mean, it's going to be funny as well because, we're going to get the April Fool's Venom emo, obviously we've seen a lot of people on social media talking about that. I don't know what your opinion is on it, Shib. I don't think we have an ad read for it today, dude, but that's going to be awful,
I'll tell you what,
oh
they may not have an ad read for it yet, but I'm willing to talk about it. That is a must cop as soon as it comes out. I cannot imagine the BM with that thing, but it's also just such a funny and an awesome, as somebody who loves this game, seeing the devs do stuff like that just goes to show you they're having a great time with this as well. And yeah, I'm going to be clicking that button on repeat every single time I wipe a team.
Oh my god, dude! Oh no! Yeah, I mean, and that's the sad part is that Venom's actually meta, so it's gonna go. We're gonna see so much of that if you play against a good Venom main or whatever. You're gonna feel pretty bad. But obviously, Shib, today myself and you will be leading on, hosting the matches today. Obviously, we have about 6 to 8 hours of Marvel Rivals today, so it's gonna be a jam-packed day for sure. And then tomorrow we'll see Shib and Maisel take the crown. So today, Shib. First match, I think we're going to enter a banger today pretty soon.
Yeah, and we talked about the banger match, and it's going to be FlyQuest versus Mochimon, which honestly, if you guys haven't watched the MRI, FlyQuest making it all the way to the finals, but right now, currently in the lower side bracket, so this could be us saying goodbye to them unless they clutch up and take this home, but we see immediately getting that Groot out of there, nothing new for you and I.
Nope, yep, Groot. Big part of FlyQuest composition. They love to play it around Spark Chief, Groot, Magneto, Ban on the other side. That's a new kind of fold into their into their protect ban system. We have a Bucky and Hela protect on both sides, so we're definitely going to see both of those heroes ship alongside Adam Warlock ban to prevent any triple strategist compositions for FlyQuest.
Yeah, Magneto, one of the most kept heroes in terms of every team during the Invitational, seeing him now getting banned out. I mean, there was a ton of value in those Meteor M's, in the meatball. Dunking on strategists during their ultimate is just the ultimate win. Just a ton of value out of that. And, you know, Magneto, just a super strong force and pretty consistent in every single team comp. So we're not going to be seeing him. We are going to be seeing Strange, which I love to see personally. Did fall a little bit in terms of maybe the meta in this season. But, yeah, just a really strong hero.
I know, you know, obviously leading into MRC, there's been a lot of, you know, discussion around what the teams will be for, you know, all of the non-signed teamship. That's the cool part, is like a lot of the signed organizations have been relatively consistent, not making a ton of changes after the MRI. But a lot of the teams that haven't been signed are still making moves, like we see with March on this team on Mochimon. So, you know, I know he's a top-tier player, hangs out with a lot of the 100 Thieves guys. So, you know, for this team, I'm interested to see how they do. Considering, you know, there's going to be a lot of veterans who have competed in Season 0 and then also in the closed beta test tournaments as well.
Yeah, like you mentioned, a lot of top players. Obviously, at this stage in the tournament, that quality of players is going to go nowhere but up as we progress through this tournament. And like you're saying, give a stage to some rising stars. So I am excited to see who is going to be those stars. Whose names are we going to remember from this MRC, where people really do put a name for themselves and, like you're saying, ultimately lead them into potentially getting signed or working with a big team. And man, do I love seeing this orange skin right here for Venom, Spark Chief on the Venom, like you had mentioned as we start off.
Yeah, the group ban forcing him to play more of that Venom. Also, Light, I imagine, loves to play the Spider-Man, so we're going to see that tandem, that duo come out. Opting away from the Hela for energy side, sticking towards Winter Soldier's also an interesting thing for him, considering he's so good at that hero.
Yeah, the conversation is going to be, is Light immediately going to be taking out Month? That's a great early pick there on the defensive FlyQuest. But what you do see a lot of times when you're not going to be running Hela is running that dive composition. Energy going to be taking out Blur there too, as FlyQuest is up 2 on the numbers, resetting the fight. But yeah, having that dive does negate a bit of Hela's effect. Obviously does have that ability to get out of the fight with the bats. But yeah, I mean, dive is really strong. It is shutting down poke. But I do think dive as a whole, if you're going full team dive, is maybe not the strongest in the current meta, but absolutely usable as we start up again for the second fight. Nectar gonna put some damage out. Light trying to do what Light does, get that early pick, initiate when people are distracted, and there goes another on March. Light on an absolute rampage here early on in this fight.
Yeah, absolute rampage indeed. Spark Chief even going for a little bit more, looking for those strategists, looking for the backline, KOing Month. I mean, that's a nice pick off as well in the stagger. Already less than 3 minutes left on the clock for Mochimon. You know, they're struggling to get any sort of momentum here right now, Chip.
Yeah, you gotta wonder, is it a bit of the aura, if you will, of the Team FlyQuest, just having so much people know their names now, right? And it's get a little nerve-wracking on the side of Mochi, just trying to think, hey, what do we got to do to take them out? As we see a lot of resets and re-engages on the Hela again. Light on March before the fight starts, and there we go. Amazing Spider-Man gonna fight 3 again. FlyQuest gonna reset everything and shove them back into the spawn door.
Oh my God! He even kidnapped him from the spawn. You know, we talk about Wolverine kidnaps. What about Spider-Man kidnaps, dude? Light is nasty with it. Holy crap.
Yeah, that's an insane play right there. I mean, we know how strong Light can be. Very confident player. Did have a few interviews with Light where he was suggesting he might be one of the top Star-Lords in the game, but didn't really mention the Spider-Man, which he's not afraid to pull out when need be. And here we go with another engage. Oh my goodness. These initiations from Light are huge. Monk's gonna take out Spark Chief though. Try to bring the numbers out. We do get an Eye of Agamotto. Did not collide with anyone. March gonna take out Light. Numbers heading back towards, actually, FlyQuest is gonna have to retreat here. I did think their numbers were working for it, but they do want to reset, as it looks like FlyQuest does have everyone back. The advantage to having these Spider-Man Venom comp is your return time is insanely quick after you get picked. So not finding a ton of value with those early picks, but there is going to be an ult advantage on the side of Mochi so far.
Yeah, ultimate advantage indeed. Maybe they're going to take advantage of it, opening it up with the Fate of Both Worlds. FlyQuest disengages it mostly, comes back in with their own, and a ton of ultimates. Kraken impact towards the point. Not able to find the follow-up damage, though, as the Fate of Both Worlds keeping the offense alive.
Nectar with a nice dunk there on energy is going to be reset. Will it be enough for them to take more? Madman dropping light. Gasklin going to take out Month back and forth as we do get the res out for Month. Gasklin going to fall. Nectar still holding on as he's ready to use that Kraken impact one more time. Gasklin going to get resed up too, and there's going to be a retake.
Yeah, retake indeed over the top side. Sparksheep looking for that back, maybe trying to delay the objective, but eventually he's going to fall. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier is able to, give that engage, but unfortunately far too much presence here towards the point. Mochimon, get the job done. Stave off FlyQuest for now. And honestly, I mean, that was a great job by Month to keep the team alive. FlyQuest maybe a little bit overzealous. It seemed like the re-engage was a bit hard. Overall, you just got to give credit to Mochimon. Maybe they can get the job done here in the streets phase of the map ship.
Yeah, I mean, Nectar seemed like he had that all for 500 years there. Just still managed to wait that final second and find value just to get the reset. I think it brought them enough pressure just to hold on there and not, the retake didn't seem like it had a ton of value. Month gonna get dove, does drive back a little bit. Gonna keep that healing up. Month playing very safe and strong right now as we do see some chain. March going to be on the Star-Lord now. Finds value early as Sparksheep does get res. Light's going to turn that around and take out Month. Blur on Light as we just see it back and forth, but the rocket reses are now officially out as these picks are going to start to matter a little more in this next fight.
Well, the dive right now is sort of uncoordinated for FlyQuest. It's been tough for Sparksheep and Light to get on the same page together. Maybe with 2 minutes left to go and respawn timers synced up, they can get something done alongside Energy's Kraken impact in this upcoming fight.
Yeah, things are going to slow up a little bit. It's Gasklin ready to use that Eye of Agamotto, trying to find some value, and there we go. Galactic Legend is up in the sky, dealing some good damage here, still has that shield ready. Trying to put some pressure onto the backline. Great kiting there, but no, not going to be enough as March drops Gasklin. While Gasklin was still holding on to that, that is a early pick that really matters, driving out some strategists as Cooper Tastic gonna have to roll back with the team. Tries to get a pick there, would have been insane as Nectar wants to reset this. Gonna pull right back to even it. Health still fine, great! Sneak down there onto energy, and we are gonna see it happen again as Luna falls, and that should be a reset, yes. Holding them back at the spawn. They are able to retouch here. Not sure if the Kraken have landed on anybody on the side of Fly. Here we see a multitude of ultimates. Energy going to be getting that early pick. It looks like FlyQuest getting some space back. That should be enough for them to own this as they are going to force back another fight. Oh!
Yeah, no, they got it back. I mean, a minute left now for Mochimon. Gasklin had a big Eye of Agamotto towards the objective, and Zelos then tossing out that Cosmic Yard allowed Gasklin to find the eliminations, even through the Fate of Both Worlds from Month. So a little bit overzealous for Mochimon to kind of go into the spawn, try to get a spawn camp on FlyQuest, but they failed to realize towards the objective, right? That portal from Gasklin sort of made them dodge away from those spawn trappers and sort of made it an uncoordinated fight for Mochimon in that objective.
Yeah, the secret value there, I'm sure it was in communication. Hey, this portal's up, just keep it away from me for now. Don't let him crack an impact upon me while I'm doing it. And it seemed like it worked out for him. Like you're saying, to give him that displacement, that new location, kind of gave him a secret advantage in the fight. Nectar, though, down goes 2 as that Z-Pack is popping off. Down goes Gasklin. At this point, Mochi looking in a really good spot to take point 2.
Yeah, there are only 3 members left to go. Tossing out the Kraken impact as well, just to secure it. I mean, they have no portal. Light could come through with his ultimate, with the Spider-Man ultimate, so that could be terrifying. Maybe that's why Nectar wanted to use the Kraken impact to secure the point. 1 minute, 30 seconds left for Mochimon in the third phase, which is honestly quite good, Shib. I don't know if we expected them to perform at this level versus a team like FlyQuest.
Yeah, one thing we've talked about at this level of play is alt economy. Is it worth using alt for the point? I mean, the point is always worth it, but if you can get the point without using the ultimate, there's inherent value in holding on to it. So, although Light clearly, not necessarily needing to hold on to it, was Nectar using that ultimate necessary? I personally think it was a good decision, but you don't really know. Energy going to be taken out too, as they are going to try to even it out. Panic going to res up March though. Numbers going to look back in Mochi's favor, down, or actually dead even right now, 5 and 5. And a clobbering time gets popped. Eye of Agamotto into the moon. Not sure it finds any value. Does get 1. Gonna force the Fate of Both Worlds out as they start dancing. Damage boost is up. Will they find value? As down goes Madman. Gasklin finding another pick there as Mochi is gonna have to drop back as a team.
Yeah, big timing. Month didn't build up that Fate of Both Worlds to come back into that fight, and with the extra damage of Gasklin in FlyQuest, they were able to get eliminations towards that main side. Great work with the tempo plays by FlyQuest, forcing Mochimon on the back foot, but now they have their very own Fate of Both Worlds, although we've seen FlyQuest, again, get value even through support strategist ultimates.
Light with a nice pick there on Nectar, doing what he does. Great re-engages as they do have the rocket pack out. We see a Fate of Both Worlds there on the side of Mochi. Light just trying to wait that out slightly. 70% till all. Energy gonna hold on to the Kraken impact there, and here it comes. Right, following up on the Venom. Make that one. Can we see two? As we do see an Aya Bagamoto, a lot of ultimates being popped here. Maybe too many in the conversation. Is Energy gonna keep this thing wiping? Ooh, it is in overtime now, as we are gonna see it back and forth. Who gets the W as Energy gets a pick? So does Nectar. Energy again on Nectar, getting the W, and that should be enough for Fly to hold on.
My God. I mean, they also had to swap off the Hella in the Streets phase. Now towards the end, Mochimon gets stopped. 64 meters is all they got. And, you know, that was honestly a pretty good push considering how things went in the first point. They took, you know, till like a minute was left on the clock. Mochimon finally figured something out, but FlyQuest just too good against Fate of Both Worlds. It's really difficult for Month and the rest of the team to stay alive, even with ultimates. Right now in the current in this current matchup between both teams, Light finding those pickoffs, like you said, with the Cosmic Yarn from Zello, it's just too easy for him to get those eliminations alongside the rest of the team. So FlyQuest ult management worked out towards the very end. We'll see how smooth their offense will be here.
Yeah, credit where credit is due, though. You know, at this level, that's a good push, right? Like, that isn't something to scoff at. You really don't hate that. I know point two is a really good defensive position, so pushing through point two in and of itself is a good push. So I like to see that there from Mochi. I think that was strong, but we know how strong FlyQuest can be. We know how diverse their compositions can be, so things can get really shaken up here as they are electing to stay on that Spider-Man combo, but they did drive Hella off of the Hella pick simply from the dive. So it goes to show you, Hella isn't always the solution when dive is on the table.
Yeah, theoretically it makes sense, right? You swap off a character that has one iframe with the Crow onto a character like Star-Lord who can get multiple, right? So more uptime. I mean, you get more uptime by just staying alive, right? So for Mochimon, they're swapping over to that Star-Lord to make sure that March can stay in the objective, stay in the fight, and meanwhile, you know, you just have Winter Soldier, who is kind of just the jack of all trades, can do everything to such a high level. But, you know, against FlyQuest, their dive has been spectacular so far. We'll see if they can open up for a fight.
As here we begin, everyone fighting on this left side angle. Not a lot of takes here on the off behind building to the right. We see that a lot at this level of play. Nice pick there early by Month, showing you how strong Luna can be while still allowing that healing to go through the team. Luna, while using that ability, does have the ability to hit multiple targets at once, roughly reaching around 40 meters. It does provide healing and damage, and it's just a ton of both in the right hands, especially if you can line it up in a fight like this. But right now, Mochi is kind of driven back. The space being kind of owned here by FlyQuest, forced to, you know, hold up in the arcade in the back right there, as now they're taking that space back. The fight looking a little more in Mochi's favor as we begin again. Gasklin trying to do some damage on the left side, forcing out, playing around that natural cover. Natural cover is a huge aspect of playing Vanguard. You don't always want to burn your shield cooldown. You want to try to do as much as possible, holding on to as much of that value of the shield during every fight, but down goes March Gasklin. Well done there, taking out an early pick. Does get rezzed up though.
Yeah, rezzed up, brought back. Energy also still in the front line. Oh, gonna go down a little bit too far forward. No, BRB as well to bring it back. So we're even here. Actually, just kidding. BRB will bring Energy back in the fight, meaning FlyQuest still have players here waiting to go with the Kraken impact. Here comes the Fatal Roll for Month as they go in forward. Gaston waiting to go with his ultimate. On the Dangerous over the top side. Aya Bagamoto connects onto basically everybody. And with the damage boost, Nectar's gonna go down. Thing ultimate on the other side. Aya Bagamoto on their side as well. But can they find the follow-up? Month's damage is there, but the healing is too good for FlyQuest right now.
Yeah, it seems like the pressure right now, FlyQuest just providing a lot, but that's a huge early pick there. Down goes Energy as March is going to use the Galactic Legend. Light gonna pop, yes, an insane all as he take out 2 Month, and Nectar gonna fall. That should be enough for them to own this pressure at about 2 out of 3 ticks. Will they get the first point? Yes. Looks like FlyQuest has driven the point as Mochi is forced to reset as a squad.
Oh my God, I mean, that was incredible from FlyQuest to come back into it. Keeping their team alive, Cooper-tastic, making sure nobody fell except, well, basically one person. So Mochimon now on the back foot, 4 minutes to go. And like you said with Light, just an amazing ultimate, the spectacular spinner towards the very end, able to get a KO and a half. So FlyQuest in the Streets phase have some good ultimates to keep this snowball going.
Yeah, well done there. That was an early take. They do have 4 minutes roughly on the clock now. Spark gonna find one as Gasklin does the same. FlyQuest with these early picks, one get rezzed up, but unfortunately, it is another strategist that's not gonna be enough frontline to give them the space. I say that. Yes, as Energy gets another onto Madmen, and that's not gonna be enough as they are gonna keep walking this thing towards point two.
Yeah, very hard point to hold on defense. Everybody knows around this objective. Very difficult to get that, straight up fight, and you can see exactly why. FlyQuest just sort of sitting on the top, waiting for Mochimon to make a mistake, and they tried to walk in with their very own Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, but FlyQuest able to match it and just take down the members that were a little overextended for Mochimon.
You talked about Light with a spectacular spin. I think out of 3 ults we've seen so far, roughly like 6 picks. So a ton of value there from Light on this Spider-Man. Doing a great job as we are going to see the next fight set up here. Energy holding on to that Kraken impact. It's an early pick there on Nectar, though. That is a nice start to the fight, as immediately we are going to see the follow-up. This combo is something we've been seeing a lot of on the side of FlyQuest, using that Venom to get the Feast of the Abyss, and then following up with Kraken. Light going to find Month. Zello's going to get rezzed up, or sorry, Energy going to get rezzed up from the Rocket Rez. And there goes another, as point 2 is really being driven home here on the side of FlyQuest.
Ultimates are still available. They can come back through if they can get the eliminations with the Eye of Agamotto, or on the other side with the Kraken Impact. That'd be massive. But Gaslin's Eye of Agamotto is massive. Also, the follow-up from Light is there. And, man, this is terrifying right now to go against, I imagine, right now as FlyQuest push on to third phase. I mean, you have to worry about Light. You have to worry about Spark Chief and that dive. But that entire fight, or during these fights, you just have Energy pounding away in your front line with Zelos' Z team up. And, with that follow-up damage, it's really tough to be able to, stay alive and really match the damage output of FlyQuest right now.
Yeah, one of the things we didn't see a lot during the MRI was that combination of Feast of the Abyss followed up by Kraken Impact, seeing Venom pop ult immediately with Bucky, and I think that's a genius decision, as the AoE is roughly similar, if not the exact same size, on those ultimates. As we start the next fight, Spark Chief, again, an immediate pick on Month in the backline is so much value, but there is a ton of back and forth, as we do see Eye of Avocado coming out here. The Agamotto Chief gonna take out one. Light is gonna drop Madman, though, as we do see that res come back, and Mochi is holding on, but Gasklin right back into Nectar. So back and forth here.
Yeah, so back and forth. BRB still available for the offense. March wants to go forward with the ultimate, as well as the combination from Month. March able to take down Spark Chief. With those ultimate combinations, FlyQuest understanding, they just used a lot of ults. Now we can come back in. We're close to that Spider-Man ult. We also have Kraken Impact alongside the damage boost if Coopertastic wants to commit a Fate of Both Worlds.
Nice again, Spark Chief. So much value out of these initiations. Always finding one. Nectar gonna take out 2, though. That's a great retake there for the side of Mochi, holding on firm as Nectar finds a quad early on to hold on to the point with 2 minutes and 25 on the clock.
Yeah, Nectar's been a saving grace right now for Mochimon. He's been able to find kills or find KOs consistently. And for FlyQuest, they just committed so many ultimates in that fight. Gaslin's Eye of Agamotto has to be massive, as it is the only ultimate in the entire time bank. We'll see if FlyQuest play it slow. If they do, that may enable some more characters to get ultimates in this upcoming fight.
Yeah, I mean, one thing we talk about slightly, Spark Chief, these initiations immediately finding a strategist every time. That's like 3 in a row as he does it again. Will we find any value? No. Is going to just buy some time. Eye of Agamotto goes out. Energy going to capitalize. So does Light. That's 2. That's a lot of space here. Is looking heavily in FlyQuest's favor. I think that should do it as they take map 1 here with 1 left as Rocket just trying to hold on, but it's not going to be enough as FlyQuest gets the W.
It talked about how Gaslin's ultimate was going to be a difference maker, and it definitely was. I don't really blame Mochimon for, getting caught out by it. I mean, it was just a really quick push by Gaslin. Nice fly into the back line to catch them out with the Eye of Agamotto. It's just hard to deal with, especially when you're right around that corner. You're 2 meters away from losing the objective, so they obviously wanted to play in the main side, prioritize playing around that point. Unfortunately, it cost them, though, as game number 1 going to go to side of FlyQuest.
Yeah, Mochi looked really good there. It goes back to the conversation we had where teams are going to start feeling more comfortable the more they play with each other. And as you can see, some of the stat line is insane on the side of FlyQuest. 21 limbs, our final hits there for Light. 20 for Energy. That duelist line looking insane, but you talked about Nectar kind of matching things with 20 eliminations as well. So really strong play there for Mochi. I just think FlyQuest looked so fluid as a squad, and the combinations of ultimates, the things they were doing were so practiced and so clean. They just looked really good out there.
They looked really good, and let's take a look at the highlights from the match, which were absolutely spectacular.
Everyone say fireworks. Powering up. Maximum pulse.
The moon haunts you. Say goodnight. Tremble before fast!
Welcome back to our first broadcasted game of the tournament. An insane watch so far. And yeah, I just got to show some love to FlyQuest, looking really good out there so far.
Yeah, so far, FlyQuest, I mean, we kind of expected this out of them, just to consistently play at a high level, you know, not leave any room to doubt. And, you know, obviously they did that, right? On their defense, it was a little bit shaky at times, which is honestly more of a positive for Mochimon to be able to do that well versus a team like FlyQuest. So we'll see moving forward what happens with the picks and bans, the protects and bans, as you know, I know a lot of people talk about, you know, the second team to get the protect and ban actually has the advantage. I think we talked about earlier, Shib, me, you, and Adios actually of FlyQuest's on the bench today. He was talking about how the team that gets the ban and protect second is actually an advantage because they get to sort of set the tempo. The first ban comes out for Mochimon, but for FlyQuest, they get to protect something, and then Mochimon has to react after that.
Yeah, and again, we're going to see the Magneto ban. I don't personally, you know, hate it. I think he had a strong performance in the MRI, and obviously a very strong shielding hero, potentially, you know, not even potentially, in my opinion, the strongest shielding hero in the game right now. Just a ton of value with those bubbles, enabling things like Star-Lord. So I do think that's a great ban.
Yeah, I imagine Madman maybe is a bit of a Magneto one trick and also somebody that sort of abuses the character because, you know, obviously that character has that one-shot potential with the Meteor M. Meanwhile, Rocket Raccoon protected for Mochimon. We're going to another convergence map, by the way, in the Hall of Djala. So going to be headed over to Wakanda. And for Mochimon, maybe they think that Rocket Raccoon is going to enable their compositions moving forward alongside Winter Soldier.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of combinations now with Rocket, not just the Z-Pack for the Bucky, but that Cosmic Yarn enabling things like Venom Ultimate, making them far more terrifying, or even Bucky. It's been coming up in the scene far more than maybe you or I, or at least for me, had anticipated. And I personally like to see things like that shaking things up, new thought processes that are allowing new team compositions to start running the meta.
And it's interesting that we've seen both Namor and Hela go through. Last time FlyQuest banned out Namor, this time banning out the Bucky, not wanting to go against it. Honestly, kind of fair. I've been sort of the opinion, Shib, lately that Bucky is, I hate to say it, sort of a low-skill character. Like, I just feel like it's so easy to get value out of Bucky right now, and it's not necessarily due to the fact that people are like, bad at Bucky per se. It feels like the character's, like, skill floor is just so high. It's, like, very easy to play him to a very high level with the rest of your team. Whereas I think if you go over to Hela and stuff, you can sort of diff the other team's Hela. You can still do the same thing on Bucky, but I feel like it's a lot harder as a team to sort of game plan around it almost.
Yeah, I think like the way you're wording it, it's almost like every single thing that Bucky can do finds value. That pull in and of itself is already insanely huge. If you just land a few pulls, that can be enough for your team to get value. Not only that, but obviously his damage, his ultimate, very, very strong. So there's a multitude of ways to find value with him, whereas someone else on the DPS line or the duelist line may be a little more difficult to find value with. So I do agree with what you're saying here, but we are going to see energy on, oh man, Hela battles as March and Energy are going to be running the Hella here. Really strong Hella map, obviously, with the high ground. They're waiting out a teleport here. Actually, they're going to potentially counter as Gaslin's trying to get ahead of it, but it looks like on the side of Mochi, they are not going to start with the teleport, so that should put Gaskin on a little bit of a cooldown here.
Yeah, and it's very interesting to me that both, that group got through, and FlyQuest are the ones not playing it, sticking towards Hulk, which we haven't seen too much of so far, at least in the MRI. Now going into MRC, so Spark Chief back on a hero that he loves to play in that Hulk.
Yes, here we begin this next fight. Spark Chief off the rip, trying to find the Hella. A ton of damage, going to have to crow out. As we do see a tackle there from the Wolverine. That Feral Leap trying to find value, not able to do so. Good repositioning. March with an early pick there onto Spark Chief as the numbers are heading in their favor. Make that 2 as Madman finds Gasklin, and FlyQuest will not have the teleport to get back here.
No, I mean, they're just going to give up the point. Yeah, it looks like. That was such a weird fight for FlyQuest. Looked to me like Spark Chief thought he had the thought he got March out of position, finding him on that high ground, forcing that Crow cooldown out. But in the meantime, on the other side, Light got a kidnap on Madman. So weird fight for FlyQuest. I just don't think they were on the same page. Whereas Mochimon, they just kind of have one game plan with this Namor Hella composition, and that's just hold forward, do a lot of damage, and they're doing that right now.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think the team was just scattered. Nobody was on the same, page there. Everyone was thinking something else and looking for other picks. But that is where this level of play, the communication is so important. Ooh, I thought Energy was going to find a pick there. Great placement of those walls. Well done by either Blur. I believe it was. Yeah, it had to be Blur. To stuff that as Light is going to be on the Wolverine, looking for that scratching post. Got to sharpen those claws on the Wolverine's back. Going to try to find an alt angle and make a Feral Leap play. But at this point, Mochi's kind of riding this wave. Do have alt advantage in this next fight, and it's heavily looking in their favor as we start this next take for point 2.
Yeah, Flight is desperately looking for an off angle to find a kidnap, but he's had such a difficult time. Ultimate's still available for this upcoming fight, and it's going to be a big one as the Groot Ultimate goes deep into the backline with the Whale combination, gets Zelos.
Yeah, Nectar, great play there. Zelos goes down. The crystals were off cooldown. Spark Chief going to find a tackle and going to make that play back onto Madman, trying to even out the numbers as FlyQuest slightly up right now as the spawns in their favor. And it looks like they're kind of owning this space back, but going into a group without running one is very difficult. Nectar going to find Energy. Another good early pick there by Nectar, playing a mean Namor as they press forward even more, numbers back in their side.
I mean, they're trying to keep it moving forward. FlyQuest now out of those strategist ultimates, however, so we'll see what happens. Light knows the portal there, waited for Madman to come out, just solo ults him in the backline too. That removes a huge player in this upcoming fight because that Eye of Okamoto is no more for this fight.
Yeah, the Wolverine presence shown right there. An immediate takedown, forcing the entire team to rethink the fight and say, no, we don't want to stagger. Let's regroup, set up, and try again. Great play there by Light early on. As we start again, March trying to find an early pick there onto the Hulk. Oh, great early take on Energy with a nice shot to the dome. Good KO. Again, here comes the Whale. No, good tackle by Light, who did not have the passive and is going to pay for it from those turrets. Again, another turret takedown onto Gasklin, and Mochi running up with 2. Here comes the big Whale, and down go 2 more as Nectar's on an absolute tear.
Yeah, this comp isn't really working for FlyQuest. They swap Light over to the Namor to try to match the damage output, but that first fight went not good at all, and Spark Chief obviously over to the Groot as well to try to match it. Mochimon right now, 4 minutes and 3 seconds left. They're on a bit of a steamroll right now, bit of a tear. Also got Cooper-tastic Fate of Both Worlds out now, and this could lead to an absolute disaster snowball unless somebody finds a pick on the side of FlyQuest without ultimates.
Yeah, I do think the issue there was Spark wasn't running the Groot early on, and that Groot just has a ton of presence, especially with the Namor. If you do that strangling prison and you throw the Whale, there's just no way out, especially, whether if it's Damage Wizard or you just throw it right in the center. It's just straight damage as Nectar going to take out Cooper-tastic. That is a 3rd fight in a row where Nectar has got an early pick on a backline as Blur's going to find Energy. Numbers heavily in Mochi's favor again. This is a very tough point to push with the spawn being so close, but there is potential. No, Madman used teleport. I was going to say to teleport, wall him out, but no, it should be off cooldown or on cooldown.
Yeah, Month with the coffee goes into this upcoming fight. Also in the previous one, Energy committed the Goddess of Death above the objective, and it was just such an awkward timing. Meanwhile, Eye of Agamotto is massive for Madman. Up 1 in the fight, but here comes the Groot ultimate. Is the follow-up there? No. Unfortunately, no whale to connect. His light went down earlier, so with that, I mean, Mochimon are in such a good spot to close out now.
Wow. Great play here by Mochi. Just a steamrolling, if I'm being honest. Almost 3 minutes on the clock still at this map is indication of a team that's playing with insane confidence. Those early picks from Nectar, I can't say enough just how much that drove those points. That point too should have got them a lot more time off the clock, but no, just did not work out. Really well played there by Mochi.
Yeah, unfortunately, it feels like FlyQuest have sort of played themselves into a bit of a negative in terms of the matchup, right? I mean, previously they kind of diffed on the Bucky rolls, were able to get a lot of value done or versus Mochimon, but now against their composition with that Hela, with the Namor, not looking as strong. You could argue that maybe that's because, you know, they had to switch compositions in the Streets phase, maybe made them a little uncomfortable. You could definitely see that side of the coin, so maybe on their attacking side, they'll get a bit more momentum, play forward. I really wonder what happened to Light in that last team fight as well, because if they were able to just get that combination off with the Whale, with the Groot ultimate, with the Strangling Prison, maybe they could have full held there, or sorry, could have held in the third phase. So Mochimon, you know, good job finding Light early on, and that's really off the back of Nectar and March pumping out a lot of damage.
Yeah, everyone's brain is just working overtime. So it's about cutting through the noise and making sure you find value together. Like you mentioned, we saw a lot of those combinations from Mochi, which we even, you know, in the first map, Fly, I would argue, had a better set of combinations in communication. But right now it looked heavily in Mochi's favor, as they always found value with no misses from those combos, where FlyQuest just could not seem to make it happen, playing heavily on their heels and just driven directly through point 3. We're going to start this early fight. No teleport on either side. Cooldown should be ready, as they are going to own this high ground. We know how valuable high ground could be. March just awaiting this backline play. What? And it's going to shut down energy again. March is a absolute demon here on this Hela.
Dude, March does not miss. I mean, he's looking like Deleno almost right now. That was insane. I'm pre-aiming that angle, just able to get the crow off of a perfect engage by him. Take that fight versus energy, and, you know, not a lot of people can do that. He did it, matched him so well there.
Yeah, it's just the mental presence to understand that play is coming is something, obviously, I don't have the brain for on a duelist. Just knowing that was going to happen and just pretty much awaiting it and then ensuring it went your way is just a massive early pick for the side of Mochi. Again, these early picks are driving a ton of the fight, but now that off angle is getting a ton of value. As you can see, the team, great placement, great positioning there from Panic, as we see that being held. So owning that high ground. Light gonna be on the Namor now, gonna take out Blur early. That is a very large early pick onto the group. Getting those walls back in your favor alone is a ton of value. Spark Chief gonna be taking out Madmen, as FlyQuest is starting to own this positioning. There goes Energy again, back and forth with March, and Energy comes on top this time, as FlyQuest looks like they're gonna be taking this first point unless a portal comes up.
Yeah, 2 ticks. Doesn't look like the portal's coming through, and that was absolutely suffocating from FlyQuest. Energy, it didn't even matter that he lost the first fight, it seems. He took that same flank angle towards the far right side. You can just crow on over and force Mochimon to react. In the meanwhile, Light pushed over to the left side. So both of the duelists taking those off angles, making sure that Mochimon was always on the back foot, and eventually they got choked out. So that's what you want to see if you're a FlyQuest fan. These duelist players taking a very aggressive angles, making sure Mochimon has to commit somebody towards them. And if they can keep that up, I mean, they could fully camp out this map.
Yeah, as we do see the Strangling Prison combination, no follow-up, just kidding, here comes the Whale, but unfortunately, I do believe that the crystals were popped there, as they are going to continue to hold on, but now, FlyQuest feeling confident, riding the wave of the Whale. Will they get anything? No pick there. Gascoigne gonna drop back. We do see Hell Unleashed on the top side there from March. March raining, but the fate of both worlds is gonna dial that back a notch. No picks on either side, as we are gonna have ult advantage dead even, if I'm looking honestly. Good pick there by Energy. Back on March, trying to keep the numbers back in their favor on these 1v1s. As we do see a mirrored comp. Egos start coming into play, and these conversations about who gets who will be happening as Energy gonna drop Nectar. And once again, FlyQuest looking really strong in the attack here.
They are. And Aya Wakamoto, the back line. Fate of Both Worlds not there in time to save Blur or the front line. I mean, Panic just falls as well. So FlyQuest, I mean, this is kind of how the meta is right now, at least in these compositions. When you have a Namor, when you have a Hela, I mean, both of these are the two best flankers in the game, basically. And if you can just constantly flank and win those duels, win those 1v1s with the guard up from your Luna Snow, and you're going to put your team in such a massive advantage. We saw Energy finding those picks without even ultimates involved. So great job from FlyQuest right now. 4 minutes and 20 seconds left to go in this third phase of the map.
Do you believe it? Will they be able to push this through with more time on the clock? If I was a betting man, I would have said no, but now things are changing. Energy taking these off angles. This is what you want to see as a duelist. Getting those crystals out is a bunch of value. You can't just say that was a failed take there, because at the end of the day, Light followed up by Gascon and Zelos. That's 3 down for Mochi. Make that 4 as Energy coming from an off angle. Gonna drop Madman. All of them are down, and here comes the teleport block. Will they be able to get it done in time? This could buy them enough. Ooh, I was gonna say you have to spin it there. I was afraid they weren't gonna spin that one. Like we had the conversation before, you gotta treat it like a slinky. Think of it like a slinky while you're placing that. You gotta have one of them backwards on the door. I don't think it was fast enough. Everyone was able to escape the wall, maybe not placed perfectly there on the side of Gascon, but a great idea as the rest of the team is still able to push through. And we are gonna have another fight here on point, which personally I didn't think was gonna happen. I thought those walls were gonna hold on.
I guess the gap too big, too wide. Goddess in the sky goes down, immediately melted by both teams. Strangling Prison thrown out to the back. Doesn't have the combination. Follow up. It looks like it was from the Hela, but the heal's far too strong right now from Cooper-tastic and this frontline, or rather Zelos. And Energy just shuts down Nectar and Month. I mean, it's just absolutely panic right now from Mochimon as they utilize his ultimate. They come back in with the Fate of Both Worlds, but it's in the Gascon with the Aya Wakamoto, and there's just too much damage right now from Light and the rest of the team. You just kind of funnel into your demise now at this point as March falls. Everybody else is kind of running in. Maybe you can get some value here from Nectar. He's able to get Zelos. Aya Wakamoto on the backside, but nobody else is there. Madman's gonna fall. Everybody else is running towards the point, and it's all tied up now.
Wow. All right. With a little less time on the clock, they get the job done. The teleport play would have been enough to buy him that extra minute or so, but still going to truck through it. You mentioned Gascon there. Great job with those Aya Wakamotos. The only downside to the Fate of Both Worlds when you're on Luna is your team feels comfortable. Everyone groups on that ultimate, knowing that it's safety, right? So the teams will stack, and then you can make large plays off of them, like you saw Gascon there with the Aya Wakamoto, jumping up right in the center of that Fate of Both Worlds, knocking the teams out, and then finding value and driving that point home. You got to take that into consideration, and you got to be prepared for some sort of counter.
I feel like the two main things that I'm looking towards is, obviously getting those strategist ultimates up to counter Strangling Prison and stuff. But right now, both teams kind of not synergizing that well with their Strangling Prison. I feel like, Nectar threw out a panic wail almost and didn't have that ultimate synced up with Blur, causing them to throw out a Strangling Prison on their defense and have no follow-up besides from March's very own Hela ultimate. So right now, Mochimon, maybe hopefully they rein in their excitement potentially, because versus FlyQuest, they know this is a big game, big win if they do win it. Another thing, right now, Energy just kind of dominating those duels. We saw March kind of take that 1v1 on the coast early, but ever since then, it's been Light and Energy just absolutely flanking the hell out of Mochimon right now and getting those KOs. So right now, FlyQuest, if they keep it up, they're looking pretty damn good.
Yeah, it looks like they woke up from a dream. If I was being honest, Mochi on the side of Duelist in that first push looked like they had the better of them. And then it seems like, Hulk form came out of Bruce Banner there, and they're starting to pop off right back at him as we do see this same angle here. Very strong positioning off angles on Duelist, especially Hela, are so valuable. Getting eyes to look a different direction so your team can push in. You heard it, Duelist. Make sure you're doing stuff like this, giving space for your tanks to take. As we see the Vanguard's going to start pressing here for the side of FlyQuest on the attack. March going to try to take this. Energy going to fall. Well done by March right there. Great work by Mochi as they are holding on, but the height being taken on the left side as Nectar going to take out Light too. Well done again by Mochi.
They have to do this again, though, right? I mean, Mochimon matching those flanks very well. If they can do it again, that would be massive. 1 minute left to go as well. Could be last fight territory. And this is kind of like the playstyle we used to see on this map with, like, Iron Man meta. If you remember that back, couple patches ago, basically, where those Iron Mans would hard flank around that left side angle. We're seeing Hellas do the same thing. Everybody kind of realizing, because 100 Thieves does that so well, we kind of need to do the same thing. You may think that you're not actually contributing to the fight, but you definitely are. Taking eyes off the main force. We'll see if Mochimon can hold right now as FlyQuest walk in.
Yeah, Monk doing a great job holding the high ground there with Loki, showing how strong the pressure is of the firing line with 3 clones and almost getting an early pick by himself. Well done there again, but here we are going to start seeing some matching ults as the fate of both worlds is going to stall this fight slightly. Holding the height, there is only 15 seconds. They do have to touch with 3 on the clock. March staying on this off angle, and they're not getting a ton of space here. FlyQuest kind of held in this corner. This may be enough for them to hold as we see another fate of both worlds here popped for Mochi. Alt advantage still on their side. Walls go up for Blur. The touch comes out. Blur gonna take out Gasklin. There goes the Strangling Prison. Is there gonna be value up in the sky? Energy taking out Nectar, and it's back and forth. The fight is still kind of holding on, but still alt advantage on Mochi. Oh my goodness. Eye of Agamotto gonna find value as March takes out Spark Chief. Down goes Cooper-tastic as well. And Mochi gonna hold on with no ticks on the point.
Nice hold by them. You know, I thought that it looked like for the side of FlyQuest, they could come back in. They took their time, be heard. As soon as you hear Loki's voice line, it doesn't mean that the ultimate is used necessarily, or it is used like he copied his Loki or his Luna Snow in month. But they tried to wait out the whole ultimate, the whole duration, because they knew he committed it a little bit too early. But it doesn't end up mattering, because like we talked about, Shib, you can just wait 6 seconds or whatever and then pop the Luna Snow ultimate, which makes that character just absolutely disgusting. And they were just able to hold on with their own copy Fate of Both Worlds. FlyQuest tried to get in, but after losing 1, I mean, March in Mochimon looking pretty damn good. 2 minutes and 13 seconds for them to take this first point. We'll need to not fall into similar traps that FlyQuest fell into with their portal and just getting a little bit disgruntled on their attack.
Yeah, I just love to see games like this. In the first game, we're together, brother. It always seems to work out like this for us. I don't know why, but man, do I love it. You mentioned there the Loki, just how much presence Loki has. You know, holding on to that Fate of Both Worlds, like you're saying, you can hold up to, I believe, 16 seconds. So it is just, the king of mind games when it comes to Loki. When it comes to clone placements, where you're in invisibility, you're swapping, and then just the full plays that you can make as another strategist prior to popping ultimate is, especially going something like Luna. Luna just has hit scan and a ton of presence, the freeze, popping crystal out, having 16 seconds on an additional Luna is a ton of value, and we did see that pop there after getting more value just simply on the clone itself. So here we go, as Nectar going to take this presence early. Mochi trying to get a single tick to take this home, or will we see our second ever tie on this map in these first few tournaments that we've done together?
And it's a 4-2 split right now, leaving some members in main while they have March on the high ground with, it looks like to be Month. So they've kind of just split up the Lokis on the height and then the Hella to follow it up. We'll see, what they want to do if they get choked out. It looks like they just give up on that off angle as Energy controls it heavily, drops down underneath on the flank. March, goodbye, see it back in the spawn.
I'm going to be honest, I thought that Fly was looking a little separated there and a little bit unsure of themselves, but man, do I not know what I'm talking about, because these guys are coming in hot with those early picks. Light going to follow up and sweep everyone, buying them a little bit of extra time, as we will likely see the portal play coming up. Are we going to see a counter from Gasklin, or is he going to try to hold on? In my personal opinion, with there only being 1 notch available, I would potentially try to counter this portal, because you're not going to have the time to get back and retouch typically, but we'll see, as I'm not sure they're going to even send it. It looks like Mochi's going to hold on and elect to not portal here on the side of Madmen, and here we go. Ulti advantage is going to be on the side of slightly FlyQuest. It looks like Cooper's got ult up, but that must be a visual glitch here, as I don't hear anything being popped.
No, yeah, he is still building it, I think, and oh my god, Light on the right side flank still has the squids in main. Huge opening picks, 40 seconds left, Shib. What does Mochi do? It looks like they just back up for now, wait to regroup. I mean, that's the smart play. Save ultimates for this upcoming fight. Is this going to be massive? Strangling Prison could also follow up the whales. I mean, we could see one-shots for both teams if Nectar builds on to his own ultimate on his side.
And audience, I ask you to remember, this is elimination stage, at least for this lower side bracket right now. These games truly matter, as we're going to throw the whale into the Strangling Prison. Down go 2. Gasklin going to take out teleport. Down goes Nectar on the side of Light. Really well done there. And the team coordination. Fly just going to hold on as we see a nice Eye of Agamotto. Potentially trying to get value. No one falls as Gastelum is able to make sure that March falls. And there we go. As FlyQuest putting on a masterclass on defense and going to hold them as well. And this is going to be a tie, I believe.
Yep, tie game, dude. My God, we're going to head to that map number 3 because of that. And, you know, it's so funny. It's like when you play ranked and you're like, guys, we just drew the map and we've just played a 15, 20-minute game for nothing. That's what it feels like sometimes. But we did learn a lot, I feel like, in that game, Shib, from both teams. You know, maybe not that comfortable in this Hella Namor matchup alongside the Groot, right?
Yeah, I mean, we did see a lot of value of the combination. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Groot getting taken out here, honestly, by either side, because it was successful on both, right? So it's difficult to have that conversation. But yeah, Spar Chief, MVP on the Groot. On the side of FlyQuest goes to show you how strong his Groot truly is. So maybe that'll be changed up there for Mochi. But yeah, we see Spar Chief, 6 eliminations, 25 of the KOs, only falling 4 times. Just a really well done job. And then you look over the other side, Nectar with 11 final hits, Energy with 12. It's just a duelist game here with these Groots supplementing their damage. It's just it's a battle.
It is a battle indeed, and maybe we could talk more about that when we get back, that specific composition, because there is a lot to talk about. So we're going to be right back after the highlights and come back for mat number 3.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time that
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse.
The moon haunts you. Say goodnight.
Welcome back, everyone, as we just saw an absolute battle ending in a draw, which I think we've only seen a few times in these tournaments. I personally love to see that. It goes to show you these teams are never giving up, and I just want to see who takes this next one.
Yeah, I mean, who knows what's going to happen in this best out of 3. Map number 1 did go FlyQuest's way, and then, like you said, game number 2 was a draw. That means we're going to play another map regardless, right? So for Mochimon, if they can win this one, force that map number 4, that would be massive. First ban is going to go to Venom first, matched by Winter Soldier for FlyQuest. Again, they really don't want to play against that.
Are we going to see the lock of Magneto now? That might be something we see, because typically so far Magneto's been banned initially and then Bucky after the fact. They want to keep Bucky out of here. They're going to elect to keep Hela, which, you know, makes sense for the side of FlyQuest. I mean, it was very back and forth there, honestly, in my opinion. So it's difficult to say who had the most value. Obviously, it is a team-based game, so it's all about spacing and owning space. And yes, they are going to choose to lock in for Mochi that Magneto, which we have yet to see in this series.
I think we usually see like a Star-Lord, or not, sorry, Adam Warlock ban here, and I think they're fine. I mean, I imagine FlyQuest looking to ban out that Namor, maybe not really scared of that Magneto, but more so, yeah, there's the Adam Warlock ban from Mochimon. They've been doing that consistently and alongside the Venom ban. But here we go, FlyQuest, do they ban the side of the Namor, right? Then they don't have to deal with Mochimon's Namor. They don't have to deal with Nectar on that hero or on the Bucky, force him to play something like the Star-Lord. Yeah, there we go. Namor ban comes through, man. So it seems like FlyQuest strategy is a little bit obvious, and same for Mochimon.
Yeah, we are going to see the group battle again. Going to be a little less value in terms of the combination ultimate without having Namor around. But you know who else can combo pretty well, which I think is more, you know, unique and less seen, is Wolverine. Wolverine can deal a ton of damage to those people who are locked in by the strangling prison. He goes ahead, launches that last stand, and then just stands there dicing up a full team while still having that passive up. It's very difficult to immediately drop that before the team falls. So yeah, I mean, that might be the combination we see here now, is they know Groot's going to be on the table, so I'm assuming we'll see Logan on both sides.
I hearing combination ship. I know this is like my ADHD brain going to like something else, but every time I hear combination, I think combination Pizza Hut and Taco Bell. You know, that old YouTube meme. I don't know. It's just kind of cringe, I know, but you know, we're
Us
built
boomers
for
love
something
it.
here. I know, dude. Hell yeah. But dude, Chip, in this case, the cool thing about Magneto going through, and the reason why I guess we're not seeing a lot of like Wolverine, and you probably know this as well, like it feels like we don't see Wolverine played as much unless you have that Magneto, right? So we saw on the previous maps Wolverine was played by Light, but they didn't have that Magneto help stay or keep him alive. So interesting that hero goes through, forces a completely different composition again for this map number 3.
Yeah, and unique change here as Mochi elects to get rid of the Groot, have Madman obviously going to be on the Magneto, but Blur's going to be on the Thing, which obviously is you know, the best Vanguard pick into a Wolverine right now, not allowing you to get Feral leaped a mile away into the enemy lines. Instead, you kind of stay stationary as the Thing cannot be moved, especially by the Wolverine. And here we go in this off-angle fight. I do like this positioning. Owning this high ground is very valuable. A lot of teams elect to fight over here instead of down center, down main, because you do have the advantage on defense in that position. So instead of sending a few people this way, the whole squad is rolling this way, as we do see the Feral leap with Light going to be tackling and doing the rocket super jump to try to find some value, but not enough. Well done there by the strategist on Mochi to keep the team up as we begin again. Nectar is going to fall early by Gasklin, who in a great wall there by Spark Chief to ensure that he was not able to escape. Numbers back in their favor for FlyQuest as they're shoving Mochi back to the spawn door.
It's rare we see a fight even happen over here on Clintar, so both teams prioritizing this flank, specifically FlyQuest, making sure they can't enter it, and you can see how far away it is from the point, but that's how important this side angle is for FlyQuest to control. Make sure Mochimon are always on the low ground to give Energy sort of that high ground advantage as he's taking full advantage. March falls to the daggers, comes back through on the flank. Nice job by Energy.
Yeah, really well done. I was wondering there if they were going to choose to walk it down main while they're off that off angle. Mochi just run right at him as, ooh, we are going to see Fate of Both Worlds pop, but it's more so just a reset as a team. We see a strangling prison opportunity here. Is it going to fly out as soon as this is done? They are going to be counting in their heads. That 12 seconds out. And there it is for Spark Chief, trying to find another, but holding, oh my goodness, Panic going to fall through the Fate of Both Worlds. That is a lot of coordinated damage there.
I feel like without the Namor, things are falling apart for Mochimon. We talk about, I feel like the parity right now in the game is insane in the pro scene. There's a lot of good teams, but this is what separates the good teams from the great, right? FlyQuest having a perfect ban protect phase, making sure Nectar's not going to play that Namor, and now they get light on one of his comfort picks on Wolverine. Early last stand committed by him there with no value, so that's at least something for Mochimon as they walk into this fight.
Yeah, and here we go again with the next set of fights. Alt advantage going to be on the side of FlyQuest, doing a great job here on defense. Finding value through Fate of Both Worlds is a tough thing to do. They've done it twice now, as we do see it right back. The Meteor M in the sky, not able to get any value, unfortunately. Well done there on the positioning as they are driving back. Hell is unleashed. And here goes the Meteor M again. Will this one find value? Yes, it does, as March goes down from the side of Gasklin.
Yeah, I mean, right now this is clinical from FlyQuest. They'll surely find these eliminations or at least press off Mochimon. His energy is frying right now. He is on 1 month. Sent back to the spawn again. 1 minute left to go. They just walk forward with the Fate of Both Worlds. Energy just building confidence, building Riz as they just walk forward, get the spawn camp
for
Mochimon, man. A minute left to go. Brutal.
And this is looking like old FlyQuest to me. They are playing confidently, and they're walking this back and forth. But this next fight heavily in Mochi's favor, as we will see some combinations. We could see that Groot last stand from the Wolverine against, Strangling. And here we go off the rip, but no! March going to take out Sparchief, who did throw that Strangling Prison. Didn't get much. Energy going to turn that right back on Madman. And a great play by Blur there to get a couple early picks as they do resort going back to the Groot instead of running that thing combination.
They're far away from the point, though. So we're going to get a portal play here, Shiv. They're going to come back through once Madman gets that portal off, and they have last stand. Something can be done. Did Madman just get stunned, though? Or something happened anyway. Sparchief coming back through. They have portal. Madman has to run all the way back now.
I believe Energy just stunned Madman out of the teleport, which was so crazy. No, just stunned back, either back into the spawn door or it was enough to cancel the portal. Cooper-tastic gonna pop up the Fate of Both Worlds here and right back into FlyQuest. Even in these numbers, alt advantage on nobody as everyone's gonna be playing vanilla here. Light gonna come back in as Star-Lord, which plays really well. Ooh, March, that's a massive pick onto Energy. And we are gonna see them owning this space. Just in OT now, they've got to hold on. Numbers are dwindling. Cooper-tastic falls. March finding another Nectar on Gasklin. Sparchief goes down. Well done by Nectar to clean up the rest as they are going to take point one.
Yeah, that was almost so nice from FlyQuest. Energy on that flank, like you said. Able to stun Madman, make sure they don't get that portal, regroup. But, at the end of the day, if your Hela is not hitting the shot towards the very end in the clutch like March did, then you're probably not going to win the fight. FlyQuest now holding on the defensive side. 2 minutes for Mochimon. That was an incredibly lengthy attack for them, but now they get to move at least further into the map, make FlyQuest sweat a little.
Yeah, that was a good retake there by Mochi. I honestly thought FlyQuest was looking like they had that fight initially. Great stun there to shut down Madman's teleport. I can't believe that happened. That was just insane wherewithal there from the side of Energy. But here we go as we do pop those crystals early, keeping the team up, holding that high ground on the left side. We've seen every team at this level realize the value of this position. A lot of teams not fighting down that main and instead electing to stay on this high ground. And Sparchief gonna find Blur. Nectar goes down too, and they're taking the space right back, saying this needs to be back in our favor. Panic going to fall here on the off angle, trying to find one, but no, not gonna happen as Energy does reposition, and FlyQuest is going to force them to retake this fight with a minute on the clock.
Yeah, taking advantage of the Meteor M from Gasklin. Meanwhile, off angle now being taken from March. A lot of ultimates still in this fight. You can see FlyQuest able to get that ultimate. Here comes an early Strangling Prism for Sparchief as the follow-up there on the backside at least forces the copy out a month. And they've used Strategist ultimates already. Disengaged by FlyQuest. When are they going to use their own and come back into this fight?
Yeah, alt advantage across the board, pretty even. March on Energy again. These picks have been so back and forth. Really difficult to say who has more right now, but oh, great take there, trying to stun out Nectar. Up in the sky, Meteor M, ton of charge. Bang! Down goes Light. Madman from downtown gonna find one, evening out these numbers, 5-5. We do see the Fate of Both Worlds being popped by both. The Zealous on the Loki and back over on Panic. Should be dying down now as we see who gets this next KO. It'll be of insane importance. Nice walls there, locking him in, but it's not gonna be enough to get that early pick as we do see Hela in the sky on both sides getting traded, still being held on here by Mochi, who does have a slight advantage. Energy goes down by Nectar. Strangling Prison is out. Will they be able to get more as the crystals get popped? Tackled out off to the side. Oh my goodness, Madman with 2, and Nectar goes down on Zelos.
It is looking at ults in that fight. Unfortunately, FlyQuest didn't really have much. Committing Energy's ultimate flight. Tried to find the last stand earlier, but Mochimon just clinical from them. Moving into third phase of the map now. Minute 30 seconds left to go. Considering how things went on first point, that's huge for them. But also, you know, like you said, that Strangling Prison connected flush, and then Nectar on the backside with the last stand able to find Strategist. So with that, Mochimon put themselves in a good spot. And this is looking a lot like the previous map, Shib, where like FlyQuest on the defense, I don't know what happens, but sometimes they just collapse.
Yeah, it's a momentum thing. We've had that discussion. Momentum is so important in this game. If you're feeling confident as a team, confidence allows you to play a little more aggressively instead of on your heels. We do see the Strangling Prison from the side of FlyQuest trying to dunk on it. Bang, down goes Madman. Well done there. But the combination of 2 for 1 may not be valuable enough, as we're going to see the team playing hyper aggressively. Still, Mochi not backing down after that early pick. Still feeling good as they press forward. Panic going to get frozen up here. And Mochimon is keeping this pressure. The one-off angle. March wins this one again on Energy.
He's looking good on this map. I mean, he's just been so consistent on these flanks, able to remove Energy in the mid fight. We saw this on the previous maps, and now coming into this one, March, you know, he put up damage numbers, and now he's putting up final elimination numbers. Nice job by the Crystals to keep yourselves alive, but that cooldown removed. March still sitting in a good spot, comes back to the main, ready to go with his ultimate whenever he wants.
Yeah, it's just been a consistent story here where we've seen a little bit of value from FlyQuest on their combinations, and then Mochi comes back and says, it ain't over. Month gonna drop Cooper-tastic. Down goes Gasklin as they are up 2. Yeah, at this point, going to be popping ultimates just to buy some time. Light trying to land that Berserker. Unfortunately, not able. I say that as he immediately finds Month on the high ground. Great wherewithal, just understanding that teleport, finding out which clone was real, and getting that immediate pick, trying to even these numbers out. Very close here to point 3, as they do have to touch and hold on.
Yeah, I mean, Kidnap as well onto Cooper on the side. Telos also falls, so they got picked apart in FlyQuest right now, just a bit too split. They're going to eventually fall on the card, as well as Mochimon. I mean, just Energy here. Doesn't even have the ultimate. Can't get there in time. Dude, how did they do it? They've capped out Clintar against all odds.
Can you imagine a 3-3 overtime again on this map? Let's see them run it back. Both teams just seeming to ride the wave. Once they get those early picks, it's like there's no stopping them, even if the numbers even out. It's just a momentum grind where they just get back on it and force it through. Well done by Mochi, pushing through to point 3.
And I feel like this kind of goes back to the original narrative I'm trying to push a little bit right now, is that FlyQuest, you know, their first point, it looked like super good, but just in the clutch, in the last situations of these defenses, they just kind of collapsed. And, you know, it seems to me like they just had a hard time getting value out of Light's ultimates, whereas Mochimon obviously got a lot more value out of Last Stand with Nectar. So for FlyQuest's team, maybe they can play around the Wolverine a little bit better, or just not collapse in the streets phase towards the end. Mochimon did a great job sort of just holding their ground around Madman, just consistently pushing on FlyQuest. And, you know, they obviously hardened up in the second and third phase of the map to cap out in overtime.
Yeah, I think you're right there. I think Light wasn't getting as much value out of those ultimates, at least not from what I saw. Obviously, you know, and Nectar doing a ton of work there, getting those off-angle picks, but it just always seemed to be on a strategist, which we heard from the pros in the last tournament mentioning how important that is. A lot of the knowledge is, oh, Wolverine hits Vanguards, Vanguard gets KO'd. Instead, a lot of these guys are looking to dunk into the strategist, and they find a pick on a strategist to be far more valuable in the long game. So really well done there. We did see some strong play, as once again, looking like we might fight on this off angle as a team. Holding this high side is a unique defensive strategy, knowing that they can still look back on main and still have the height advantage.
And constantly just sitting over the point, making sure that Energy doesn't have a spot that is safe to kind of press out on Hella. Still looking for that backline, though, making sure nobody is healthy. And, oh my gosh, Monk falls early to Energy on these flanks. Nice opening pick for the side of FlyQuest.
Yeah, that's a good early take. That could be enough to buy them the pressure. It looks like it's heading in their favor. Not going to see a TP, obviously, with the team still holding on to this off angle. The retouch will happen, but this is where the difficulty of Groot comes in. Energy again on Madman. That should be enough to drive them that early space. Gets out early, going to find that off angle. Spark Chief gonna wall off the Groot. They're all gonna be focusing this Groot down. Goes Blur, and FlyQuest looking really confident again. The attacks on both of these sides are just steamrolls right now.
Yep, hella meta moment, right? Energy found a month early on. You know, it just made everything so complicated for Mochimon. That's what it does when you hit your shots. So able to force that objective. FlyQuest just played towards the point. Mochimon, realizing they were giving up the objective, had to drop down and contest the objective. And now for FlyQuest, 5 minutes in the streets phase. Definitely a lot better than Mochimon's time bank at this phase of the game.
Yeah, and once again, just, you know, knowledge for everyone watching. See how these teams are fighting on this high ground. Owning high ground is so important. Despite your rank, it's always going to give you an advantage. Nectar taking out Lights, and I am Logan. Energy going to be dropping Monto as the numbers even out. Spark Chief on Madman, make that 2 as Spark Chief is playing confidently, and they're going to keep walking this while FlyQuest has the advantage, pushing this towards point 2.
Mochimon committed strangling prison in that fight. Oh no, March pickoff, man. That's brutal. I don't think, I mean, they'll have Portal potentially to come back through if they want to use it. Don't even look like they're going to make the switches because, you know, everybody has ultimates. And without your Hella in this fight, I honestly don't know how you win it. Maybe with ultimates you try to stagger it out, but the spawn is so far away.
Yeah, up on the high ground there, you see Zelos with a really good positioning of clones prior to the fight, setting up the firing line, but is going to copy up on the fate of both worlds. Begin that as the Magneto's in the sky. Will we see a dunk? Nobody getting picked there as Gaslin's up now. Bang! Down goes Monk. That is a really large early pick. Both Hellas battling. The last stand goes out for Nectar fighting Gasplin, trying to make sure he gets 2. Cooper-tastic not going to be able to escape. Really well done here by Nectar again on the Wolverine to bring them back. As Mochimon is popping off.
Yeah, I mean, that was insane. But you know what? You know what matters more than anything, Shib? The point. The objective, guys. Nobody was on it for FlyQuest.
Oh my goodness.
So, I mean, sorry, for Mochimon. So now FlyQuest moves on to the 3rd phase of the map. Nectar's KOs are meaningless.
Oh my goodness, I couldn't see it with the camera angle, but yeah, that might have been a sneak or just nobody took over priority of cart. But oh, like you're saying, that is a tough thing to see in this position. You got to retake priority on cart before anything else. And yeah, they did not get it done. Spark Chief holding on to that Q, strangling Prison ready too. FlyQuest still has the ult advantage. And ooh, having that come through like that, using so many resources on that 2nd point fight and still not holding on is going to be potentially the fail end here for Mochimon on this point as Energy with another early pick. Energy, great off angling here on this Hella.
Yeah, incredible off-angling. Light as well to drag the Hella over to the main side. Meanwhile, on the cart, Blur chucks in an ultimate. Is the follow-up there? It looks like it is from the Meteor M. Nectar also with another last stand. They're pissed off and angry, and you can see that in this fight, but that's so many ultimates committed now. And Shib, in that 2nd phase, I mean, they got it to like 0.05 meters left to go before they capped out. So if you got off the payload for even a second like they did, that's what'll happen. And now Mochimon, maybe a little bit overcommitment in terms of ultimates now into this fight, dude. So we'll see if FlyQuest, you know, having that ult advantage can take the edge here in the attack with March on the flank. That could be big. He could find the opening elimination for the side of Mochimon.
Yeah, I'm with you. You know, I do think it's a little bit of a mental game there. They lost that point, and you know what? They're not happy about it, and they showed it with the overcommitment there on ultimates. So now FlyQuest with a slight advantage, strangling Prison, finding a few, but does get walled up. Mutants, off goes the Meteor M, not able to get a pick as crystals get popped. Teams are just back and forth here. Still has ult advantage. We are going to see Lights, last stand, Energy potentially going to go up in the sky and launch the Goddess of Death as Energy finds one first. Cooper-tastic on a month. This is looking heavily in Fly's favor. Energy taking out Panic. Light onto Madman. Nectar back on Spark Chief, but it should not be enough. At least it's going to buy them enough space. There should be a retouch here by Moki, but will it be enough to allow them to hold before both teams push us into OT?
Great positioning by Mochimon to fight at that spot, right? Take the wipe there. Now you give yourselves a chance to come back through in the spawn in this last fight with the ultimate advantage. 2 minutes and 24 seconds left to go. March goes aggressive into Cooper-tastic.
Up in the sky with us. Goddess of Death, and March is going to find Energy. Light onto Nectar, though. The Wolverine battle will still commence. All commitment has been considered. Cooper going to be popping that Fate of both worlds, but it's done now. Now Moki is holding on. They have Fate using that damage boost to try to find some more value. Good positioning here, though, by FlyQuest. This all does not do much for them if they drop back and restack as a squad, and they're doing that. The walls go up, and that's going to be some cooldowns out for Blur. Not going to have as much pressure on this next fight. There goes the tackle. Nectar is going to get bubbled up. Going to continue to charge those claws on the walls, which is something you can do as Wolverines, for those of you who don't know. Oh, and the dunk goes out as energy commits. Nectar and Monk go down, and well done by FlyQuest. Make that 3, 4, and this should be enough for them to push this into OT.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a delayed ultimate from Panic, but you can potentially find him even with the damage or even with the healing of that ultimate. Nice job from FlyQuest to get it done. You know, and that was honestly just because of the disengage. They got caught by a strangling prison, as, by the way, some time will be added for FlyQuest. We're all tied up 3-3. Now on the attacking side, again, will be Mochimon. But what happened there is that they did not get value out of Meteor M, did not get value out of March's ultimate, and it's that lethality that really impacts the team, right? You need to get value out of either March, Madness, or Nectar's ultimates. And unfortunately, once Madman misses that Meteor M, I don't know if they really had a chance to win it there. So great disengage from FlyQuest. Cooper-tastic's ultimate obviously was nice and massive to keep everybody healthy, but more importantly, they soaked up Madman's ultimate, made sure that Meteor M did not hit with either the crystals or the Groot walls.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the retake was everything there. I think that's what won them the fight. Just the utilization, the overcommitment there by Moki was just not, you know, which is a tough thing to have a conversation about because they did everything right, but FlyQuest just big-brained it and just said, hey, let's not commit anything just yet. Wait until this ult is done, and then let's try this again. Light immediately going to launch that last stand. Energy gets 2 picks off the rip. We follow up with Sparky finding another, and at that point, man, it's over. It's over. They were able to find that pick through Panic's Fate of Both Worlds, which we've been seeing, which is no joke to do, if I'm being honest. Being able to have that commitment of damage at the right time and forcing a pick through a strategist ultimate, strictly healing, is actually no joke. And they just provide that over and over again, going to show you that how strong their communication is. But it was enough to drive that point home. I saw the Jeff there for a second, and obviously not going to be played just to pop the bubble to get the team out of the spawn faster, as we will have 51 seconds on the clock for their attack.
Yeah, he makes some great point, Shib, and now Mochimon's tournament on the line, and, you know, we're in an incredible phase of the game where a team assigned a team like FlyQuest is really not struggling necessarily, but having a really tough matchup here in the round 7. Mochimon on their attack, right? 30 seconds left. There's already going to be only one fight for them now, and oh no, that's brutal, the pickoff from Light.
Yeah, good hold, good early pick. This should be a recontest. They do have to drop. Going to burst these walls to force the team to try one more time. 17 seconds on. You got to touch with 3 seconds to make it go into that OT clock. You got to be thinking about that, but sometimes in this moment you do forget. 9 seconds on the clock. They've got to find a way in. 6 as the teleport gets out there, and Madman's going to touch with 2 on. Good take up into the sky. We are in OT. Where's the early pick going to? As we do see a tackle. Gasklin going to take out Nectar. Blur going to drop Light back and forth as we are even now 5-5. Fight still commencing. Walls to shut down angles.
And Telos has gone to March. This one a Gasklin? No way, dude. Are you kidding me? No way, Mochi. In overtime, when they were just shoved into a corner, bullied, they come out stronger.
That was a beautiful touch by Madman, jumping up into the sky with Strange, and it just drew so much attention. The value of Strange hitting the sky and putting that shield under his feet. Everyone looks up. Everyone puts their focus and damage into a shield with a ton of HP and gets no value anywhere else as the picks just started rolling. And now FlyQuest has to group one more big fight here. They have to commit everything, and they've got to get the job done. Oh, as March finds energy early, an early pick.
March Madness. It's just absolutely March Madness right now, man. It's too perfect. It's his time of the year, and right now he's on fire.
Yeah, gorgeous play. We do see the strangling prison on the high ground. It did not get a ton of value from Blur there, and we will see Spark Chief, Freddy, Gasklin, Zelos, and Cooper-tastic just popped off to hold on for the moment as well to probably cancel out Blur's strangling prison there. The Fate of Both Worlds, and here goes the battle again. March finding energy again. March is unstoppable right now as we see Light onto the scratching post, and that is going to even the numbers as Blur goes down.
We're going to fall. Fate of Both Worlds popped out. Is that ultimate going to connect? Nope. Dodged away on the backside. Into the sky. They go flying because of the last stand. But everybody's healthy because of the strategist ultimates right now, except Spark Chief, and Madman gets it done again.
Wow, this is so back and forth, but Moki is still holding on up in the sky. Light falls there from March. Numbers back in their favor. Energy gonna take out March, they'll make that 2 as Panic goes down as well. Energy, good ultimate there. Really strong Goddess of Death. Finding 2, make that 3. Month falls, and this should be enough for FlyQuest to shut this down, but we could see a portal in if they buy enough time. Actually, portal was used on the first point. They will not have it here, so this fight is everything.
Yeah, this fight is everything like you said. Shiv Mochimun gets stopped. 137 meters, though. Dude, it's actually crazy how often we have these close games with you and I, man. So, 2 minutes, 25 seconds. We're swapping over. FlyQuest, can you guys stop choking or something? Like, what is going on?
Hey, in the positive, there is no chance of a tie here. At this point, it is do or die for the side of FlyQuest. They could end this out here and take the series, or we could push this to another game. So well done there by Moki, who just popped off at the correct times, just making things happen. I love to see it. Gotta show some love here to March, who found 3 consecutive first fight picks, giving them a ton of value in early spacing to win those fights.
Much love to the whole team for sure, man. Like, the March, like you said, was absolutely crazy. But everybody in Mochimun to go toe-to-toe against FlyQuest, who are a signed roster as free agents, is definitely not easy considering the amount of resources that you get as a signed roster and stuff. So for Mochimun, I mean, the whole roster definitely deserves a massive shout out regardless of what happens here, because right now it's icing on the cake considering the performance they've had so far.
Yeah, this is, this is what I'm looking for. We talk about discovering new stars and teams that may not be signed, and these are those moments that you start getting noticed. You start drawing attention to your name, and I just love being here for it as we push into another OT. And can FlyQuest get the job done, or will they take this to an additional game? A 4th game at a best of 3 is pretty funny to say out loud, as here we go again with the first fight.
Yeah, first fight commences, and FlyQuest chooses to not really give up a lot of that space. Sparkchief wanted to walk in. Interesting. Gets the bubble. Also, Alt had the rocket jump to get out of there once he gets walled off. So FlyQuest obviously wanted to commit Sparkchief to go aggressive, build up that bubble charge. But without those cooldowns now, FlyQuest are a bit on the back foot. However, on the front line, a lot of damage coming into Nectar, forcing that passive early. Light, knowing that, wants to come back through, gets the connect, flies into the sky, brings him into the team, shut down.
Great work there with the jump, the extra distance. Love to see it. That's a first early pick. Great work. Sparkchief going to turn it on Nectar. March going to find energy, though. Numbers are back and forth. 5 on each side. Blur's going to have to teleport back here if they want to get a touch, or this might go towards Fly as Light finds Madmen. No Vanguards on the front line holding this space. The teleport play at this point, waiting for as many people to revive as possible from the KOs before we start this next fight. Will they be able to make this touch happen? Yes, they will.
They come back through, also going to connect with the Blur as he comes through the portal. Oh no, that's brutal for Mochi. They commit the ultimate from Month, and they're still on the objective, so FlyQuest has to give it up for now. Wait out those Stratus ults.
Yeah, we are going to see a double dance floor here for FlyQuest, who are holding on to those Fate of Both Worlds to ensure they get this win, but not overcommitting if they don't need them. March, though, finding Gascon early. Maybe they should have, as we're up in the sky, not able to get anything with the Meteor Rem. And here comes the Strangling Prison out of the background. We do not see the picks happening. The crystals have been popped. The tackle out in the off angle there. March up in the sky, taking out Zelos, though, as Moki is not done yet. Great picks, and there will be one more fight before this either gets finished or we push into point 2.
And it's 30 seconds left. You've got a spawn camp. Make sure they don't get a portal out maybe, or I guess they can't even because they have ultimates. Nobody's swapping to Doctor Strange right now. Spawn camp not giving up. 10 seconds left to go. They're going to have to walk in. FlyQuest, they're going to be so obvious where they are. Maybe Nectar could find a huge pickoff on a Zelos or somebody so he can't get an ultimate.
We might see the last stand touch here by Wolverine. No, it's not needed. With 1 second able to get that touch. Really smart decision. Bang! The last stand out. Down goes Blur early. Once again, numbers advantage here for FlyQuest, who are now committing to this fight. We see 2 go down as Nectar falls. Up in the sky with energy. Make that 3 as they do look like they'll be taking point 1.
That's a massive mistake, I think, out of the side of Mochimun. They needed to take advantage of the position they were in. They knew FlyQuest had to walk forward, touch the point. Maybe force an ultimate earlier or something, man. So right now, not a Mochiman fan necessarily, just a fan of good gameplay. And right now, I don't think they took advantage of the position they were in. FlyQuest now, overtime, ticking down. If they get off the card at any instance, Mochiman recap the objective. It's all over, and we head to that map number 4. Energy's also hiding on this flank, ready to go.
What a match here. I mean, I'm with you though. I think they needed to push there. They didn't do it. They just held. They just stayed on their heels, saying, "Hey, we won that. You know, let's do it again." But alt advantage heavily on the side of FlyQuest. You got to force some stuff out there before the fight starts, and didn't get the job done. As we are going to see this start off. Madman holding on to this Meteor M. Will the dunk commence? Waiting out some cooldowns up in the sky. Strangling Prison. This could be a big dunk. Hey, Gasklin falls! Moki is up by 1! Light trying to find a return up! Oh! Takes out Nectar! Numbers are even! My goodness, right now. This fight is crazy. Light back on Blur. A tackle out. Light trying to find 3. Oh my God, this is insane fight. Light just absolutely popping off. Still holding on to this point, making sure they have numbers on. So back and forth. Madman takes out Light. The teleport comes through, and there goes the change as Gasklin will be on this Strange here, shoving them in, and Blur gonna teleport back in for the team. Oh my goodness, just so back and forth on each fight. Numbers roughly even again on the point. At this point, just looking at cooldowns. There goes some serious damage on the last stand. Nectar taking out Spark Chief is a great start to this fight, but a last stand right back at him. We don't see the pick there from Light. Eye of Agamotto gets popped. That could be enough.
It could be.
Yep,
it is.
Down goes Blur.
Oh my God, Blur falling is huge, and now without him on the front line, you have nobody to touch this cart. Potentially FlyQuest could get it done. They can get another pick here. Mochiman, they've got Madden with another Meteor M. He could go massive with it right now.
Oh, the Meteor's up. The crystals are out. The shield is up. No value with it. Besides a little bit of damage to the shield there. As we see Gasklin still holding on to this point in the front line. We see the thing out now for Blur. No more Groot. It's just going to be some raw cart fighting as Energy gets the early pick on March. Light on the Madman. Energy on the month, and that's gonna do it there as the team is sweeping.
Wait, off the cart. See the no.
Oh my goodness, that would have been insane. Tackling everyone off cart to have it running out of OT would have blown my mind, but it did not happen as FlyQuest takes home the series 2-0 and 1.
2-0 and 1 indeed, man. What a freaking map. What, that might be just the best map of Rivals we've seen in ever. I don't know. I feel like that happens every time, but that genuinely was exciting out of this match that's still early on in the tournament, right? We're not even deep. We're not even in the championship games necessarily just yet. So Mochiman put up a great fight. I mean, look at the stats, dude. Like 50,000 damage. Like this, everybody's farming here, dude. That was insane on both team sides. What a performance from everybody in this match. What are you looking at? What you just made like the Pog champ face. I saw that.
87,000 healing by Cooper-tastic on the Luna. It might be the biggest number I have ever seen on a fight, only going to 0.4 or 5, right? Like, it's just insane. The amount, it's just a positioning difference, right? That's just an understanding of keeping your team up despite what's going on in the fight, and knowing that high ground, knowing those off angles, and not being found by a Wolverine, which is actively hunting you at all times, man. This has been so fun to watch. But before we talk and dive into more of these stats, let's check out those highlights.
trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are mine.
We are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope and fear. Score one for Tandy.
Lights out. Score one for Ty.
A boom of life. My time to shine.
Suffer in the darkness.
Co-op time. Us against the world.
Random table. Sweet.
Widow standing by. Target neutralized. The Widow's bite is lethal. Hit them till they don't get up. You can rest now, Bucky. No way to miss now. Plasma burst! Widow style.
Let's rage! Yeah, they're coming. Don't get back up. Coming at you.
Maximum pulse.
Come on. Berserker! Rage! Told you I was the best.
Remember the dust, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me.
Want some nuts?
Be strong. Feel the thunder.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Just embrace the light.
Lights out. Living fear. Us against the world.
My turn to shine.
Grab the whip. You met with the amazing Spider-Man.
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse!
The moon haunts you. Say goodnight. Tremble before fast!
Welcome back as we just finish up FlyQuest versus Mokemon, and that was an insane battle. I love that being our first game that we've seen together. It just always seems to work out that way with me and you, man.
It really does. I mean, obviously, if you're watching a cast and you got Shib and Dog being on screen, you might have some great gameplay. You know, commentary questionable. You know, questionable obviously, but I think in the gameplay wise, we have some sick games that we've been watching, and you know, who knows what's gonna happen more further down the line, because the parity of the scene seems to be just crazy right now. I mean, the fact that we had two teams in round of 7 go that far, that's crazy.
Yeah, and we're talking about these teams that we've seen at the top level, and we did just witness NTMR or Nightmare in the Invitational, and they're going to be up here in this bracket as well on the lower side against Sue Storm, so this should be another fun one to watch as we get to see them play again, and they're not afraid to run some more unique comps, a little more divey with stuff like the Hulk.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if Nightmare, just absolutely is on a tear in this series, just because we haven't really seen too many of Sue Storm's players, and that's the thing, like you talked about earlier, we want to see these star players, want to figure out these new talents that are going to compete with the top levels. So if you're looking for Sue Storm's side, maybe watching out for a couple of these players to see if they can compete, because we know what Nightmare is capable of as they ban Gru on their side. We've seen Kendrick on the Winter Soldier pop off, go absolutely insane. They protect the Star-Lord as an Adam Warlock ban came from Sue Storm's side.
Yeah, and we didn't see Mace in the last few games on the side of Nightmare. So Mace will be back, a very strong Vanguard in the front line. So that's going to be something we'll be checking out here. We know that Melania is a demon on the Hela. We have seen a ton of that. Pizza Demon, great backline. Same with Beza. There's just been a ton of success on this team, and they do have the potential. I think it was more of just a, figuring things out when things got rough for them. It seemed like it was a steamroll when they were going down. It would just never seem like they could bounce back. So maybe we see that change up here. You mentioned seeing some new players that, we're excited to see on the side of Sue Storm. That's what I've been loving with this tournament, is seeing these new players pop off and put a name out there for themselves. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they got here.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it indeed. Default bans. Wait, Nightmare, the team that bans Venom? What? Where are we? What year is this? That's insane. I mean, we could see that Sue Storm was hovering Venom and Spider-Man, so maybe this team known more for one-tricking that dive comp. But considering Luca, in the previous at Marvel Rivals Invitational in the $100,000 tournament, he was like exclusively on Venom. So interesting that they're the ones that have to ban it this time around.
Yeah, you mentioned getting some more information upon team picks, right? Like knowing teams' compositions. A lot of these players do elect to hide their profile, which, can make sense. Try not allow these teams to get early information. But sometimes teams feel confident enough to let that just kind of fly. So maybe, that takes a part, especially early on in the first set of bans before we get into these games and find out, maybe who the problem was for you in that first map. But here we go again as we are pushing here on Clintar. A favorite, one of my favorites to be playing, and we are going to see similar compositions, but we do have the Thing out there on both sides, a very strong Brawl Vanguard that can provide some serious team value with that damage reduction.
Yeah, I feel like in the Invitational we saw a lot more of Midtown. Now we're seeing some Clintar going into today in North America. Nightmare's defensive hold, they're going to be sticking with that Rocket Raccoon alongside Kendrick in that Bucky. And Millennia, obviously, like you said, really top tier Hela player against 5M on the other side. Magic also for 762 was hovering the Spider-Man, now going to be playing the Magic. So that change up, we haven't seen a lot of Magic so far in the pro scene, at least consistently, besides the touch the objective or something.
Yeah, in Season 0, Magic had a very strong presence, was slightly changed up with the nerf, and since then we really haven't seen much, but Magic, a very strong pseudo-tank as well, can draw a lot of focus, but you gotta play properly. Magic finding that off angle is what you want to see off the start here. Mace gonna be putting some pressure back onto Sue. Sue, though, just running it down as we see Kendrick gonna have this combination, just too much damage there. Very difficult to play the Thing into raw damage. 5M gonna turn that around on Kendrick, though. Numbers even out as Luca's gonna start brawling. Millennia gonna find 5M right back, and the res going up for Kendrick as once again Nightmare is gonna hold on to this first fight.
Yeah, nice first fight for Nightmare. Luca creating space, diving in on the Thing, considering the strategist, making sure that they were never in a good spot. Ultimate's available for Sue Storm's side, considering they were able to build up so much healing just off of their front line, taking all that damage. And Millennia opening up the fight onto Memory's backside of the point, but 5M trades it back. I mean, he's been good on Hela so far and finds his counterpart here.
Yeah, it's going to get that res there from that pick as well onto the Loki. A team-up that maybe gets slept on in terms of just understanding, but a very strong team-up nonetheless. We haven't seen a ton of Thor at this level of play, but it still works very well for Loki and his sister as here we go again with the double. Guardian pops there, no shield. Everybody has no idea where they're at this point. It's a Venn diagram out there as Kendrick dunks on Yuko, and it's just gonna keep the fight going as no one finds any more value. A ton of Qs being pressed. 762 back on Kendrick. Pizza gonna be rezzing up Kendrick there from the station and still holding off this off angle here as we will see Rocket getting some more value. Dunk down to the backline. Luca's gonna fall, and it looks like Sue should be taking point one here.
Yeah, they should be, but Mace walks in. Yep, gonna go down to the punch from this character, from the thing. Nobody else can go through, and they fall. So Nightmare, bit of a weird first fight there, or second fight rather, and that switch to the Bucky seems to have panned out for Sue Storm, getting off the magic, going to the Winter Soldier. Kendrick was finding value, but with the copy, with the ultimate out of the defense, right, or sorry, the offense, with memories in the copy, getting another invisible boundary out there, whereas Nightmare can't do that with Pizza Demon, they were able to secure that objective alongside the Kraken impact from 762, and Kendrick's was stopped because of Strategist ultimate.
Yeah, when you get those Venn diagrams of those invisible boundaries, it's very difficult to make plays because you got to have the confidence to push through to see the team inside. And we did see that on both sides of the Buckies. Just had a little more value on the side of 762 as 5M's going to find Kendrick, a very strong Bucky player. But once again, got to get rezzed up there by Pizza Demon. Just getting a ton of value out of these rezzes early on, allowing the team to play a little more aggressive, not choosing to hold that high side, which we saw a ton in our first game. And it looks like Sue Storm got this full alleyway push early on, just simply because no one wanted to fight on that height. Millennia gonna find 5M and get some vengeance here as they are pushing in with the Ayabaga Kendrick gonna dunk on the entirety of the team. Will they be able to get a pick and reset it? Yes, Kendrick does. Waiting this out a little bit as it's difficult to make a play through the boundary. Just kind of waiting for this last possible second. There's the launch, gonna choose to send it back to the team and play it safe.
Yeah, they already have numbers. Use Cosmic Yarn, knowing you cannot get the elimination through the Cosmic Boundary unless they have perfect timing, and they also have the team up here. And once you've got that team up with the Rocket Raccoon, Kendrick, might as well have your own ultimate on the other side. Mace tries to go in with the Meteor M, looking for the dunk on the back line, but in the front line, all the pressure committed from Luca, and Kendrick just collapses Sue Storm. Back to the spawn they go. Perfection out of Nightmare. Really capitalizing on running the thing. You can see Luca expanding his hero pool. That's what you want to see if you're a Nightmare fan, considering where Luca was in the previous week in the Invitational.
Yeah, I like the switch up here. We did see the nice sweep there. Nightmare, the duelist, very strong. Cleaning everything up, resetting the fight. Ultimate advantage going to still be on their side as we will see the Yarn play. I don't think it's a horrible combination to allow the Yarn as you go in on the thing with the clobbering time, because it allows you to just get a ton of damage during that time where they're just locked in on stun. And there it goes as we see clobbering time get popped. The entirety of the team locked up. They're trying to follow up there, but Kendrick falls early. Memories with a great shot there on to get Kendrick to get the KO during that ultimate. That is some serious value. Millennia back on 5M. Pizza Demon raising Baser. Luca gonna fall from 762, and it's still back and forth, but it looks like Sue Storm still has the pressure. But will it be enough for them to push this through? Maybe not, but Millennia falls down again, so maybe so, as they shove them into this doorway.
Yeah, Memories did go down to Millennia with the ultimate on the backside. Portal is well committed here from Luca towards the objective. Millennia's in the spawn, just came back, doing some damage through the portal, and is able to find the elimination. Sue Storm picked apart with a minute left to go off of a portal from Luca, and now they just get to work with this pressure, find the pickoffs as well onto Iffy. It was a strange fight there from Nightmare, and it was a very long one, but they were able to come out on top. Nice portal play from Luca and the rest of the team. They have that advantage again. The snowball can start. 50 seconds left to go for Sue Storm on their attack as they swap back to Magic.
Yeah, I don't mind the Magic pick. I am a little concerned that they didn't want to put that strange portal out and just try to find a way through. It might have been on cooldown. Maybe I missed that happening prior in those fights, but shoving through here with 30 seconds, it kind of forces your team to burn everything as you make this space. Using that portal to get the free space and push for you allows you to kind of throw it in an angle that let your team have a slight advantage. They're burning everything on the way in here. Mace goes up. Meteor M trying to find somebody. Shield goes up on King. Just kind of holding, not sure where the Meteor is, through that boundary, and nobody's fallen yet as we get another for the side of Sue, who takes out Kendrick early. The rest should be up, though. Yep, Kendrick right back in the fight. Nobody even out again, though, as Memories takes out Luca. Back in their favor. Sue Storm trying to make a name for themselves here on this push. Iffy gonna take out Baser. 5M gonna drop Kendrick again, and that should be enough for them to take point two.
I don't know what's happened, what's in the water of Marvel Rivals players, but it feels like we're watching cracked teleplayer after cracked teleplayer. No portal available either for Luca I think he also had the Eye of Agamotto, just going to give it up, though, wants to go back to the thing, give his team a little bit more support on that edge, and 762 sees that switch, goes back to Winter Soldier after committing the Dark Child for the previous fight.
Yeah, I do think that was a unique switch. I'm not sure how much value they got out of it. I know Magic is just like, we talk about pseudo tanking, the understanding of just drawing focus while still having the ability to have iframes and, you know, invulnerability frames where she takes no damage. Iffy. Nice early pick there, though. That is going to matter a ton as they have a ton of space now to work with. Luke onto this off angle. Good dash out there. Resetting to the team as they still have a ton of space here. Getting out of this small choke is a good offensive push for 0.3 with little time on the clock. They've got 48 seconds to make something happen, and alt advantage is in Nightmare's favor with 3 up. But now they're equalizing as Sue Storm just getting those Qs ready together. Should be a pretty even fight here as we begin with Yuko's ultimate in the sky. Bang! Down goes Baser early. That is a massive first pick.
Huge first pick. They also come through disengaged from Kendrick, clobbering time, but nobody goes down. The boundary is here for memories after the copy, and now 762 able to just get reset after reset. Nightmare's ultimates were futile, and now Millennia, I mean, he's just caught out. Unfortunately, you have Baser's boundary at the very least coming back through. 762 also doesn't have a reset necessarily. Has to come back through, but they have to get into this boundary to touch, and they do. But the damage should be there on the Kendrick, and the rest of the team is Nightmare just funneled towards the objective.
Wow. I gotta show love to that touch there by Baser. I actually thought there was a moment that they may hold on, but no, I don't think it's gonna be enough for them as they're slowly falling. 762 gonna take out Mace. King gonna be dropping another 5M on Pizza, and that should be enough. They're just trying to dance here with Luca on, oh my goodness, on Captain America, but it's not enough. The full push here from Sue Storm.
2, 3. Time to
What is happening? What is happening, dude?
Something with this map, you know what I mean? It's just, the teams just clutch up. Yeah, I don't know. Clintar is crazy.
Well, I've had this theory. I feel like, you know, the Marvel Rivals scene, I think that the gap is getting closer between the top teams and then everybody else, right? We're in round 7 now. In the lower brackets for both of these teams, right? They could go home, but more importantly, I don't know. It's just something the Hella players are competing with each other. There's a bunch of Hella 1 tricks out there. You could find, you know, an unsigned one that'll play just as well as Millennia or in the last game, Energy. So, you know, we talked about last week how they're, you know, these are the best Hella players in the game, and, you know, Delena and Cal and Energy. But, you know, going into today, I feel like everything's sort of flipped on its head. We're having, you know, insane play from 5M player and, you know, earlier out of some more Hella players. So it's kind of insane how much the scene is sort of kind of rebounding, and a lot of top teams are maybe being finally caught up to.
You gotta love the idea of a team just trying to put some friends together at a top level and get going in the tournament just to see, you know, if they can make something happen. And then being on the big stage like this and showing up and showcasing that, hey, we might be one of the top teams in the game. Just that alone is why Marvel Rivals is such a fun game. Just having the ability to join up on a tournament like this in game with some friends or with some teammates that you met out there and climbing the ladder, and then performing at a top level and showcasing how strong you can be. Like you said, you know, maybe seeing something like 5M player on this Hella pop-off, showcasing that, wow, I might be one of the top Hellas in the game at this point, as we are now looking at Millennia, just like that, gonna take 5M right down, and we know Millennia's name, not afraid to make plays happen.
No, I mean, if there's something we do know, Shib, it's that we do know nothing. I think that's the best way to phrase it. Meanwhile, Nightmare holding on to this point, right, taking that early pick and really trying to secure this objective. Forcing those crystals out early on Sue Storm's side is huge for them moving forward, especially since 5M's trying to come back through and get the challenge onto Kendrick, and they actually collapse on him quite well.
Yeah, well done there. You like those off-angle plays. Like I said, you don't see a lot of these duelists looking through their tanks. 5M, another pick there on Luca. Luca playing a little bit aggressively onto that push. Baser going to find 762 and try to even this out a little bit. Ton of space there driven by Baser. Like to see that. Still staying inside that boundary, but they are going to reset as a team. Should be numbers up slightly still. Good retake as a squad, but they got to get back in there quick before the retake again from the side of Sue Storm. Ultimates are up. Kendrick holding on, and there goes the Kraken impact. Shield goes up, but it's not going to matter as Kendrick gets one. Reset again. Luca onto the King after the teleport. Pushing the team back in. Make that 2, soon to be 3. Kendrick just resetting here off of these clones and just finding a ton of value, giving them enough space to take point 1.
And Kendrick is so good at Winter Soldier. Yeah, that's going to give them point number 1. You can see the mechanical prowess diving in with his shift to make sure he can get another elimination onto the Loki. I mean, Kendrick really is one of the best Winter Soldiers that we have in the game, and Millennia is looking for more again. Oh no, King Fan got lulled into a sense of security there. Early pick off my Millennia. Does get traded by Iffy. Usually, a lot of these Hello players are aware that once their position is given up, they want to fall back. In this case, no. Actually gives Sue Storm maybe an early engage there, as Zuko looking for an early Meteor M is countered by Crystals and too many people from Nightmare's side playing around the point.
Yeah, try to be an aggressive little take there. I like that play. Forcing some cooldowns out by shoulder checking in there with the anti-street charge up in the sky. Meteor M not able to find any purchase. 5M holding this high ground, resetting to the team as they are going to take a low ground push. Yes, and well done there on the early attack by Iffy. Forcing out some cooldowns. Millennia back on King. Baser on 5M. 762 taking out Luca with a reset. Will they be able to make something happen? Try to get the KO. Mace going to drop 762. And it's so back and forth, but Nightmare looking really good on this push right now, as Millennia is going to take out Memories and potentially more.
Yeah, time for Sue Storm to now just regroup, catch your breath in that previous fight. It almost worked out, obviously, like you said, with Iffy and his own ultimate. But now this card's very close to the end. You have to have a good engage here. Make sure King Fan can get his ultimate off because you have strategic advantage with Memories having his copy and Baser not having a bounty.
One thing I have noticed is just the lack of Star-Lord in these games. I'm surprised when Magneto gets through that bubble, gives Star-Lord so much value. Luke with a nice punch there on 5M. Down goes 5M with an early KO. Should be a bit of an advantage if we do see the boundary get popped. At this point, the team is just throwing heels in without even seeing where they're at. Millennia gonna take out King early. Will they find another? Mace holding on to the Meteor M, and here it comes down. That should be enough to get one. Yes, as Yuko goes down. And a Mace, Luca back and forth, space at this point driven, and point 2 taken by Nightmare.
I love how Mace has been using his Meteor M's throughout the fight. Better than Yuko for sure. Something's not been really there for him on the other side, not using it to counter ultimates like Mace has been. And then maybe to your point with the Star-Lord not being played from earlier, it's just something alongside. I just think Winter Soldier is just far too strong right now. Alongside Hello, with these two characters getting through in the pick ban system, and you can see why with Kendrick finding the opening pick onto Memories. Unfortunately, Star-Lord just can't do that, or with Millennia on the other side, pop off with that case, and Mace and them are trying to move forward. Clobbering time, catches on Iffy as well. That stagger is going to be big, and right now, Nightmare, they're doing really good. Sue Storm getting staggered is really, honestly, quite terrible because now we're entering last fight territory. Sue Storm has to come out of spawn. The cart's been pushing the whole time. Nightmare's aggression is paying off.
Yeah, you make a great point there about Sorlet. Honestly, you're right. I think it's just due to the fact that Hela has been let through in these bans, which typically we have seen that not be the case, at least in past tournaments. Maybe that will change as we climb up throughout this tournament, as Hela's obviously trying to ego check each other a little bit. We do have the invisible boundary. Great re-drop back here. Clobbering time goes out early. Iffy gonna take out Kendrick, and that's a nice start. 5M with the off angle with that shield is very strong. That Guardian shield there. 762 collapsing on a Baser. Will they find another Millennia? Gonna dash out and escape it, but not for long, as Memories is gonna clean that up. And there is 2 minutes and 46 seconds on the clock for Nightmare to try to get this done.
Ultimate still ready to go. Sue Storm committed four ultimates rather. I mean, that was a lot into that previous fight. Nightmare now coming in with their very own. Mace can counter 5M's ultimate as well with the Meteor M once 5M commits the Goddess of Death from the sky. So right now it's just a mismatch, and without ultimates. Kendrick finds the opening. That's not good.
Yeah, it's a good initiation there. Good early pick from Kendrick. Does a great job here on Bucky. You mentioned the power of Bucky, and it's just no joke what you can do with this hero, especially in the right hands. Pizza Demon going to follow up there on King. Kendrick taking out 762. Odds are heavily in their favor now. Clobbering time goes out into the back line. Iffy going to find Baser, though. Try to even this out. 200 HP, and it's not going to last very long. Mace going to drop Iffy. Kendrick on Yuko. 5M tries to pop that ulti in the sky. Out goes the Goddess of Death, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough, as they're not going to be able to touch. They do fall down. Millennia going to be taking out 762. 5M lands and gets pizza.
There's Spider-Man touch. They have nobody there. No touch.
Yeah, unfortunate there. That's the tough thing about Hella is you don't want to be the one on Hella to hold point down, and they were making some serious plays there, but all that matters, and you mentioned this in the last series, is the point. Doesn't matter how many picks you get, doesn't matter if those KOs come rolling through, if you don't turn that point towards your side. And it did go to Nightmare. Nightmare gonna push this into OT with a little bit more time on the clock, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. They get to 2 minutes and 32 seconds, I think, and Sue Storm goes up to 1 minute for their attacking side. We'll see if, they want to mix up a composition. First time they ran Magic. 2 minutes and 43 seconds for Nightmare's side. And, right now, Sue Storm, they've experimented with the Magic first point. This time, I think they're kind of locked in. They have 762 playing the Winter Soldier. He's been consistent for them in that playstyle, but Nightmare... We talk about Kendrick being super good on that hero, on Winter Soldier. The rest of the team, I've heard, a lot of pros will talk about how Pizza Demon is one of the smartest strategist players in the game right now. Bazer's also incredibly good. But we've heard a lot about how Pizza Demon just well-timed Loki copies, well-timed ultimates, really doesn't make a lot of mistakes, and that's what you want out of a strategist player in this game. You can't necessarily carry the game as a strategist, but you for sure can make mistakes, and Pizza Demon tends to not make many.
Yeah, it's like, you're right. Maybe you can't hard carry a game, but you sure can direct the game. You have that influence over the fights that can switch everything for your team. We've seen a lot of these early picks, and it gives a lot of credit to the duelists saying, they won that fight with the early pick, but at the end of the day, a strategist, a well-timed Loki Crystal, a well-timed ultimate, canceling somebody out or finding some sort of CC in the right moment is everything for the fight. As we start up with our first fight here, Kendrick on the high side, gonna get that shield and find value out of it. Nice early pick and great positioning there by Kendrick.
Yeah, 30 seconds left to go, too. You can't afford another loss. 5M getting KO'd. Not exactly what you want to see. 20 seconds left to go on the clock. Nightmare matching the flank like you mentioned, but it was with Kendrick instead of Millennia. So playing around the Bucky heavily right now is panning out for Nightmare. They've built up the copy on Memory's side. We'll see if Sue Storm can take advantage of the copy early. But when do they want to use the boundary? It's now, early on in the fight. Disengaged is Nightmare. They're waiting until they build their own strategist ultimates.
Yeah, good drop back there. Great positioning. May's going to lead this, trying to find value out of the Bucky. Does not land it. 5M falls early from Pizza. Great pull there by Pizza, capitalizing on those cooldowns we talked about. Great pull there by Kendrick up in the sky, trying to follow up, make that one. Can I see two? It doesn't even need to happen, as they are unable to touch the point. And Nightmare going to be holding this thing and try to make their push to end this game.
Beautiful first hold. It's very difficult to cap out with a minute, although we did see it happen in the previous series with Mochi. So for Sue Storm's side, you know what? It's just not really your map, it feels like so far. 2 minutes and 43 seconds is daunting. They could do it, but I mean, 5M's flanks were found out. He could not get the Invisible Woman shield. And, we talked about how Pizza Demon was crazy. Gets that pool, I think, alongside Bazer's pool, if I'm not mistaken. So, either way, the strategist gameplay absolutely on point right now for Nightmare.
Yeah, I'm with you. Just the wherewithal to understand Guardian Shields, right clicks on the invis, right? So valuable on a duelist 1v1, because it's no longer a 1v1. If you have that shield, not only protecting you, but healing you, allowing you to play more aggressive, that 1v1 is very, very difficult. It is such a combo right now to have something like Hella with that on an off angle, because it makes them virtually unstoppable on these off angles. You have to commit so much damage over to those angles to try to get a pick back that it just forces eyes away, and it really worked out there. Great positioning by Kendrick. I love the play there. Baser threw that right click, I believe, up there in the pull. It was just well done. I do like what I'm seeing here from Pizza and Baser. And Pizza's gonna be, this is a unique thing to see here. We haven't seen this much. It's gonna be on the Wanda just to allow Mace to have that sword for the first fight and then switch back to a strategist. Really cool take there as we see the sword swinging down main.
Great point out. I mean, that gives them early ultimate charge, and Mace, if anybody can get value out of Meteor M, it's him. So that ult charge definitely going to matter in the long term because they have so much time on the clock. I mean, they either find a pick off with Millennia or they build up ults. So right now, Sue Storm not even paying attention to the flank. That's not what you want to see. Millennia shuts down this early defense.
Yeah, that's a scary beginning here, especially when the Rocket's not on the field. No res is off. That punch is going to matter. Great haymaker there by Luca, delivering some serious damage. 762 trying to even this out, though. Luca finds another. Odds heavily on the side of Nightmare on this push. And at this point, I think it's a matter of time with this pressure. It should be enough here. 762 not able to touch, and the W goes to Nightmare.
Yeah, Nightmare reclaimed their sort of integrity or whatever on that map because they just were able to, you know, clinically walk down the other team, right? Generally, we saw on their defense, I feel like they were a bit scattered. They were, you know, making some mistakes they usually wouldn't. And for Nightmare's side, they sort of regrouped, came back together under Kendrick, and win map number 1 against Sue Storm in this round 7.
I love the way Sue Storm was looking on offense, but I think they did struggle a bit on that defense. Even in the OT, those off-angle pushes were the right play, but these teams at this level know that is coming. You've got to have maybe some more commit, or at least an understanding that things could turn against you. I just think that Nightmare really looked clean, especially after that first push against them.
Yep, they look clean. I mean, Kendrick is this is the meta for him, and the rest of the team obviously look really good. We'll see if they can close it out on map number 2 after these highlights.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time.
Grab the whip. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse.
The moon haunts you. Say goodnight.
Welcome back, everyone, as we just got through game 1 of Nightmare versus Sue Storm. And honestly, Sue Storm looked really good, especially on their first attack. What'd you think?
They did. You know, they had things going for them. LM was pretty good. Or sorry, 5M. I don't know what's going to LM. 5M player was playing very well on the Hella so far. I mean, he was being able to match Millennia until about halfway through, and Millennia was like, he realized who he was, and he was just kind of running him down, making sure they were never comfortable. Going into this next map, maybe some different bans and protects are going to come through. I know a lot of teams will talk about how, map number 2, you want to change things up. We saw that in the FlyQuest game as well, because we saw 3 different compositions in their entirety. Obviously there's a lot of things that go into dictating how, maps play out, and bans, protects, and, the map themselves can dictate whether a composition is good or not. So a lot of things are in the minds of these players right now as we go into another ban protect phase.
Yeah, I'm curious if we're going to see a shakeup here. We did see a lot of consistency from what we saw initially. Obviously, them flexing some different heroes on this initial screen. So, it could be a bit of a trolls. We see Warlock banned out immediately from the side of Sue Storm, just shutting that down a little bit for Baser there, I believe, if I remember correctly. And then there goes the Groot, which I don't argue right now. Groot, I do think you either got to shift your composition up or you've got to match the Groot to have contention with how strong he is currently. So not a bad ban, as we do see the lockdown again from Star-Lord.
Yeah, interesting. This time, Sue Storm, like they banned the Adam Warlock last time. This time, Nightmare bans Groot instead of the Venom. We're going to Aegis Path. They think, the Venom probably more manageable to deal with against instead of the Groot. And Luna Snow ban again for Sue Storm. I think this is the exact same banned phase for them. The Protect's obviously making sure they get the Venom this time. For Nightmare, they obviously can have Luca play the Venom again like he did previously. They have pretty much anything in the bag here. They're going to ban out the Spider-Man this time. It makes sense. 762 seems to be a bit of a Spider-Man player, and they want to run that tandem of Iffy and 762 on the Spider-Man.
Yeah, that's just a really smart banning phase, if I'm being honest, for Nightmare, because they can run that Venom, but they, at least from not what we've seen, we haven't seen Spider-Man on their side. Venom takes a ton of space and is very distracting. A ton of HP with those shields. You can initiate with your web if you have your ultimate up, because you just get so much shield. You have the time to get that cooldown back. So very strong presence in taking space, but when Spider-Man is around, it is scary with that initial dive. So taking them off that fight allows them to run the Venom if they need to without having the threat of Spider-Man just devastating backlines. So I like that ban out.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how 762 does on the Magic instead. It's so interesting because, these teams obviously have their identities, for Sue Storm's side. Nightmare knows they play a lot of Spider-Man. Obviously, for us in the public eye, we don't really get to see a lot of that scrims, a lot of the practice and stuff between these teams. But for Sue Storm, I'm sure they're practiced, and Nightmare knows, they love to play that Venom dive just as much as Nightmare used to, which, by the way, this time they don't even really care about it anymore. They're like, the thing, that's our jam. So Luca playing a lot more of that this time around, and Sue Storm going to go for those hard dives with Iffy, create space for 762 to come alongside the backside, maybe find a one-shot on Magic.
Yeah, Venom does a great job on offense. I consider him more of an offensive-sided hero. Obviously, can just be a menace despite the situation. So maybe they elect to go, oh my goodness, Millennia immediately going to drop that Magic, maybe giving you a hint of why Magic may not be as selected, which is just where the state of Hella is right now. Those 1v1s are difficult to take if you get hit in the head twice and immediately KO just like that. Numbers heavily again on Nightmare's side early on, just like the early pick is going to be enough, as Kendrick going to take out Iffy as well. Does a great job anti-dive. That's just how Bucky works, and Millennia is just popping off here, finding another on King.
Yep, you can see the priority of the high ground. Millennia pulls back into 5M. The expertise on Hella is here. Millennia absolutely crazy, and Nightmare, they did just a good job as a team to play around that height. Make sure Millennia's supported. Kendrick's playing that counter dive for the Venom whenever that comes in. Also, if he swaps over to the thing, 762 swapped over to Winter Soldier just to feed again. So doesn't maybe seem to be a hero issue right now for Sue Storm. It just seems to be a bit of a skill issue.
At this point, we're walking spawn door. This gets a little disrespectful, a little overconfident. 90 HP, able to escape still. Well done usage of the cooldowns there. At this point, you don't want to fight him at the door. It's just going to give them that free ult charge unless you're feeling real confident on your momentum. But so I like that retake here. May still taking that space. Ultimates fully up for the side of Nightmare. Now it's just about not overcommitting them and making sure they can sustain these next few fights.
5M just swapped off Hella. He's on Punisher now. They don't even have Rocket Raccoon out here, so they're not going to have a team up with Winter Soldier and Punisher. Sue Storm definitely inventing new ways to play the game, because we usually don't see this composition played for really any pro team.
Yeah, definitely a switch up there. I mean, people like running stuff like this heavily into the thing. The thing struggles with raw damage, but you're right. Without the rocket, it's not going to get as much value. 762 early picks there. Kendrick going to turn that around, though, on 5M. 5M, yeah, like you said, on the Punisher are definitely a unique choice for these tournaments. And here we go. 762 committing heavy. Going to try to get some resets. Not able to do so just yet. Back and forth, as we know Kendrick is doing the same on these clones, just buying time. In the sky, the meteor going to fall on King Pizza, gonna drop 762, and yikes, not a good fight here for the side of Sue Storm, as Nightmare did a great job battling that back and still maintaining that ult advantage.
Yeah, I mean, in the neutrals, they do have the shotgun. Like, that's about it. Like, I don't know. In that fight, it's well played by Nightmare, good ultimates. Anything could change, but I mean, yeah, now they go to Rocket Raccoon. They swapped over the composition, but guess what? Now there's a minute on the clock, and it's, I guess, a lot worse in domination when you don't have as much time on the clock to make changes. But really, figuring out your comp when your map is on the line, it's not ideal, right?
Yeah. I think this is a case of the momentum situation here. I mean, Nightmare just looks really good, and it's every fight in their favor at this point. If I'm on Sue Storm, I think the issues we're struggling with, oh my goodness, nice early pick there, Melina and Mace. Make that Mace again, Melina again, Luca. The whole team getting swept. You got one more fight here, but the swaps have been a problem. You can't lose charge like that. Overcommitting ults just for the sake of saying, okay, we need to make this change. Finally, we see the rocket coming out. I believe it was a conversation around, let me use my ult before I switch, but is that going to matter if the ult didn't get any impact? It's a difficult conversation to have, and it's a tough situation to be in. Great take there, as you do see something we talked about in the past tournaments. Melina going to get up on this height without using any cooldowns. If you use that little ramp to the left, you can actually take height. So make sure you understand that for your latter games. You don't need to commit abilities to get to that high ground. Just use that oh my goodness, Melina 2. Kendrick 1, and reset. Kingfan, sorry, excuse me, going to get the res on 762. Melina on Kingfan, and it is just so much heavily in the favor of Nightmare as they run this through without them allowing to get point one.
Whew. I mean, into the blender, man. Into the freaking blender. Nightmare. Sue Storm, unfortunately not going to win this one. Punisher ultimate. Got as much value as we kind of expected. I mean, obviously compositions don't matter like that much. You can kind of make everything work if you put it in the right hands. Nightmare truly living up to the name. In the last map, I mean, Sue Storm looked a lot better with the composition that was about matching. Nightmare now, I don't know, 5M's probably scared, honestly terrified of Millennia. I would be as well, to be honest, as somebody that plays a lot of Hella, when you're against one of those players that is an Hella OTP, absolute sweat lord, basement dweller, living in their mom's house, hitting shots in aim labs every single day. I can go on. I can keep going for too long before, eventually I make everybody bored here. But Millennia is absolutely disgusting. That's the point at the end of the day. And, nobody can really match them, not even 5M on Hella.
I do preach, one thing I want to mention, I do preach that if things aren't working for you, you got to try to change it up a little bit. I do think I like the idea from Sue Storm. If I'm being honest, I just think they didn't switch and commit as a team until the final fight. If you're going to make that change, the team has to do it, and you have to have one ult fight. You have to try to have enough time to fight, at least make some brawls out until you get enough ults to make a play. But unfortunately, it was just like a staggered swapping situation, and they weren't able to find enough value with each individual ult that they would have instead of committing to one fight together. So I just don't think it was executed the way they wanted it to happen. But do you believe in miracles, as they are going to try to hold point one as well?
And on triple Vanguard too, put 762 over to the Venom. Showed that he likes to play a lot of Spider-Man. I guess it is kind of Spider-Man in its own little way, I suppose, the symbiote, right? But triple Vanguard, full hold. We haven't really seen. Well, actually, no, we do see a lot of triple Vanguard spawn camps and stuff on other maps like Spider Island. It could be possible. Not out of the question for Sue Storm just yet.
Yeah, we do see Sentinels, obviously, into the pro team running a lot of triple Vanguard, but 5M, great pick there. And there's that shield that we mentioned, allowing these off angles to be more deadly. Melina, the shield coming in clutch to stop that take, but doesn't matter as Yuko falls early. Melina with this off angle again, dropping back to main to find another pick.
Yeah, just consistently doing damage to these Vanguards now, but the heals are there to keep everybody alive. And Sue Storm has built up that copy first on Memory's side. Oh no! Didn't get the boundary out in time to save Iffy, so that ultimate removed, or that player removed rather, so the ultimate not there to save him. Now Nightmare have all of the advantages. A portal in desperation hour is here for Sue Storm.
Yeah, now it's about just staggering onto the point. Memories able to take on Melania during that fight. Great focus there. Crystal's up, tries to escape with the invis, not able to do so. Still gonna hold on as the Crystals are buying time. Up in the sky goes Mace. Will it happen? Looking past, and yes, down goes King Fan. Great range from downtown, and Mace gets returned as Yuko gets that pick. Numbers are still holding on. Will Sue Storm be able to battle through this? It's so back and forth. Staying inside, Baser, well done there in positioning. Great focus, great healing on this play here on the invis. Beautiful work, Melania. Now going to try to find this off angle. Going to get attacked here by the Venom. Venom trying to make a play. 762 on the Venom, showing this 3 Vanguard situation. 5M hitting the skies. Eye of Agamotto goes out 2, hits a lot, and they collapse and get 1 as Baser falls, and it's evened out by Melania.
Yeah, by the way, Kendrick earlier on the fight swapped over to Venom. Came back on his own Venom, and it's not working out, man. So Sue Storm's holding. 2 minutes to go. Kendrick's on a hero that maybe doesn't play that much. Now back over to Winter Soldier. Things are also getting strappy for them.
This is an awesome hold, at least. You love to see it. Everything's on the line here. Not a lot left. The team's now going to reset, and they do have ult advantage here with 5M. If they're counting, now's the time to use that before Pizza Demon can get that copy there. You got to try to make a play early, or you wait until you see it pop. But at that point, ultimates will be back on the side of Nightmare. It's all about these little takes early on, as 5M is just going to put some serious damage into that Guardian shield. Back and forth here. It is going to pop. Luca doing enough damage to pop that one up. And here, 5M trying to find this angle. There goes the stun, and the fight begins as the boundary gets popped, and they've got to make sure they touch before this thing gets pushed through.
Yeah, boundary to counter the impact on their side. I mean, I don't know. Nightmare might choke this. I'm not even kidding. They have solo Vanguard out now. They have Luca on Wolverine because, Wolverine, yeah, theoretically counters triple Vanguard. Minute left to go now, dude. Like, you got solo Vanguard out here. Not a lot of HP pool to work with. Sue Storm, triple Vanguard composition, walking in your face right now. If they find another pick here, it might be over for Nightmare. They have ultimate. Luca in the main side does get a last stand off onto who? I don't even know, because everybody's still healthy on Sue Storm's side, and they just back up to the cart.
This is insane. They're doing a great job holding on. There's an early pick there, though. Back on the side of Nightmare. They do have ult advantage. Mace trying to find somebody. No luck there. The copy goes out as they're still holding Memories. Yuko with the Eye of Agamotto could be huge here. This could be game-winning. Eye of Agamotto goes out. Shield goes out, keeping the team up. Luca falls. 762, bringing this back. Will they be able to hold? This is an insane fight here as Sue Storm is holding with 10 seconds on the clock.
10 seconds to go. Flank from Millennia. He's got to put the team on his back. He goes into the sky at 1 HP to stay alive, but it doesn't have an angle necessarily. It's looking for the back line. Crystal's force. Boundary's also here on the front line. Nightmare, they finally have the help pool to work with. They're trying to go forward on a Sue Storm right now who have nothing to work with, and it works out. They get it done at the very last second.
Oh my goodness. I will be honest, that angle there from Melania popping that ult to stay in the fight and still hitting shots on the back end was potentially what won that. There was an ult there by Luca we didn't get to see, but it looked like it got some value as well. All they needed to do was drive them off the point, and drive them off the point they did. I think if they held that fight instead of dropping back right even to the wall so that Melania couldn't do damage to the backline and force out cooldowns, they maybe made that happen, but what a hold for that point.
I don't know what to believe anymore, man. And we're 2 games into MRC. I feel like my brain is exploding. Like, all of these signed teams going to the wire with unsigned rosters who are trying to make a name for themselves, obviously very hungry. And the decision-making, I feel like, is worse than last week. In the Invitational, we saw, like, some pretty clean swaps back and forth. Maybe like, the fact that these teams are all, like, unknowns, maybe that's a factor of it as well. But a lot of decision-making right now I'm not really, sure about with the side of Nightmare swapping over, having Luca play the Wolverine. I mean, I get it, but it's not worked out in the past, and we don't usually see solo Vanguard triple duelist. It's not that common.
Yeah, honestly, I'm a little surprised by this as well. That was a crazy battle, but I mean, if you look at the stat lines here and you look over at Sue Storm, it's just odd to me they were able to contend for so long. Virtually everyone roughly even in terms of KOs versus times getting KO'd. Damage-wise, numbers are looking all right, but if you look over at Nightmare, it just looks like they just ran the game, but you would have no idea how close that was unless you had eyes on. It just seems like when it comes to those clutch moments, they struggle a little bit to just get the job done, whereas we've seen some teams in the past always shine and show up for those OT moments. They did do so at the very end there, but it was looking dicey, and it was a toss-up for me in the moment of how that was going to shake out. Before we talk more about this and get into some more games, Nightmare moving on, obviously, we do have a highlight for you guys.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are?
We are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope and fear. Score one for Tandy.
Lights out. Score one for Ty.
A boom of life. My time to shine.
Suffer in the darkness.
Co-op time. Us against the world.
Ran the table. Sweet.
Widow standing by. Target neutralized. The Widow's bite is lethal. Hit them till they don't get up. You can rest now, Bucky. No way to miss now. Plasma burst! Widow style.
Grab the whip. Go back with the amazing Spider-Man.
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse.
moon haunts you. Say goodnight. Tremble before fast!
Welcome back, everyone, as we just finished up another banger series. Nightmare takes that home 2-0 out of Sue Storm, but in that end, Sue Storm looked really good with that triple Vanguard. What'd you think?
Oh man, yeah, they looked really good towards the very end. Sue Storm, shout out to the whole team. You know, I think that was the lower bracket, right? So we've just seen two lower bracket matchups. Both teams that lost are going home out of the MRC. It's been a few weeks, obviously. They were not on broadcast for some of them, but I'm sure they were glad to at least be there for the last second to make a name for themselves. They definitely did today.
Yeah, and now we're making our way up to the top side bracket as we have 100 Thieves Esports, a team that just took home the MRI, a big W there, getting some serious cash against Polymath, the team we haven't had much experience with. Maybe you in the chat have had some experience with these players, but we do see that Wolverine off, which I am not surprised to see that, knowing how strong Terra is with that Wolverine.
I think I've seen Doomsday in ranked and Exorcism, but maybe Wizard Dread as well, these few guys. But like in the pro scene, these guys are making their first appearance for an official broadcast. Wolverine ban is interesting. Adam Warlock banned on the side for 100 Thieves. They don't want to play against that triple strategist composition. And Chip, we were talking about this during the break. It's interesting how in the lower brackets, a lot of teams have already been knocked down early, even ones that we expect to win the whole tournament. So right now, I think it truly is the best parity we've seen for Marvel Rivals. 100 Thieves can get taken down by anybody at any instance, and maybe Polymath is that team.
Yeah, this is where we get into the, a lot of these teams at the top level scrim each other, so they maybe understand play styles. Obviously, there's some hidden secrets and stuff, but when you get into these tournaments, in-game, in-house tournaments with these teams that maybe you haven't seen, running something more unique, as we see, at least so far, running the Bucky and Punisher combination, maybe the Rocket will be seen here. Obviously that could change as we get into game, but stuff like that, just changing up the meta and forcing you, knowing that they might pick Groot, for example, and just wall busting, that kind of change in play style can force a team to struggle, and maybe we see them take over 100 Thieves here.
Yeah, that's a great point you bring up, Shib, and we can go back to it, right? I think that you're right. You can't play counter meta, right? There's this obviously favorite compositions, right? There's the quote unquote best compositions, but I think there's a YouTuber I watch called Wolfie. He talks about how there's like a really good meta. If there's a really good composition you play, there might be a counter meta that people try to figure out, right? Because there's so many teams playing a certain play style. If you figure out that one composition that breaks the quote-unquote meta, then you set yourselves up for success and could win the whole tournament.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you. Just understanding meta and then strictly countering it is definitely a strategy. And, maybe we do see that here. I mean, they are maintaining that run of, the double, double pistol boys or gun boys, I guess, if you will, with Doomsday going to be on the Punisher. And we will see not an uncommon pick of the Bucky on I got to say this properly, Teleopsia? This is my best guess so far, but as we get into this first fight, we will be taking early Wizard, going to walk it right down main instead of that off angle that we've seen from the first two teams.
Yeah, and without the Rocket Raccoon, no team up for both of these guys. It's very interesting to see them try to play it. Early turret with the portal on the flank. 100 Thieves, maybe not expecting it. Also high up. Meanwhile, TTK got picked on the low ground. This turret is absolutely in an odd spot, and it's kind of panned out.
I absolutely love that play. I always tell teams to do that on Yggdrasil, but seeing it on this map, that's some big brain. Great early play there, but Harvey going to turn that right around and even these numbers a little bit. And here comes the portal just to try to get them back to point. Numbers still going to be even, but now back in 100 Thieves' favor as they find this off angle. Good portal there to allow the team to come back if need be, but they won't have it again for the retake. TTK, one of the few, if not one of the only at this level, controller players, an absolute demon on the sticks. Gonna find that early value as Polly's gonna have to retake together.
Paper gonna come back onto that thing instead of Doctor Strange giving up the ult charge, a little bit of extra ult charge in favor of playing with that. Stratus ultimate's all coming up. Delena's still sitting on this off angle as well. 100 Thieves. Gonna be daunting to go against this. You might have to pop a Stratus ultimate early just not to get picked, and oh no, they get picked again without even committing a single Stratus ultimate. Now they commit the Luna Snow ultimate. The whale came through in the backside from Terra with no success, but at least you've already forced out that Stratus ult.
Yeah, now we're going to see the battle of the strats. Great strangling prison there. Will it find value? Not enough just yet. Wizard hits the sky looking for a dunk on one of the back line. Does find one. That's a great pick. Well, ult is out as Wizard is going to take out Harvey very early. And the numbers back in their favor. Delena, though, on the Hella. An absolute mean, if not one of the best Hellas in the game. Terra going to find Doomsday. Rarely do we see Terra on the Namor there. Great work as CTK cleans up the rest.
Yeah, both Namor and Hella going through in the ban protect phase, both being played here for 100 Thieves. Seen as probably the best two duelists in the entire game. Polymath obviously with Bucky, maybe top 3 on their side. The Punisher maybe the outlier in this case. Also, could see a little bit of lax from 100 Thieves. Didn't combine that Strangling Prison with the Luna Snow damage boost alongside Terra's Whale. That could cost them in the subsequent fight. Polymath comes through with his punishing ultimate.
And we are going to see both sides. Nice pick there. Teleopsia going to drop Vinny. Get that early drop. Just going to have the reset as we do see some follow-up from Doomsday there. And they are going to get enough. Oh, my goodness. I thought at least. Yeah, they're still holding. This is still back and forth. The Eye of Agamotto gets popped. Will they find a pick to even it out? TTK, it's not over yet for them. Hey, Paper going to find both strategists here. And yes, Polymath going to get point 1.
Punisher ultimate actually worked out. I mean, 100 Thieves got melted on the front line. No Stratus ultimates because they got used in the previous ones. So you can't really, relax, it feels like, in the MRC, right? Even a top team like 100 Thieves could fall to a team like Polymath with ultimates, and Wizard Dread again, pick off on Dilemma, trying to set up an early flank. Does not pan out this time.
Yeah, Telopsia and Doomsday on that combination is kind of unique. You rarely see a Punisher trying to reset your Bucky on focus, but that's not a bad idea. We've seen a lot of these combinations with the two, or at least with Bucky, some unique combinations today, even with Venom. But yeah, okay, good work here by Doomsday on this hit scan, showcasing the power of Punisher in the right hands, and still buying some early picks. Now onto Terra. Great shield there, Guardian Shield, allowing this 1v1 to be a little more of a 2v1. Terra trying to hold this off angle, seeing if they can still hold on. I don't know how they still are. Wow, wait, what a turn there by Delena.
He also threw out the whale. Terra also, these guys are showing no respect to Polymath. I mean, Terra almost losing the one, chucks out the whale, needs help from Delena. Clobbering time on the front line, forces out that Luna Snow ultimate. Vinny's here with the Strangling Prison.
Wow, good job there by Vinny on the early pick. They are trying to run this anti-group comp, but is it enough as Vinny gets 200 Thieves still holding on strong. 100 Thieves just been an absolute force to deal with, and they're showcasing why as everybody's having a moment here. Selena with a great right click to find some value onto a strategist line. Good off angle, cutting down. Ooh, I like that play there. Getting a little bit of a shutdown, just finding a way to get ahead of them onto the back line and chasing focus. Doomsday not able to hide as Selena is going to find another.
Too aware right now. Polymath back to the spawn, has to come back into this fight. Wizard, unfortunately, you probably don't want to see that Meteor M committed, considering they were already in a lost team fight. Now 100 Thieves set themselves up in the main side, have their own Meteor M to counter Doomsday. They're going to try to break the Meteor fast, though, to make sure he doesn't get it off fast. Oh, no! Teleopsia goes down to Terra. Hopefully I'm saying that right, too, but Terra immediately finding that opening KO. Gonna just walk forward now with a huge edge.
Harvey just holding on to this barrier until necessary. No reason to pop it early, as we do find another pick. Harvey does a great job matching DPS with the healing, showing how strong Invis can be in the right hands just on damage alone, and getting a lot of those final hits. We see that a lot from Harvey, which we don't necessarily see from every single Invis player, playing a little more frontline than he would, as we do see a teleport coming out, potentially trying to land a stun. I was going to see if we saw the downtown stun there for Untitled, but no. There goes the teleport as the team's relocating on the high ground, trying to play around this angle. Doomsday going to dodge the whale by staying in here, and they're going to follow up with the Luna. Will we see the turret come out as we hear everything being popped to the side of Polymath up in the sky? Oh, TTK right down into Doomsday. A great counter into the Punisher.
Yeah, too easy to block it. Also, the Namor in the sky, body blocking for that Meteor M. Meanwhile, Day1-NA, flank of a lifetime. Vinny over the back. Day1-NA, sure, you're going to go down, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, everything on the front line was found in success. Vinny's strangling prison. And Doomsday, yeah, got shut out, unfortunately. If TTK is ready to go with that Meteor M, he just knows exactly where we're going to be. Even if you try to break the Meteor M, TTK can just throw it right on your face. Nobody was there to support. Doomsday, unfortunately, shuts out that ultimate. So much, all of the eggs in that basket of Doomsday. And, you know, obviously, Polymath now 4 seconds left. They can touch with the Venom last second, but it's dicey.
And here we start the next fight. Early pick there by Wizard, who immediately is going to get picked right back by SJP. Paper going to find Terra back in the odds of Polymath here. And we will see an eye of Agamotto just trying to buy the time until they can find an angle. Great drop back here by 100 Thieves, who are just knowing that they've got the space, they've got the time, they don't need to panic. It's all about the next fight. But Polymath does have ult advantage with this eye, ready to have a few more too. TTK and SJP very close as well, so we do have the dance floor now on the side of SJP. Here comes the Meteor M. Will it land? No, it does not. Great position there by Zersim, as they are just holding this off angle. TTK on Telopsia. Doomsday on Day1-NA inside the turret, but they don't hold on to the point.
Yeah, too tough to hold the objective versus all the ultimates of 100 Thieves. And once that Winter Soldier falls, the Punisher just did not have the throughput to consistently pump out damage onto the cart. And yeah, I mean, unfortunately for Telopsia, I mean, just got picked a few too many times. 100 Thieves doing a good job playing around the point, playing around the cart. I just feel like 100 Thieves may be playing with their food a little bit right now. It seems to be a bit scrappy, a bit messy. You know, maybe not fully giving the credit for Polymath being a good team as well, considering they're also running something we usually don't see, especially with Namor and Hela both getting through in the band protect phase and the Groot. So they're really like, we screw what is the quote-unquote meta. We're just going to play comfort picks, basically, at this point.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe it is a little bit of a trying to test something out, right, against a good team. You don't really get to practice. You know, you want to practice against the best, to be the best. So they're you know, knowing they're in the upside bracket, knowing they're so confident on these heroes, and maybe trying something else out. But one thing I think we should touch on here in Polymath, and I personally like to see it, the Punisher out there, right? But I do find, especially with Magneto being where Magneto is, the shutdown potential and how much you feed that Meteor M on Punisher Ultimate is very terrifying. You elect to either not fire at all and not charge the meteor and just stand there awaiting the meteor, or you choose to try to burst it, but at that point it makes the meteor far more dangerous to your entire team. So that is why the conversation of Punisher versus Bucky, a lot of the times it's a Bucky win, at least from what we've seen at this level. But I do still like to see Doomsday finding some success here on the Punisher.
A great point to bring up, Shib. I think that, like, playing different compositions versus 100 Thieves and versus these top teams, it's like giving them a quiz, right, on how to play your character, because you have to play so differently depending on which character you're against. And obviously, like you said, with Punisher Ultimate, you have to get rid of that Meteor M so quickly compared to maybe another composition where they're not trying to shoot that Meteor M. So right now, 100 Thieves kind of passing the test. We'll see if they can keep it up on this first point attack.
Great angle there. Paper with a nice early pick on Day1-NA. No res going to be there, as Paper's just going to dive that backline. But you know how scary the backline of 100 Thieves can be. Vinny falls, though. Telopsia doing a great job here on defense, and they are going to drive the whole team back.
I think Day1-NA, because Day1-NA just like walked forward like a bot almost, was looking for the shield from Harvey, maybe expecting it to come through, or at least his team to collapse on him. He just walked in a straight line. 100 Thieves already a minute off the clock for them. Also not close to too many ultimates. Have that Meteor M, have the boundary coming up, so we will see huge support ults, huge ultimates in general in this upcoming fight, which 100 Thieves have shown to be very good at competing in.
Yeah, and here comes the early aggression. Great pop there. You can see their focus is on those walls. Get those walls out of there. We are going to see the immediate pop. No counter there by TTK. Not seeing it as too much of a threat yet. Terra on the offside angle, taking out Talopsia early on. That could be enough for them to press and take this space. We do see double boundaries there by Invis. Nice pop there by Day1-NA onto Doomsday. Day1-NA getting a ton of value on these off angles. Great stun, hitting 3 with it. But there goes the double ult to buy time on the side of Polymath. Will they find a dunk? No, they will not. TTK, great focus there, holding on to that shield to the last possible second. Vinny, gotta get a huge ultimate. Find 2 with the strangling prison, but don't just make that 1. Not able to get the second. And here comes the eye to counter back. Dunking on everybody else. The shield goes out to protect. Not gonna get value. Instead is going to fall. Paper taking out SJP. So back and forth as Day1-NA drops Doomsday. And another Day1-NA onto Paper. Just absolutely popping off here for the side of 100 Thieves.
And that's the tough part for Polymath. I mean, they have a... Did they use Portal already? I mean, it looks like they did, so they're not going to get that touch. But, like, yeah, I mean, unfortunately, Wizard committing the Meteor M early. Day1-NA still had his Hella ultimate ready to go till afterwards. So, because of Wizard popping the ultimate, like you said, they needed to do it just to maintain some presence on the point. But it cost them in the long term. Day1-NA's ultimate just lands flush, able to get 2 eliminations onto Polymath towards the objective.
Little technical issue there as we press forward. We do see TTK owning this space. It does have ultimate up. You love to see the sticks, the left and right click on the thumbsticks for the ultimate. What a unique look here on the screen with the UI. We are pressing in again. Paper going to be dropping 100 Thieves as Terra goes down. Paper, you mentioned there holding on to the teleport. I'm not sure if the teleport went through, but it may have been a discussion around we just need to hold this second point, and I'd rather have TP up in case anything goes wrong in these early fights as a group to retouch instead of trying to touch on point 1. So maybe that was their thought process. I'm not sure. It might be on cooldown. We'll look when we get eyes on Paper here. TTK gonna keep this pressure forward. Does have this Meteor ready. Punisher out of turret now. Shoving Paper back into the team. Great positioning there by TTK and Vinny with a follow-up.
Yeah, here comes the Punisher ultimate from Doomsday. The Judge, Jury, Executioner, unfortunately met by the invisible boundary, and also the Squids of Terra. They're all over the top side. Doomsday's ultimate finds no effect whatsoever, and they're kind of just sent back to spawn. You're missing both duelists, and Doomsday swaps over to the Groot. Everybody else is going to fall on this side. Day1-NA just not missing, hitting some incredible shots. Teleport comes back. They do have it now. Cooldown's committed as well to high ground. I mean, they're getting staggered. This is brutal walking out of the portal like that.
That's where you maybe want to hold on to the portal until the rest of the team falls there. They try to get dropped early and you retake as a squad. Unfortunately, not a lot of strategists there in the moment to keep the team up. Vanguard's just a little bit of a decision-making error maybe, as they might get this thing pushed all the way through before they're able to touch. We'll see here. One last fight. It looks like the touch does come through. Well done there by Wizard, who was able to get the ult off and stays at full HP. And the Strangling Prison is out. They're trying to follow up. Group going to be matched now on both sides. Down go 3. Make that 4, 5, 6 as 100 Thieves win the first map.
Kind of expected to a degree. On the other side, you know, obviously they put up a good fight, but 100 Thieves team, it's kind of the one to beat right now. You know, in this current meta, they seem to have things figured out. 100 Thieves constantly put pressure, whether it be TTK, whether it be their duelists on the perma flank. So they know how to play the compositions. They know how to play Marvel Rivals, in which the best way to do so right now is just to have those duelists hard flank and get those eliminations early. And, you know, pray your team can kind of match you on the other side. Meanwhile, TTK, MVP on the Magneto, able to put out so much pressure, so much damage, and they connect on every single Meteor M and save him for the right times. He did a great job.
Yeah, I mean, just the story we're used to seeing here by 100 Thieves. 12 final hits from TTK, topping the final hit charts on a Magneto. See, that's that conversation we mentioned around having a Punisher into Magneto. Magneto's meteors become so much more scary, even with turret up or anything along those lines. Just the raw damage he receives during those moments, allowing for a lot more final hits on the meteors. But then just, you know, Punisher has a big body. His hitbox is relatively large, and I know the pros mentioned that, you know, where Bucky gets that over health every ability, Punisher just kind of soaks a lot of that damage unless you get a hard pocket. It's just much more difficult to find success with at this level of play, and 100 Thieves really showcase how strong they can be right there.
Yeah, we'll see in the next map how 100 Thieves do if they can close out 2-0. Obviously, Polymath's still in it, so we're going to have to see after these highlights, then come back for that number 2.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time.
Grab the whip. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse.
The moon haunts you. Say goodnight. Tremble before fast!
Welcome back, everyone, as we just witnessed 100 Thieves doing what 100 Thieves does. An incredible display, an incredible performance. Allowing that Groot through may have been a mistake. What'd you think, buddy?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to take away from that. It's like you mentioned, don't give Vinny the Groot. You know, it's a pretty easy, maybe easier said than done, considering you're trying to make a lot of changes on the fly. You know, commit a lot of interesting decisions, I suppose, in the ban protect phase. But you know, a lot of teams, this is gonna be their first time playing against 100 Thieves, and from we've seen from so far in the Invitational and the history of 100 Thieves in Marvel Rivals is that they're very good at that composition. We'll see if Polymath changes it up here.
Yeah, I think the issue was 100 Thieves banned out the rocket, which I have no doubt in my mind that Poly really wanted to run, right? Like, I mean, it fits their comp so well. So I think getting rid of that rocket and just enabling Vinny to say, hey, man, just go ham on the group. Do what you do with Groot, and you won't have much problem. And it really did work out for them. 28-3 on Vinny's side, 23k damage, 10 final hits. Not even talking about Day1-NA or TTK also providing a ton. Did see a ton of damage there from the Punisher, though, with about 20k on Poly, which, you know, isn't a bad job, especially with Punisher being not as seen as a lot of these heroes.
No, I mean, but that also goes back to, I mean, obviously I don't want to counterpoint you or anything, shit, but it's just like, yeah, I guess with Punisher, you know, it's like that character always does high damage, even in losses, right? Now the Rocket Raccoon comes through ship, so, you know, that damage can be potentially lethal on their side, so they're going to take advantage of that upcoming, but, you know, who knows what 100 Thieves want to ban here coming up.
Yeah, I think this is going to pan a lot better for them, and maybe they wanted the challenge. I don't know, because they obviously know that this comp is something they're most comfortable with. 100 Thieves is just saying, hey, whatever, just go for it, you know? And they are going to get rid of that Hela, which did find a ton of value. Obviously, Day1-NA on the Hela, terrifying. Just you know, we could mention everybody on 100 Thieves a billion times, but we are seeing some changes up in the composition. I do think this, you think this is going to go through? You think they're going to run this?
Hey, they might. I mean, they might. It's been changed. It's been buffed. The Human Torch is definitely alive and well. Team up with Storm as well, or just to have that combo with their ultimate is pretty hard to deal with. I mean, 100 Thieves, they don't have the Hela on Day1-NA to be able to shut down those Sky heroes. This could work out for side of Polymath.
I mean, you know me, I love seeing variety, and this is a fun comp to watch. I do think Torch has been in a better state even prior to the changes. The changes definitely helping him a lot. Just getting that ult a little bit quicker, does have a little more damage, or in terms of the speed of his auto, it is a little faster, does have a couple more spread pellets as well. So can be a threat, you know, does have a lot of burst too if he lands on a couple of those fireballs on the ground. So I am excited to see the fire tornado come through with Storm. So let's see if they actually pull. Oh, they are running it on attack.
Yeah, I mean, this is the map too to do it on. I mean, I told you how I watched some FlyQuest scrims like 2 weeks ago, and they played this composition sometimes whenever Hela wasn't played. And, you know, now you don't have to worry about that character, but you still have to worry about your front line being kidnapped by Terra on Wolverine.
Yeah, gonna take out some of the value there of the Wolf, but now, you know, it gives no question where the Wolf's looking, at your front line and nowhere else at all times. So, you know, it's a negative, but it's also a positive at the same time for Wolverine. No distractions, but that raw damage from the Sky can be scary. Also, Torch just putting down those large AoEs, burn damage everywhere, just constantly getting that ult up. They're gonna run heavily into trying to make that happen, as Harvey won't be having a strategist counter ult. It's just gonna be on SJP here on the dance floor with the Fate of Both Worlds.
And Day1-NA found early, has to get brought back into the fight. Also, you have to play around these giant flame pillars that are on the outside. So nice kidnap from Terra again to bring back that Magneto in this fight. No eliminations found just yet for 100 Thieves. They pop the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, but nobody's going down necessarily for Polymath. They're doing a good job kiting. Doomsday falls so low, TTK. Nice job from the Magneto. Both Magneto players kind of becoming the main focal point of these team fights, but Terra takes advantage of Wizard Dread, caught out on the high ground.
Yeah, really well done there by Terra. We know how strong this Wolverine can be. As I say that, he misses the jump. A little bit of a meme situation there. Back up, though. He goes. But yeah, Terra on this Wolverine is nightmare fuel for any other team. Just an absolute demon. TTK going to initiate here, trying to cancel some of these throws. Not gonna find value. Paper gonna block that. The Hurricane is out. A ton of space as they drop TTK early. And here comes the Fate of Both Worlds to buy some time. Paper is gonna be fueled here by the... Oh, it does not land with the Rocket Ult. I thought it was gonna work out with the Rocket Ult. Do a little more damage. Not able to do so, but nobody falls there from the last stand on the Wolverine as well, as a lot of this is back and forth.
The BRB is also available for Polymath. They're just trying to go aggressive, but incoming Strangling Prison, Cosmic Yarn, everybody falls. Doesn't matter how flashy your ultimate combination looks for Polymath's side. It's Vinny with the Strangling Prison, who's been consistent so far in the series.
Yeah, it's unique here by 100 Thieves. Obviously, Rocket has been seen more in the meta than, you know, people would expect. I mean, does enable the Bucky Punisher, but you don't necessarily need it. As you see here, the combination of that yarn with something like the Whale or the Meteor M is just, it's enough to make teams fall over. But a great early pick there on Doomsday. Once again, TTK just making things happen, looking up into the sky, and just doing enough work to shut down these Flyers almost by himself. Just a threat to them at all times as their HP keeps dropping. So does his.
Well, yeah, the difficulty too is each amount, like damage they do to TTK, each bullet gives the backline, the strategist, those ultimates. So SJP will have the fate of both worlds for the combination that is Teleopsia and Doomsday. Maybe try to go for it this fight, but it's a lot committed. Delena maybe caught out on the flank. BRB, is it close enough to bring him back? I think it is. So he'll be back in the fight, but on the front line, Wizard Dread's already gone, and here comes the combination. Supernova and the Storm in the Skybox, but does it find an elimination? Yes, it does, but it's traded by Delena.
Delena, raw damage there after the Meteor M burst through that overhealth. A lot of space driven up in the sky. Goes another Meteor M, not able to find any purchase there. Harvey gonna find an early KO on a Teleopsia. Delena onto paper, and man, 100 Thieves, despite the composition they're going into or who they're picking, is just making things happen. And you love to see the Raccoon being a little more aggressive there and getting a pick as well.
Yeah, you'd love to see it indeed. Polymath, 14 seconds left to go to make things happen. They've switched up their compositions to that triple Vanguard. Wasn't working, unfortunately, with the Human Torch and the Storm. Sue Storm, unfortunately, a team that already played. That's not you guys today. Polymath now tries to walk into Terra's ultimate. Last stand used, met by Exorcism with the fate of both worlds.
And here comes the tackle there by Terra again. Trying to find some value. Down goes Doomsday. Really tough to play Groot into a great Wolverine. Just getting absolutely healed up. Well done there by the strategist. And here comes the Whale switching to damage. And down goes Exorcism, Wizard, Jake, hey, and everybody falling. Teleopsia as well as 100 Thieves holds them on point one.
Yeah, the portaling. Nope. Not going to make it there in time. Good hold by 100 Thieves indeed. I like the attempt to try to play the Storm and the Human Torch, but yeah, not exactly the best versus a team as practiced as 100 Thieves. They've seen it, I'm sure, in practice. Polymath, you know, going to the defense. We've seen teams full held, right? We've had some crazy upsets so far, and there's a potential for that to happen again, but I don't know. Something tells me Human Torch probably still ain't it, Mr. Ship.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to join you on that. I do like the direction they're taking him, and yes, of course, in ladder, you're gonna see some of those Human Torches that are absolute demons, but at this level of play, they just know the limitations, and they're willing to exploit those limitations. They did a great job there, even with TTK here on the Magneto, just doing so much damage to those Flyers, soaking a ton of damage, getting SJP ready to pop the Fate to cancel both those ultimates out. It just was not quite working for them, but I did really like the idea there, as we are still going to see Doomsday on the Storm.
Yeah, I mean, Storm has some viability whenever Hela isn't played, like we talked about earlier, but, you know, it's the unfortunate part with Storm is that she's just too easy to eliminate whenever she goes in with the ult, right? Her damage comparatively to her health pool is not high enough, right? Whenever she, I mean, I know she was played a lot in Europe and stuff, but right now, a lot of the great North American teams can deal with Storm whenever she comes in, just through healing each other on the strategists, and then also just honestly just shooting at the Storm. So it's just kind of a distraction, maybe a way to force out strategist ultimates. But at the moment, that's been about it. And Wizard Den, oh, that's a brutal pickoff, man.
Yeah, that was gorgeous communication. SJP with the immediate freeze after the tackle there. So well done. Wolverine's Feral Leap, if you get hit with that and you're not directly in eyes line of your strategist, you might as well say goodbye in the air. Great work there again. Terra gonna get tackled back though. So it's a little bit of a trade-off. I don't think passive was popped. I don't believe. No, it wasn't on the side of Terra, but the idea was there. TTK owning this space. A little switch up in comp here. Paper going to be on the thing, trying to stop it, but it's just not going to be enough as TTK going to take out Paper immediately into Dooms on the backside, trying to hold some great positioning there, taking the height around those natural cover, but no one able to touch as they just walk that thing through.
Yeah, 100 Thieves sort of just aura farming, as my fellow Gen Zers would say. Okay, that was absolutely cringe. I can't believe that. But the 100 Thieves, They get the job done 2-0, and, you know, MVP, you get Harvey getting the MVP, obviously, in the title screen, but I think TTK, man, I think we both can agree, was just so consistent in Magneto, was really the backbone of 100 Thieves throughout that whole series. So what do you think?
Yeah, just taking space and not allowing duelists to find any value really there. I mean, it just seemed like consistently eyes were on them, and he was making them suffer a little bit. They tried to make something happen, got some damage out, but just, you know, you could see just alone, Vinny and TTK damage is on par with the duelist line. You know, goes to show you how strong they could be with Groot and Magneto. I like the idea of a switch. I think we did see, I believe there was a Punisher ban. Yeah, there was a Punisher ban at the end. I think I missed that initially as to why they were switching to the Fire Tornado comp. But, you know, it seems like they're into those combination squads. Maybe they rehearsed with those squads. So changing it up, the team knew that they'd have success against Flyers, and they really didn't have to change that composition at all.
No, yeah, they really didn't indeed. And, you know, 400 Thieves, that means they're going to continue in this upper bracket. And on the other side, we'll be seeing Polymath again in the lowers. So we're going to go to the highlights real fast, and then we'll come back with a fresh new series ready to go.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still.
We are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope and fear. Score one for Tandy.
Lights out. Score one for Ty.
A boom of life. My time to shine.
Suffer in the darkness.
Co-op time. Us against the world.
Random table. Sweet.
Widow standing by. Target neutralized. The Widow's bite is lethal. Hit them till they don't get up. You can rest now, Bucky. No way to miss now. Plasma burst! Widow style.
say fireworks. Powering up. Maximum pulse.
The moon haunts you. Say goodnight. Tremble before fast!
100 Thieves coming in and absolutely dominating, showcasing why they are right now in the conversation and showcasing the #1 team in the game. But opening up the doors, this tournament is allowing new faces, new teams. I love to see these new comps as well.
Oh, yeah. But you know what? We're going to a series where we're not seeing necessarily 2 new teams, which is kind of sad. But, you know, a lot of new players, I would say, on these rosters, right? A little bit of a difference in terms of Shikigami's roster having Scatter or Genji out there, or Gengi out there alongside Amadian and Ricky, I believe. Was Ricky on Shikigami last time? I'm trying to remember. I remember Days, but completely
I saw him on the roster. I'd have to go back to the games. I believe I saw him on the roster. I'd have to go back to the games and double check. But either way, Shikigami, towards the end of that tournament, looked really good. They were struggling at first, the first 2 days. Day 3, they were popping off, and they really like that Venom. So I will be curious to see, or they were finding success with Venom. So I'm not sure if they're going to keep going with it, but I did see that.
And interesting enough as well, for Sentinels, they got Crimzo in instead of Hogs. So that's another change as well for both teams leading into this tournament. Not sure if Hogs is on the bench, because Crimzo's usually the coach for Sentinels. So maybe Crimzo feeling confident is Magneto, I imagine, not banned, or his Groot. So, you know, that's interesting that the coach is coming in for Sentinels.
You know what? We did talk about when it comes to Sentinels, they didn't love the Groot comp as much. They were able to make it happen, but a lot of the time they're banning it out. So having this pocket Groot Crimzo coach situation is awesome, in my opinion, to see, as we did have a conversation with him. Really cool guy. Give us some insight into how to keep the team's morale up, how to make everyone feel like a team, and you play better when you're having fun. So he did a great job of expressing that to us, and I can't believe we're seeing him in a game right now against Shikigami. I'm excited to see map 1 here as we go into a domination.
And the bans were pretty straightforward, by the way, just to recap them. We got the Hela, we got the Namor, and we got the Winter Soldier alongside Adam Warlock. So that removes that Guardians comp that you talk about, Shiv, with the triple strategists, with the Mantis, with the Adam Warlock. Because if you're new, obviously watching MRC for the first time, that composition did very well in MRI, running 3 strategists alongside 2 Vanguards and 1 duelist. Was a decent composition, played quite frequently. And then obviously Namor, Hela, and Bucky are all like top 3 duelists in the game. So pretty evenly distributed bans and protects for both teams.
Yeah, I like these comps. A little bit of a change up here. We do see Amadian is going to be on Star-Lord without having, obviously, the rest banned out here. So that is just going to be a strict DPS shift. We have seen a lot of success with Star-Lords in tournaments prior. Crimzo on the Groot, trying to take space early, going to wall off. And here comes that bubble Star-Lord, a very powerful combination to get alt charge really quick. As you look over at the charge, already 7% for the side of Shikigami's with that dive there. I mean, it's just crazy how valuable that bubble spin can be, the spin to win. Down goes Crimzo early from Ricky with some great positioning as Shikigami's looking really good on this first fight.
Yeah, they are looking good. I mean, that was because of Days. Days got that kidnap onto Crimzo. The coach came in, immediately went down to that Wolverine, and Shikigami in control of the point. We talked about Shikigami being a dark horse of MRC, and the slingshot right now is activated early on.
I love the Shikigami slingshot from that interview. I think it was Craze Man that we talked to, who was just feeling confident after some shifts in composition and understanding what they were lacking, which, you know, learning as a team and getting excited. That's what you want to see, a team that feels confident and has nothing to lose. And they made some things happen as we have an early tackle here from Days, trying to find some value, not able to do so. Got to drop back crystals. Gonna be popped as well for Dinks. And we do see the dance floors begin. Fate of Both World on both sides. Kurova and Dinks with a copy here. There's the tackle there. Days on to Craze. It's very difficult to get out of that, but they do it as we do have another leap available for Days, but I'm not sure if it's going to get popped up in the sky. Good eat here by Scatter, potentially thinking about dunking it on him, but you know, thought about it and said, no, I'll throw that back at the team. Didn't find any value. Crystals go out, and there goes the dive there immediately. The last stand. Ricky gonna follow up on Crimzo, goes down. Amazing falls from Days. Dinks takes out Aramori. Craze on Kurova. Dinks with 3. Gonna be dropping Kaluj as well. Well done again, Shikigami.
Yeah, incredibly long fight there, but, you know, it seemed to me that Shikigami just constantly getting healed up. The lethality is not there for Sentinels. I know I've mentioned that before, but they really need to find those picks somehow, some way, right? Whether it be through Crimzo Strangling Prison to have the follow-up damage, whatever it may be. Shikigami now obviously building up towards ultimates in a neutral game, as are Sentinels on the other side. Right now are sitting in a good spot using the crystals early and mating over the high ground with the Galactic, trying to get a lot of damage down range, forcing crystals from Sentinels as they're forced to touch the point.
Scatter just maintaining his position. A Madian spin to win. Get that alt charge back. A nice KO there onto Amazing with an early take. This is very much in Shikigami's favor. Madian again on Crimzo. Just back and forth. When it comes to Shikigami, they're just willing to use it all to hold on. Ultimates get popped. Super Gomez gonna be dropping Ricky. That's a good early fight as they do lose a strategist. Will they be able to bounce back from this? Sentinels just battling, trying to maintain the position. Super Gomez with a great tackle there. Will they get the pick? Not yet. The dunk, though. Bang! Kaluj finds Days. Days gonna take out Kurova first. But I do think they're able to maintain this positioning. Kaluj falls. Now it's just a touch. Can they hold on?
I mean, they are. They're holding on. Shikigami, they have members here. They've got a Madian's ult too. No strategist ultimate. Strangling Prisons here. It's met by the fate of both worlds, though. Perfectly timed from Ricky. Now they just get to walk in. And it looks to me like Sentinels are about to get 100-0'd. The portal is not going to be here from Kaluj in time. Hell's Heaven looking pretty one-sided right now on Frozen Airfield.
Shikigami has been consistently better every single time we watch them. I love to see the growth and the confidence. They just 100-0'd Sentinels, an incredible team, a team that is very confident. Maybe we had discussions that they don't like this meta as much as they did prior, but either way, just an incredible team in their own right. But Shikigami, just very confident in taking that first map, setting the tone a little bit, and close to alt advantage on the very first fight.
Yeah, Sentinels in the last fight, losing Kurova at the very last second due to they sacrificed himself, right? Dove into the back, took the meteor from Kaluj to the face, but it was a little bit too late. Kurova already got found, and Sentinels, that was the one way they could come back into the fight, keeping Kurova alive, keeping their strategist alive, at least to have a little bit of sustain, because Shikigami's strategist ultimates were perfectly timed. Now Scatter Genji still has his ultimate as Meteor M ready to go for Amazing, who has his own. He'll be surely countered here in the sky by Scatter Genji, and Shikigami now walking out of spawn with a very similar composition as they did before.
Yeah, the Jeff was lasting a little longer than I thought. I thought they actually might run with it, because not a horrible Jeff map with the alt positioning, with the off mapping so close to the point. But no, not going to continue to run that. We did see it in the finals from FlyQuest, but electing not to use it here, obviously just using it for the speed. Super Gomez trying to get an early tackle off map, unfortunately not able to do so. Does find the low key. Dinks able to escape. Good positioning, good escape, and the utilization of cooldowns where that discussion is being had. Kurova, a very strong hit scan player, especially when Warlock is on the table, but a great Luna in his own right. Just healing everybody right now. The spin to win above. Amadian taking a ton of advantage. Him and Scatter are on top of that together. The combination off. Lay it off. Oh my goodness. Scatter gonna drop the Meteor M on virtually the entire team as the rest of the team is gonna pick off. And dang, Shikigami's looking good.
I don't know what happened to force Aramori's crystals out early there. Shikigami, I'm assuming, was it Days that you talked about earlier, Shib? Getting, a pick off or something, forcing that crystals onto Crimzo, who got caught out. Fraz dunk from Scatter as well, and that's just beautiful. Aramori, maybe you would like to see the little, like maybe the crystals need to be held on for a little bit longer, but it's a tough situation when your group gets kidnapped that early, and it happens again.
Yeah, it's very difficult to understand priority in these moments. Kalush. Oh, Super Gomez landing a mean ultimate, getting 3, just absolutely threatening when it comes to that last stand. Gorgeous play as they pick off in return the entire team.
Well, there we go. Crimzo, Strangely Prison, Kalush there, and also, like you said, with Super Gomez on the backside. Using those 3 ultimates, it was pretty much perfection out of Sentinels. But this is where we talk about a lot of the top teams, right? It's about avoiding the Meteor M, and it's very hard to do so, obviously, when you're in Strangling Prison, but making sure you have cooldowns ready to go after that Strangling Prison's thrown out, because you know what's coming. It's that Meteor to the face, and that's a one-shot for every hero except, like, the Thing.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be hoping that you have that shield ready, but during moments like that, all these cooldowns are being popped. It's all about, can you track them? Can your team keep confidence knowing you have time to make plays? It's very, very difficult, and that's why this level of play is so skillful. A ton of ults being popped here as we see the dance floor on both sides. Aramori going to copy the fate. Almost Days try to make a play there, but Rymazing, great turn to take out Days. Rymazing, a very strong player, but typically we see Star-Lord being run by his counterpart when it comes to Super Gomez. So Super Gomez feeling confident on that Wolverine. Amadian gonna find one. There's another great prison there as Amadian follows up. Crazemang popping off here on the group.
The Kalush's ultimate also came out, and that's brutal to see if Sentinels. I mean, they threw out the Strangling Prison. They had the strategist to support against it as well on the side of Shikigami. And like you said, that engaged from Amadian. They came back. They sort of played to Rymazing's aggression, took care of him earlier as he just went a little bit too deep with the shield and the blasters, able to find him, and then Amadian came back through with their own Strangling Prison from Krasman's side. Now they have the Meteor M ready to go in this fight unless Super Gomez goes crazy again. That sets up Shikigami.
Great tackle there by Days early on. Does force out Bubble. It's not going to be enough. Days taking out 2 right there is insanely huge for Shikigami. Looking really comfortable on this first map, or second map of the first game. Scatter going to find 3 great shots there, and Craze is going to get one as well. At this point, they got to get to this point.
Yeah, we're going to see an early hole, potentially an early hole, actually. No, they know somebody got back behind. They know Super Gomez is back there, but he has his ultimate, so this could be devastating from Super Gomez if he can be cheeky. Also force Shikigami to look in 2 different directions. Last fight territory now for Shikigami in this point.
Ult advantage on Sentinels too. This is very much their fight. They need to make things happen. Good spin there. Really well done. The focus on the bubble, maybe not there just yet. Here comes the ult. Immediately off the rip. Rymazing trying to find somebody. There comes the dance floor. Fate of both worlds is out. Super Gomez holding on to this ult, waiting for the correct moment. Trying to get a tackle. Great play. Incredible work there. And another Super Gomez lining it up. Trying to get on the groove. Crazemang is going to get healed up. Good. Fate of both worlds to counter that right back. Not enough pressure there. Super Gomez tried to make a play, and the initial tackle was insane. And here comes the Meteor M. It does get a pick.
Yeah, the Meteor M has a ton of lethality here, especially against... Okay, Dave's got a counter trade-off, by the way, but will get staggered out. Sentinels now control the point, but it does have a lot more damage that you could... Or it'll be easier to get it off, rather, when you're against this composition where they can't really break the Meteor, but you can't help but charging it up. It's this weird sort of dichotomy where you have to deal with Kalush, who can connect on those Meteor M's, and now coming back into it, Sentinel's close to Rymazing's ultimate, but on the other side, Daze could connect flush with a huge last stand.
Yeah, I like Sentinels getting their confidence back here. Alt fight, they won it. We needed them to if they were going to take this map back, and they managed to make it happen. A very clutch moment, but Daze now, the last stand is available. You know how valuable that can be, but Daze falls prior to using it. Korova, a necessary pick. Crimzo taking out Craze, saying, I am Groot as well, and they are back up 99%. Sentinels take map 2.
Woo. Hell's Heaven. Completely interesting. Flipped on their head there for Soldiers, Super Soldier Factory. Now going to Eldritch Monument. Anything is possible for either team, considering how Frozen Airfield was a slow start for Sentinels. And, you know, unfortunately for Shikigami, I feel like they just kind of went through, they didn't go through their progressions, right? They ran towards the point. Days getting picked off early was brutal. Sentinels took advantage of the positioning of where Shikigami was set up. And now for Sentinels' side, they've got to feel confident moving forward, understanding that they, on their own take, Shib, it felt like they were like slowly walking up, you know, utilizing cooldowns, sort of taking it step by step. And now, you know, Sentinels forced that round 3.
Yeah, I think they did a great job there. I mean, they had ult advantage, obviously, in the first fight, but managing to win every subsequent fight after the fact was just a sheer amount of confidence in positioning. They just knew who to prioritize, I guess. That early pick, I think, was game-winning potential, or map-winning, obviously, against Days there on the side of Shikigami. You know, it's just tough. Wolverine getting focused like that. You hope you have passive up. Obviously didn't in the moment. Got absolutely bursted. Great focus. And now Sentinels looking really good, as they are going to be slightly down in ult advantage, but Crimso's very close. The combination of Crimso, Super Gomez here with the tackling last stand from the scattering, strangling prison can be very strong, but that initial ultimate here by Amadian could potentially win this first hold.
Yeah, you're going to have to watch out for that indeed. Days, meanwhile, on the backside, tosses Kaluj into his strategist, and Kaluj will go down. Amadian also over the high ground. You called out this ultimate earlier, Ship. Cleans up how Shikigami take the first point. And that was just a great engage. Days as well at the last stand. That's what you want to see, too, because in the previous round, Days was not able to get the same value, Shib. It just felt like on that last one, he was kind of shut out compared to that first round. Now on defense, they've got Franz's ult. They've got that combo. Sentinels, how do you avoid getting one shot by that Meteor M alongside Strangling Prison?
Yeah, they made the play properly. It goes down. Ooh, nice pick there on the Days. Crimso, good work there and good tackle off rip. We'll go back to our discussion in a moment after we continue with this fight, as Crimso holding on to the Strangling Prison. Oh, I knew that was coming. Great wall there by Craze to stop the Strangling. Knew that there was going to be a moment, and it's going to turn around as Scatter takes out Aramori and Amazing. Oh my goodness, that is a tough look. Shikigami, great plays back to back up in the sky. Kalush tries to even it back as Dinks goes down. Who's going to take this point in the end? It is so back and forth. Super Gomez holding on to this all. Bang! Oh my gosh! Shikigami falls, and Sentinels are looking like they're going to take this point at the end.
Yeah, it looks like they are. Ricky's able to take down Kaluj at the very least, but yeah, at this point, might as well reset. 60% on the board. Daggers now come through onto Ricky. Eventually will fall. And now, you know, but that was definitely dicey, dude. You said that wall came out, like, Crimso yeets that out. That's not what you'd like to see. Maybe not supporting the narrative. A Crimso coach getting subbed in.
It's the difficulty with Groot. You know, you think that all gets launched immediately, but there is like this slight animation of him winding back and throwing it, and it almost takes like a second. So just started that animation, saw that there was going to be a window to throw it. He just tossed that wall up, and just out of sheer intuition, it landed. It stuffed that all, and that was fight winning, but unfortunately not enough to give them everything. They did have to commit all the rest of their ults, but they took over point, 33% to 60, popping everything. That was Aramori and Amazing. Aramori going to be dancing to the fate of both worlds. Amazing with the Cosmic Legend, or the Galactic Legend, excuse me. Popping off. Crazeman going to take out Gomez, though. Does have the old prison. Will this prison be launched? Not yet.
I don't think so. Yeah, they don't need it necessarily. This kid cleanup kills for KOs for free. It's 70% on the board now. Chib as well, as these staggers come out super late, man. And potential spawn camp comes out. If Crimso gets staggered here, oh no, he does get a bubble. Strategist there to heal him. You do have Wolverine coming towards the point. Super Gomez or somebody was behind, ready to touch the objective. Make sure Shikigami's on the greatest spot, but they still have a combo in Days, ready to go with the last stand too. They're ready to hit a huge Strangling Prison.
There's a lot of ultimates for Shikigami. It's even trade right now. Crimso falls. Crazeman with an early pick. Craze does have ult as well. Crimso did, unfortunately. There's just so much back and forth there. They're just trying to get to the point. They are on point now, forcing them to return. Crazeman throws the ult out. Doesn't manage to make anything happen. Good focus there by Kurova to drop back. Amazing takes out Dinks, though. Sentinels are pushing through. I don't know how they did it. Kurova on a Craze as well.
Yeah, they might do it indeed. I mean, there's the rest of Shikigami falling over in overtime. The Sentinels do get the objective, do hit the point, and sadly, that's the same thing that happened. It felt like on the previous rounds for Shikigami. They just kind of collapsed from Super Gomez's flank. They just didn't know how to react, and you know, with that, now Sentinels put themselves in the driver's seat with a pretty good ult bank as well. I mean, unless Amadian can go absolutely huge with his ultimate, no strategy. Well, there's a strategy ultimate for Armori, so it's going to be really hard for Shikigami to win this upcoming fight, which is, you know, it all is on the line here. If you lose this one, it's over on map number 1.
Yeah, I can't believe how that shook out. It looked heavily on the side of Shikigami. It's just Sentinel's coordination was beautiful. Good tackle there. Super Gomez, unfortunately, not able to make anything happen. Still, actually, Pops does lose passive as well during that fight. Unfortunate here for Super Gomez. Shikigami gonna dive in here. Jinx gonna pop that Fate of Both Worlds, but it's gone now. Alt advantage Armory, and now it's just a basic fight. Who can make things happen without Q's? Super Gomez gonna drop Daze. That's a great early take. Team is just dropping back, knowing they can get point for a second. Give them a little bit of time to reset. Kalush very low. Just group pressure alone, knowing that it can't be sucked up into the Meteor M. And it looks like Sentinels are gonna take this thing.
That'd be Daze. Portal, is he going to be there in time? Can anybody touch? It looks like there's somebody on the objective for now. Portal will be here, so they're able to come back, but Amadi and Dinks both gone. We'll see what they could do, right? Ultimate from Krasmang. Ricky is here with the Luna Snow ultimate. The dance floor is on the objective to sustain this front line. Here comes the Meteor as well in the back. Can it connect on anybody? If it does, that'd be huge. But the crystals from Aramori, perfectly timed. Super Gomez as well with the last stand. Takes down Amadian. Shikigami's portal is removed.
And it looks like they just thought, hey, we might lose this. Let's kick it into gear. And Sentinels just turning everything around. Incredible crystals there by Aramori, completely shutting down an ultimate. We talk about how valuable those are and just making plays off of that. It could potentially round winning for them right there. Really well done by Sentinels to figure it out.
Yeah, they got it done indeed. Map number 1, round number 1 did not look good at all. But if anything bodes to show what's going to happen in the rest of the series, I think this map was definitely a great showing for both teams. Now we're entering that round number 2 in this best out of 3. So if Sentinels win one more map, that puts them forward in this upper bracket. Meanwhile, for Shikigami, that would send them down below. And what a way to start it off there, Shib, with this matchup between two storied franchises so far, 2 storied teams from the Invitational.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Super Gomez, the stat lines, we talk about stat lines a lot, obviously, can be very misleading. You look at Shikigami's stat lines and they are disturbing. They look like they won the game. If I had no idea who won, I would have looked there and assumed that they had taken it. But you go over to Super Gomez, 14 final hits, just looking like an absolute fiend there on the Wolverine. And before we dive into any more of this stuff and get into the next game of the series, let's check out these highlights.
Everyone say fireworks. Powering up. Maximum pulse.
The moon haunts you. Say goodnight. Tremble before fast!
Sentinels and Shikigami, we knew it was going to be a battle, but the first game going to map 3 and looking like that, stat lines looking more in the favor of Shikigami, but just the clutch moments obviously in the favor of Sentinels. What a game one, what'd you think?
Oh yeah, I mean it was back and forth, and I think we're in for a good matchup. Sentinels winning map number 1, but we'll never know how this next one goes until we obviously play it. So going into Spider Islands for that second game, man, and after domination, who knows what the bans and protection going to be this time. Adam Warlock banned first for Shikigami.
Yeah, they're going to get rid of Kurova's Warlock. Makes sense to me. Hella, another Insta ban. It's looking the exact same as last time here on the ban front. If they were staying consistent, they're going to try to lock in the Luna and Groot here on both sides. If I were a betting man, that's where I would be guessing. And, you know, one thing that we've been seeing, at least from these teams, is getting rid of the Bucky, which I personally think is in an insanely strong state right now. Bucky, Namor, both of which, you know, Namor obviously plays great into the Groot, so I'm going to assume the ban is going to be on the other side here. We'll probably see Namor right now. Yeah. Oh, wait, on the same side. Interesting. Just more so didn't want to see it. Maybe they want to try to run the Bucky with the Groot.
Yeah, I mean, they banned it on Sentinel's side, so it's just the exact same ban protect phase as we literally just saw. I think it was.
Yeah, no, it's the same people, just on a different rotation. So, oh no, just kidding. No, wait, it is the exact same. I'm losing my mind here. But well, yeah.
No, yeah, I mean, it makes sense for these two teams. They feel confident, obviously, on that Star-Lord Wolverine duo. You know, a lot of teams we've seen earlier, you know, played a lot of Namor and Hela alongside each other because those two characters are super strong, and Bucky as well being played. We haven't seen much triple strategist because it feels like one of the teams doesn't like to play it. They either, you know, feel like the other team has an advantage in triple strategist or whatever. Keep banning Adam Warlock to just avoid that tandem. And now for Shikigami's side, maybe they can get something going for their offense, a brand new map.
Yeah, maybe it has to do with Crimzo being in and not Hogs. Maybe Hogs, you know, they're more comfortable running the triple with Hogs. I'm not sure how that looks, right? That goes into the minutia of what the teams have been running, what they're feeling comfortable with, and their communications. But I do like the idea of Crimzo still on this Groot and that being his pocket pick if they're going to allow the Groot through on both sides.
Interesting if, you know, both teams play these compositions. I do think that, you know, a lot of the discussion behind the winning team getting the bans and protect does definitely have some merit because Kurova and Sentinels like playing around this Luna Snow. Shikigami really couldn't do much against it considering they had first ban. See what happens here as Shikigami start off on the attack, running the mirror again.
And here we go. Scatter going to take this space as much as possible on the straight side here, just forcing the team back to the left. Height tried to be pressed here by Ryan Mazing. Great bubble. There's that combination we like to see a lot. The Magneto bubble into the spin to win, just getting that alt charge and trying to hit as many people as possible. Super Gomez, great tackle. An incredible Wolverine here. Kraze does go down early. That's great spacing and great attack. In terms of the defensive side, being aggressive and getting a pick like that on somebody trying to take a little extra space is so valuable. It's going to force the entire team to drop back and not stagger here.
And Gomez not taking out that clone like you said, just making sure he can keep up at 100 chart. On that front line, Cart still trying to push, but Super Gomez again with the kidnap. Is he stuck in the doorway? Nope. Does get frozen. Passive also proc. Nice job to peel off the tackle from Gomez.
And Day is going to make the official assault. Amazing, propping off with the legend. Going to find Ricky. And there is going to be some dance floor smash on both sides. Do we see a double up? No. We do see Aramori out. Kaluj in the sky with a meteor. Ton of damage on it. Doesn't land, unfortunately. Great positioning indoors. But Day's just swiping away at everyone in there. Building those claws up to 100. Dealing as much damage as possible through the dance floor. Not able to get any value just yet, but almost that ultimate. And this could be a crazy last stand. There it is! Oh my goodness! Days with a 3-piece and a side of fries as Amadian cleans it up.
Beautiful from Days and the rest of the team. Shikigami playing those ultimates very well. Long fights, as you can tell. Viewers, just constant back and forth copies from Dinks. You know, Luna Snow dance floor, aka Fate of Both Worlds on the side. And again, we're going into another fight immediately as the portal comes back through from Kaluj. Everybody's stunned and slowed though from Shikigami coming out of the choke point, or yeah, Sentinels coming out of that portal. Unfortunately, cost them this fight, so they just kind of run in towards the objective, scatter in, and nice work from Shikigami to not get startled by that portal re-engage.
Great early attack, a ton of time on the clock here. This is a very difficult point to attack, in my opinion. You do get a strong defensive side at the end here with the high ground on the left and the wall on the right. The wall can be used offensively with something like a Eye of Agamotto jump over that right side wall, but outside of that, it's very difficult to get a ton of value with ultimates in that little choke there on offense. But we do see this team just kind of maintaining this positioning, really, or like kind of holding the flow of the map, and it's really working out for them as they do start with a meteor off the rip.
Yeah, meteor off the rip indeed. Does it connect? No, it's just a bit too far. I feel like we could see that wasn't gonna connect from the cross side of the map. Meanwhile, Fate of Both Worlds to sustain versus the Strangling Prison. The follow-up was not there from Kaluj. Now he commits the ultimate to counter Shikigami's aggression, but not going to be able to connect. It's avoided again from Shikigami. Last stand onto Craze. Able to connect onto Kaluj's angle as well. Super Gomez right now has been amazing for Sentinels. I feel like it's found so much value out of Wolverine throughout the series.
Absolutely. I do like that retake there. Well done by Sentinels. You know, this is the story with them. It seems like they need to get beat up before they find their footing. And once they find their footing, it just is on. You know what I mean? It's like they've turned the light switch on and it's just working for them. So let's see if they're able to maintain that position. Obviously going to be heavy down in ultimates in this fight, as we will see Craze popping that ultimate, potentially going to link with the last stand here by Days again. Days with a mean ultimate off the rip. Will he keep it consistent? Tries to get in there. Great crystals there. Legendary up in the sky. Galactic Legend. Craze going to find Gomez without having to use anything, but Amazing taking out Days early is a great pick.
Yeah, trades it back and forth, especially since that Wolverine has ultimate, and that's usually what we see in the late game to find eliminations. Brute ultimate on the side from Krasman, met immediately by Madian to give some sustain over the high ground, get that damage out. On to Crimso, who got picked off on the backside, not near those crystals from Aramori. And now Amadian is just able to run towards the backline with Krasman, dive towards Kurova. Bold strategist will surely be removed. Off the map, though, goes Kraz from Super Gomez. Nice tackle from him. But honestly, from Shikigami, they played that so well there, Shib. Krasman hitting the Strangling Prison, Amadian in the sky. Kaluj used the Meteor M earlier, so they couldn't counter Amadian. And right now, 2 minutes to go for Shikigami in the Streets phase is honestly a pretty good time bank. They have to be happy about that.
Yeah, you know, they're playing very well. They do have ult advantage again. I mean, it just seems like every fight they come out on top, and they're still holding on to the advantage in the next fight. So we do begin again with Ricky in great positioning. The spin to win above, trying to get something here. Amazing just wants to get that ult, and it is going to be popped. Here comes the counter. Amazing pops. Aramori holding on, getting ready to use the dance floor off Kurova. Scatter is going to go up the sky. The Meteor M doesn't find value. Immediate going to take out Gomez. Days does have that ult in. Last stand, not able to get anyone. Ricky, it does have the dance floor for the final take. It's just so back and forth with these galactic legends. So now Diggs, great positioning here, pumping into the full team. You have Loki crystals like that. Diggs not afraid to pop that Fate of Both Worlds again up in the sky. Not able to get any value with that dunk from the Meteor M. And Shikigami just holding this thing so close. The tackle, the last stand, doesn't get anyone. No! Great hold onto that Fate of Both Worlds, keeping the team in. Dinks with a great copy, ensuring that nobody falls on either side.
Legendary, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter when Days slam dunks the rest of your team. Although, wait a minute. Rai, Super Gomez, they're still on the cart. They've also got heals from Kurova. Shikigami, they don't have any really potential damage here on the backside. Right, Amazing able to take down Ricky, so just kidding. Wait, oh no, they're about to camp out. They don't touch. Okay, they even come back through and touch the cart. But oh my god, that was insane from Days. Met by Sentinels on their side. Right, Amazing hitting his ultimate at the perfect time, and then Super Gomez is on the low ground. We can see why this duo of Super Gomez and Amazing has been such a mainstay in the scene. They kind of put the team on the back on their backs at points. 6 seconds left to go. I mean, Shikigami's got to touch now.
Yeah, and here comes the teleport through. Try to wall it off. Crimson with the right idea is going to start placing these down now. Try to find some extra value on damage. Just try to get to that ult. 70%. Looks like Sentinels are going to be down slightly on ultimate. Super Gomez, though, with the last stand. You know how strong those can be. There goes the tackle. Gomez. Not sure if it got anyone. Scatter. Going to take out Kurova and Amazing. That's an incredible Meteor M as they are up in numbers, but immediately going to get prisoned back in. Walls dealing a ton of damage. Scatter still at full HP. Great job here by the strategist. Driving through as Gomez falls. Kaluj falls. Crimzo falls, and Shikigami is going to take point 2.
Absolutely beautiful Vanguard gameplay from Shikigami. Scatter back and forth. You know, where am I going to go with this giant meteor? And it is into the back line of Sentinels. Gives them that point. Then with the follow through from the rest of the team. Kraz also, his timing with these strangling prisons has been perfect. Sentinels, we'll see if they can hold on right now and if Shikigami can match the ultimates of their side.
And here we go. Galactic Legend up off the rip. Sentinels try to take this advantage early. Aramori going to pop all, or that might be a visual glitch, as there doesn't seem to be anything out there just yet, unless they're waiting on the pop of the Q. Yes, they are. There it is. The Fate of Both Worlds comes out early. And we do see no major value yet. Just kind of stalling on point. Super Gomez got to get the tackle and take Crazebang off the map there. That's a good trade to drop a Vanguard like that, especially one as impactful as Groot with those walls. Good job here by Aramori to pop out those crystals. 75% till the next ult. Looks like ult advantage is still slightly going to be in the side of Sentinels if none of these land. Scatter up in the sky. There goes Kaluj. Does find one. Well done by Kaluj there on the Eye of Agamotto. Still pressing into space. It looks like Sentinels are holding on and shoving them back. Great ult there on the side of Crimzo. And they do manage to take out 5 with 13 seconds on the clock. Will they be able to touch?
I mean, no portal because they used it earlier. Spawn camp now coming through. You also can't get it this way. You have to rely on your Venom touching the objective. But unfortunately, either Smart Swing or whatever it may be, Scatter cannot get through the choke. And that's as far as Shikigami will go on their attack. 65 meters. Now we swap side. Sentinels over to the offense. And swapping on the defense is Shikigami.
Yeah, not a bad push by any means, right? We have seen teams get to that third point there. It seems like when they get to the third point, it's either a full push or it's held directly where they just had it after that first turn, which if you ask me, wouldn't be where I would expect it to always end, but must be something about that high ground and just positioning. It's tough to push through at this level of the game, especially when Groot's there and he can just wall off all these different zones and force you into just one path. So really well done there in terms of the defense at the end by Sentinels. But Shikigami, when they're down, they are not out. They always manage to make these fights go in their favor, but they just need to make something happen here to push this to game 3.
See if they could do it. On the side of Sentinels, I feel like the reasoning behind having Super Gomez and Wolverine is definitely sound. I mean, Super Gomez, one of the best Wolverine players in the entire world in North America as well. Kind of put the team on his back on Wolverine. You know, match even on Star-Lord because he was like one of the best Star-Lords in the game early on. Right, Amazing has been sort of that flex onto, you know, a lot of different heroes, onto the Psylocke at points for him whenever that character is meta. Now having to play a lot more Star-Lord, which is obviously, I'm sure if you're a Sentinels fan, a little bit tough to see considering how Super Gomez does and how he performs on the Star-Lord. Shikigami's defense is quite interesting here, Shib. They're going to be rocking triple Vanguard with the Storm to follow it up, man.
I love it. I was just going to say, unique defensive strategy here. We are going to see the Storm, but then we see the triple Vanguard. I mean, and Days is actually, you know, somebody was just popping off of Wolverine. Is going to be on Doctor Strange. Kurova, down goes Amadian, right? Amazing, Craze, down goes Days. Oh my goodness. Sentinels coming out hot. Just steamrolling this opening, and their entirety of Shikigami gets deleted in seconds.
Yep, and this was because of what you brought about earlier with Aramori swapping to Scarlet Witch, so Kaluj gets the sword. So you get that team up with the Scarlet Witch and with the Magneto, then you swap off of that hero. But right as we say that, we're going into yet another fight. Shikigami all low. Super Gomez with the kidnap onto Days as well. Almost finds the pick, and in fact does in the sky. That was beautiful from Gomez.
Yeah, as playing Doctor Strange, there's nothing more terrifying than knowing that Wolverine gets that other dash and he's going to get up on your feet. I don't know if I loved that teleport being so aggressive off the rip. I mean, they are going to be able to retouch, so there is some value in that. But now you've got to press through Groot walls with no way through just to get into this next fight, because obviously Crimzo is going to set up here, as you see, setting up everything for the fight and just giving them a slight advantage on this early take. Alts still going to be available here for Sentinels, and it looks like Shikigami's in a tough spot, getting reverse rolled after they did the same thing in point one.
Yeah, momentum shift indeed, Shib. Super Gomez trying to continue it. Another kidnap into the sky. Last stand into the ground. No strategist ultimates here. Oh no, the crystal's a bit too late. Also, Super Gomez said passive didn't even need it necessarily. Over to the sky. Kalush goes with the Meteor M. Can he connect? No crystals here. Cannot necessarily, but they still have the edge in terms of ultimate sentinels and players towards the cart.
Gomez very patient there, waiting for a nice pick, and here goes the Alpha Scatter. Bang! Down goes Aramori. Really well done there by Scatter. The tornado's out. For a median, but Amazing just deletes the tornado out of the sky. The dunk for Days again. Tries to be, wow, well done. Waits patiently, looks for the opening onto the back line, and they are going to get some value out of that as down goes Kaluj and the strategist line. They got to make sure that point doesn't get pushed any further. 2 meters on, and dang, Crimzo falls. Dinks and Craze going to clean up the rest, and they are going to be able to hold on. Well done here, and good knowledge in terms of knowing they can get 3 fights even without using that teleport.
Yep, I took the words right out of my mouth, Shib. I mean, that was amazing how Shikigami played that to a perfection, even though they were down a man in that fight. Like you said, getting 3 fights is perfect. Now you're set up with 1 minute and 22 seconds on the clock. Basically last fight territory, and you force out crystals, you throw in the strangling prison on top of it for Shikigami.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I think is difficult is you ran the 3 strategy or the 3 Vanguard, which I don't necessarily dislike, but into Super Gomez's Wolverine, right? Like, that is very tough to do. And Super Gomez, you mentioned a very strong Wolverine, as we see Kaluj get that early pick. Sentinels now getting a little more space up in numbers here. Odds in the favor of the ultimates, which look like Shikigami has 2 strategists here ready for action. Bang! Oh, gets caught. Well done. Great catch there by the side of Scatter, who now can use that meteor right back at them. But the cooldowns will be up for Kaluj. Knowing that's going to happen, he's going to hold on to those as much as possible. And here comes the counter ultimate into the sky. Craze is going to drop Crimzo, though. They're down another number. Here goes the crystals are out early, too. This is looking back in Shikigami's favor, but now Sentinels have everything in their arsenal to use. Super Gomez gonna hard focus Craze. Down goes Craze. Well done by Gomez. And there's continuing this stall fight on the point.
What's the counterplay, dude? Super Gomez just stunned him for 9 seconds or whatever, man. That was like absurd. Poor Kraz on the side. He's going to come back with a TP. Also, Scatter's going to fall, so they have to funnel into this payload without crystals as well. Here comes them out of the teleporter. It's into the Wolverine claws. Legendary in the sky, though, from a Madian, but it doesn't end up mattering. Well, actually, able to find Kurova on the freeze from Ricky was nice as well, and what's happening towards the cart? Daze is with another one. Shikigami kidnaps Aramori, too. They've held in overtime. Super Gomez, last stand, tries to clutch it, but it's just him. Nobody else is here. Shikigami, they might have done it.
We look like we may be going to game 3. Shikigami with a 0.1 hold. This is crazy. Team is clutch when they need to be. And what a beautiful push, but what an even better defense. Just managing to push through the minutia. Just every single thing that didn't look like it was going their way. They just battled back and clutched up. And they get the W as Dinks is going to take this MVP home.
Yeah, right now, it's kind of weird for Sentinels. It feels like they, rely heavily on those clutch scenarios, like you said, being able to win off of Super Gomez or whoever it may be. Kaluj with that Meteor M, once that didn't connect, it connected. It just had, I think what happened was it was an immediate crystal by Dinks. Like, his timing, his APM there, that was like insane to save themselves from that Meteor M, and then with that, they're able to come back. Daze had a huge last stand, massive moments on Wolverine. You talked about the stats earlier. You'd think the other team won, but in this case, Shikigami have been doing so well.
Yeah, there's just something about Shikigami in these team fights. You know that Sentinels has the brain power to get these W's in clutch moments, but Shikigami in these team fights, they always manage to just have massive plays, and it just keeps working out for them. Before we talk about more of this, let's dive into the highlights.
bring all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to.
Grab the whip. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse!
The moon haunts you. Say good night. Tremble before fast!
Dog, man, another series, another banger series. Shikigami Sentinels into game 3 for all the marbles here, pushing a team down to the lower side bracket. What a game, man.
What a game indeed, already going the distance. And, you know, for a team like Sentinels, you want to keep this going in the upper bracket, right? If they go against the 100 Thieves, get that rematch that I know they want. You know, they say they don't call it a rivalry at this point, considering how well 100 Thieves does versus Sentinels. But today, for Shikigami's side, right, what an upset for them if they were to beat Sentinels. Coming up onto Midtown, map choice for Sentinels. Considering how things went too in that previous map, you might be a little tilted if you're Sentinel side, Shib, considering you almost just were able to cap out on that first point and just got stopped every time.
Yeah, I just think the swaps were made that were necessary for Shikigami, and they learned from their mistakes. They saw where they were struggling, and I like the idea. I mean, I at first was a little questionable about that teleport play, and you know, they lost that fight, but it did force out some ults, and it didn't really matter because it just gave them a 3rd point touch anyway. Like, they took that teleport so early on that they had plenty of time to get back, reset, and they held the whole rest of the map right up there on the high ground. So really well done by Shikigami. Big brain plays, and you can see their practice coming through.
You can see it indeed. Thingman gets banned, or Thingman, the Thing gets banned as that second ban for Shikigami, so a bit of a difference. We'll see if it changes much, considering, yeah, you see immediately Thing ban instead of Namor. It got through this time around for both sides, you know, feeling like they can play some of that Luna Snow / Namor, which obviously Sentinels looks like they're favoring it these days.
Yeah, I think you get rid of the Thing here. This is a very strong Thing map with those. He has a lot of different hallways to make haymaker plays and escape patterns for his Yancey Street. So really strong Thing map. Shikigami taking that off the table, maybe not feeling as confident as they know the Sentinels can be. The thing is, I think Hogs runs a ton of the Thing, and he's not on the roster right now. So it's unique. Maybe it was just maybe they felt confident that someone else could run it as well, but maybe a weird decision. I'm not sure exactly how that pans out, but we will be seeing the defense on the side of Shikigami off the rip as Sentinels will be pushing with a very similar composition you know, Super Gomez is going to be on that Wolverine. Amazing, a very strong Namor. Saw a lot of success during the MRI. So excited to see that as well. And now we have the combination, the prison with the whale. And we know how strong that can be, especially if the damage boost is up there from Kurova.
Yeah, we can. We do know for sure. And, you know, this offense has that advantage, rather, for Shikigami's side. Oh, my God. Immediately, Kurova, nice job onto Madian. Pick off on that backside angle from Sentinels to go around that left flank. But they have the advantage with the Scarlet Witch, right? Once they have Aramori swap over to it to get to the Scarlet Witch to give the team up to Kaluj, gives him that sword early on. But now, once that cooldown's removed, Shikigami was able to trade it back.
Yeah, I like the sword play. I do think we've been seeing that a lot more today. Magneto already very, very strong, but oh, nice tackle right onto the door. That puts Daze in a dangerous position. Daze, obviously versatile enough to switch over complete roles here, playing with Doctor Strange a lot. Oh, and that's a great ult there by Crimzo. Will they be able to follow up the wall up to protect? Great positioning. Still going to be able to find a few. Super Gomez takes out Ricky, but Kray's going to turn that around on Gomez. Even those numbers right back out, as the entirety of Shikigami is still holding on this early on the defense. Ooh.
Yeah, they're so good at playing the objective. Like, sure, they get wiped now, but you talked about it, Shib, dude. Like, they're so good at just making it so they get 1, 2, 3 fights. And, you know, this is looking a lot like other hero shooters when you can just get as many fights as they have been.
Mm-hmm. And one of the things that I'll mention is a lot of teams, they hold at this bridge first, right? Like, that is their first choke point. They stay on the high ground on bridge. But you just got a full, almost minute before you even got to the bridge. That is, like you're saying, that's just that next level thought process in plays. You're talking about multiple fights and buying time. That is where Shikigami, I think, is shaking things up. Super Gomez going to drop Daze again on the scatter. Once again, a quick teleport and a quick team wipe as Sentinels just make things happen, still holding ult advantage. But now they will get another fight. I would argue that teleport, again, trying to be aggressive. They did get another fight. Maybe it was worth, but Sentinel still having ult advantage, maybe not. But still, that argument around how many fights they get on this first point and, you know, just buying as much time as possible is a really unique strategy.
Yeah, they've chewed 2 minutes off the clock already, and there's definitely a discussion, especially if they win this series, how viable it is to do that. Right now into this fight, Meteor M against Sentinels. We'll see if it connects. No, it doesn't, but does force out Crystals, and Crimzo's gone already.
Yeah, Craze with a nice early pick there on Crimzo. Obviously having the Groot out is strong. Right, amazing. Going to take out a Madian, though. Still turning those tides back. We are going to see the dance floors out. Nice tackle out of the sky. Daze, an insane play there onto Amazing, waiting for that bubble to pop, and then just tackling him right out of the sky. Up we go. Kaluj. Bang! Ooh, not enough time there. Did escape. Oh, still gets the pick. Nice follow-up there by Kaluj. Ricky thought they were safe, but not for long. And Super Gomez just going to deal a ton of damage, fully charged up here on the Wolverine.
Yeah, it might be too many people on Sentinel's side towards this payload, towards the objective. Amadian going to fall over. Daze as well, entering the second phase of the map now. But it's incredible how much time was chewed off the clock there. They were down to a minute. Now we're added time, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Now in the Streets phase, Sentinels have ultimates again. Amazing's over to the Doctor Strange again, by the way. So we'll see if he wants to stick with it. More than likely going to try to swap in the spawn later on. There it is, swapping back over to the mirror again, where Sentinels do have an edge.
Yeah, I'm curious if they had that conversation. You know, can we make a play with this? Can we portal off? And then it just did not, you know, bode well with the team. Just made that switch immediately back. But great pressure here. Kurova on that left side, trying to drive the team back. Getting him back in that choke in the staircase is very difficult. We do see some early action. Amazing. Up, bang. Down goes two. Super Gomez going to find Daze and Craze early on. Well done, Gomez. Putting on a masterclass here with this Wolverine. An absolute demon. Make that 3 as Scatter falls as well. And yeah, Sentinels back on their BS here, shoving in with a full team wipe.
Yeah, this is the difficulty for Shikigami when you have such a game plan as their own, where you just want to get as many team fights as possible. You need to sort of refocus, come back into it, and really just try to win a team fight. And oh, man, Daze. I wonder what the game plan really was there, because he was just walking out of the choke dinks as well. I mean, obviously, it didn't pan out whatsoever, and now with that, Sentinels, I mean, this is just free farm for Amazing over the high ground. We're moving into the third phase of the map for Sentinels.
Now might be
Yeah, right. The push looks very clean. 3.5 on the clock here. You know, we've seen teams held here early on. You know, it's difficult to push past this first choke if the team's on it. But immediately, one thing I like to see from Sentinels here is they just scatter across early on in the point. Don't allow them to shove you into that door off the rip. You own this high ground left and the off angle right. And it's difficult to have eyes on the right places. Amazing showcasing that they don't want Namor to make any playoff left here and flank the back line. It's a great decision. Kray's going to fall early as Amazing with a nice pick. And they are going to keep this pressure forward. It looks like they might get through this first angle early on as Amazing's going to get lifted from the crafting building.
Skipper's taking angles on the high ground. Sentinels now with pretty much every ult in the bank. Same thing with Shikigami. They need to get a fight win here on defense. At least one good fight for Shikigami. Freeze onto Days. Passive pops. Cooldown's committed to try to save him as well. Sentinels still sitting in a good spot, even though they've had the advantage the whole time. Shikigami need to get some sort of fight win here.
Yeah,
right.
Good. Oh, off the rip, Amazing going to take out Dinks. Kaluj finding Scatter with the Meteor Ram. That's good value as they are holding on to the rest. Super Gomez, Amazing, and Kurova. Kurova popping out now. Might see the whale after the fact. They don't need it. Gomez going to follow up. Crazy Man goes down. Ricky, Amadian, and it looks like Sentinels doing a great job on this attack. Shoving in, and it's going to be a scatter fest and a stagger fest here for Shikigami.
Your powers are mine.
Yeah, Staggerfest copy from Dinks. He's going to wait to the last second to pop that touch. Here comes the Meteor M in the sky. Crystals pop to protect everybody. Then they come back through with the copy to counter Dinks on his side. Shikigami now trying to come back in with the last stand after this is over.
Yeah, great prioritization there by Aramori. Throw the clones out first, then you use your green there, your crystals, and immediately follow it up with the ulti, so all three are out in the field at the same time. Amazing finding 2, make that 3 on the off angle, and that could be enough here. Just trying to keep eyes on Days. Crystals go out early. Trying to focus down the back line, which as you should, gonna pop, and it looks like a defense of Shikigami's gonna hold on.
Oh, well, there's more members here. Heals under Amazing after that portal comes through on the backside. Look, it's Kurova over the height on the flank, finding the back line. Nobody's looking through the portal. Somebody's got to look at this, man. 2 people are removed. Shikigami. What do they do after losing everybody now to a strategist player?
Yeah, great push. It looks like this is on. No, I'm going to say in a favor. Oh, nice pick there by Sentinels. Kurova getting a 2-piece, and that's going to be enough for them to drive through. Sentinels going to push the entire path on Midtown. Well done and great. They're looking really good out there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. They're looking good indeed. Minute left on the clock, too. I don't know what it was, but Shikigami just really couldn't get anything going first or second phase of the map. But, you know, it seemed like it was a part of the game plan because what we saw on Spider Island ship, right? Like, we were like, okay, you know, maybe they have a good shot to come back through and win a team fight, but no, they were just kind of feeding. You know, it was just kind of running towards them, trying to get as many fights as possible, but none of them ever resulted in a win. And to be honest, I would say that's in large part due to the fact that we're putting Amazing onto Namor now, right? I think that this is actually a good hero for him. He seems to be consistent throughout on this hero, maybe compared to him on Star-Lord. And it's not to say that he's bad on Star-Lord, it's just that he's kind of leveled up on Namor in comparison on Shikigami's side. You know, they've been able to, or they haven't been able to match Amazing on that Namor.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think we talked about this last time that, you know, Amazing maybe not feeling as comfortable on the Hela, right? We saw the lack of Hela play from their side, but once the Namor came out, just an absolute, like, beautiful set of plays and a ton of good ultimates. We didn't see a lot of the combination of the whale with the strangling prison, but it didn't really matter. I mean, it seemed like, or even with the damage boost from Luna, it seemed like Fate of Both Worlds didn't even have an impact. It was just landed at ultimates and just kept walking, and obviously still had some time on the clock, almost a full minute. So really well done. Looked like they were on their normal comp, something they're feeling more confident with here in Midtown.
Feeling more confident indeed. Now here's that early spawn camp with confidence, like you mentioned, running triple Vanguard from Super Gomez. This is usually what we see on these very early holes out of teams. Play this Doctor Strange once, you take a team fight loss, teleport back in for a second fight like Shikigami did. Amazing forced off the high ground. Good positioning from Scatter to get rid of that damage from Amazing early on.
Good early poke here. Kray's going to drop Gomez early on, but, you know, we had this conversation. At this point, they're just trying to buy as much time as possible at this first choke. You reset later on the bridge to take a second fight, so just duke it out as long as you can. Amadian going to fall on the storm there. Amazing just showcasing the power of, oh, great placement here of the turrets on the high side. Those squids just not even being looked at because they're in such a tricky position to see until you press out. Does have Whale ready and active should he want to. Damage boost probably going to happen now. There's the switch. Not able to get a pick, though. Does hit early on the Vanguards. Up again with the squids on the high side. Aramori with some good positioning. Unfortunately, getting completely walled off. Gonna pop crystals, hoping that it reaches the team on the outside. Kalush up in the air. Bang! Just managed to take out Dinks. Well done there by Kalush.
Yeah, well done indeed on the inside angle. Kurova falling so low. Everybody incredibly low on the inside, but it's sustained. I mean, Days committed the ultimate as well. Not able to find the elimination. Right, Mason's here with the peel. Kurova eventually going to fall, but is it too little too late? Right on this offensive angle, Amadian's able to get another one. So Amazing, I mean, surely funnels into that cart, but that took so long for Shikigami. A minute and 30 seconds off the clock.
Yeah, I mean, that's a ton of value. I'd argue that, yeah, sure, they lost the fight, but that was bound to happen. It's not like you can hold at the spawn door forever, but it's pretty strong defensive positioning there, having a high ground angle and a low ground building to play around with a Groot to wall off yourself should you need to. They got a ton of value. See, I like their teleport a little more. The teleport, not just behind them at a weird angle, but instead in front of them, and you put that portal backwards to have it as a wall should you need. But again, the fight's going to go to the team that is attacking Days, taking Gomez out early. That could be enough for them to win this, but we'll see if the fate of both worlds is going to be enough to turn this fight around. There goes the Whale. Amazing, gonna take out both of the back line, and they should walk this at this point.
Yeah, unfortunately, Shikigami got outpaced right there by Amazing in the fate of both worlds alongside with the Whale. Getting that one shot now. Sentinels, they're back in it, right? Back in this next fight, having that strangling prison from Crimzo alongside even a damage boost if they do so choose to want it, whereas Shikigami have an ultimate advantage, but haven't been able to collapse upon Days' ultimates. Days actually going to commit the last stand towards the cart to no avail as Kurova matches it with the fate of both worlds towards the objective right now.
Yeah, and here comes some strong damage from Days. We are going to see the Strangling Prison virtually getting everyone. Good tackle off to try to buy some time, but no. Team is going to retort to back to using those Fate of Both Worlds. Oh, the battle of the Luna, or excuse me, yeah, Luna versus Loki. The battle of the L's, unfortunately, going to go Loki's favor. I know a lot of people think Luna has a good 1v1, but Loki definitely has a better 1v1 in those situations. Scatter going to drop Kaluj. Amadian going to take out Aramori and Amazing on the Storm. Good focus on the height there, as we haven't seen Storm too much, but definitely a valuable hero in her own right.
Yeah, we've seen it a lot in Europe, it seems. Over here in North America, obviously Sentinels like to run it, or used to like to run it with Amazing, playing a lot of that Storm, but it's very brawly, right? You want to constantly play together, give your team that damage boost, make sure you're constantly getting in frontline pokes. So we'll see if these team fights, Shikigami can kind of stay together and also get rid of Amazing squids. That should be priority number one for them.
Yeah, and we are going to have another fight here with 13 seconds on the clock. Amadian and Crazeman going to find 2. Days going to take out Crimzo heavily in the favor here of Shikigami, as Noalt is able to find value on the opposition. Sentinel's going to have to retake. Great walls off. Up in the sky. Down goes the shift here for Namor. And bang, Amadian on Aramori. Scatter on Amazing. And it looks like Shikigami is going to take this towards point 2.
That's how you have to play it, right? You just have to make sure Amazing's never setting up on these flanks. Before on their defensive hold, they were not really matching Amazing on said flanks, and now on the attack, it seems like they're managing Amazing pretty well. So as long as he can't walk out with those squids, moving them out of the team fight, a lot of that damage is not going to be a problem. What will be a problem, still in a consistent problem for Shikigami, is going to be Kaluj and these Vanguards running it down, right? As long as Amadian can constantly shut out Crimzo and Kaluj, Shikigami might be able to snowball this.
Yeah, and here comes the Hurricane on the backside. Will they find it? Nope, unfortunately not, as it's immediately countered. Well done there by Kurova. Just trying to, Amadian, likely just trying to get that out. Nice combination, won't have the counter. Kaluj gonna take out Amadian. Thought it was gonna find more, did a ton of damage. Super Gomez is gonna find more though and take out Scatter. Kurova on Craze. The team just collapsing, doing a great job here, and at this point, just gonna take out this Luna as Ricky falls as well.
Yep, and that fight's on Crimzo. Crimzo walled up that back line, made sure that they were away from any of their own group walls and support towards the objective. And then the Meteor from Kaluj connects over the top side. So nice job to wall up the player from Crimzo, one of the strategist players from Shikigami, to give them that main advantage going into this fight. Now Amazing's got a Whale ready to go, but Shikigami, they have their own ult. What do they want to do?
Yeah, and here comes some strong damage. Super Gomez is trying to stack up some charge here. 39%. Right, Amazing holding on to the well. Aramori is going to be ready to make that copy. As we do hear the copy on some side, Dinks is going to start the dance floor up. Will the damage boost happen? Days is ready to make a last stand on Wolverine as well. Eye of Agamotto going to get a few. Doesn't find any value in terms of KOs. Not just yet. The walls go up, and we are going to see Qs popped on every side as we hear, oh, the last stand's coming. 100% charge here, ready to make a play. Days just kind of holding on. Doesn't need it just yet. The tackle back there from Super Gomez. Great crystals there, and doesn't even need to use them as he takes out Gomez early, holding on to that cube. That could potentially very valuable in this next fight for them to help them take point 2.
Yeah, very scrappy fight for Sentinels, and a really bad one indeed on top of it. Right now, they're down ultimates. They just committed Last Stand. They've just committed Kalush's ultimate and Amazing's Whale. No longer can you get that one shot alongside Karova. Look, Kalush is over to Captain America as well now. They just want to stall out this objective. Maybe buy time for Crimzo to get a good strangling prison here in overtime.
Okay, and here we go again. Ryan Mason going to pop that shift early. Going to stay in the bubble. Crystals go out. We do see the ultimate popped here from the side. Oh, wait, not able to get much value from a Madian there on the Star-Lord. Dinks with great positioning on the height with Loki. Great clone spots ready to pop crystals as they do get popped. Kalush is going to be on Captain America. Love to see this switch for the touch at the end. Crazemang very low and still holding on, but not for long. Super Gomez taking Craze. Ryan Amazing onto the Dinks. And yeah, looks like Sentinels are going to shut this down unless a portal play comes through.
Wait, Days? Yeah, he's going to go down. You're right, portal play. Where is it at? Is it coming? The answer, no. Sentinels, 2-1, gonna win today's shit. Moving up in that upper bracket still. Where is it sending Shikigami down under into the lower bracket?
Yeah, we talked about how impressed we are with Shikigami right over these last few games, and I will say, although it looked, heavily in Sentinel's favor, especially on that map, Shikigami looked really good. I think they made some strong plays. They understand maybe where their weaknesses are now and things they want to look out for. I don't think they allow that combo to come back. I don't think you see the Namor again, just because, especially against Sentinels with Ryan Amazing being so strong. And just, Super Gomez, I got to quickly mention, man, 38-8, but 20 limbs. Oh, Ryan Amazing with 21 limbs. The duelist side of Sentinels here really popped off this game.
Yeah, and we're going to keep seeing that as well. I think that the catalyst for Sentinels to win is Super Gomez going insane. He's been really good in previous seasons of the Marvel Rivals Championships in the closed beta tournaments and MRI. So this guy really has been a star player for Sentinels and will continue to be that, right? As long as Sentinels keeps him in the roster and keeps playing around his hero pool, I think it'll be very fun matchups for Sentinels. And honestly, that was a pretty fun series overall, Shib, dude, just to have it go close down to the wire and even have Captain America come out. It's been a unique day for sure.
Yeah, and then we had Crimzo playing, right? Last time we had a discussion with Sentinels, we actually had an interview with Crimzo as a coach. So seeing him drop in here and be able to play the Groot, which maybe they were lacking on, I think they were openly willing to say that they didn't feel that confident on Groot initially. So having Crimzo pop in there, it was really cool to see. And speaking of seeing them play, let's dive into these highlights from that match.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has remember who you really are. Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
We are cloak and dagger. We are hope and fear. Score one for Tandy.
Lights out. Score one for Ty.
A boom of life. My time to shine.
Suffer in the darkness.
Co-op time. Us against the world.
Random table. Sweet.
Widow standing by. Target neutralized. The Widow's bite is lethal. Hit them till they don't get up. You can rest now, Bucky. No way to miss now. Plasma burst! Widow style.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do
some nuts?
My power is a gift from Solal the Undying. Struck down by living chi. Dragon kick. Ball Yuan Shouyi. Perfect hit. The dragon unleashed. Qiguan Tanglong. My fist is unrivaled! Woo! Grab the whip! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse!
The moon haunts you. Say goodnight. Tremble before fast!
Welcome back, Sentinels. Really showcasing how strong of a team they were there in map 3. I love to see them feeling confident. Obviously, a ton of value and just showcasing how strong they could be on defense. I'd like to see them stepping back up for sure.
Oh yeah, 100%. Sentinels right now going 2-1 against Shikigami. You could say, you know, okay, you wish they didn't lose that map to Shikigami, but you know, as we've seen across the tournament, I mean, as you've talked about earlier, Shiv, a lot of players that are kind of unknowns making a name for themselves. Shikigami were that last week. So, you know, everybody's sort of leveling up as this meta kind of doesn't stagnate necessarily, but as people start to figure out what is this kind of patch in this meta, it feels like teams are kind of catching up to these upper echelon teams, and Shikigami not far off from competing.
Speaking of teams we've seen before and saw how strong they could be, Shroud X. They may have struggled a little bit at the end of the MRI, but a very, very strong team in their own right. And we will be seeing them play a new team, at least in my eyes. Eris, I may have said that incorrectly. Correct me if you think it's said a different way, but Eris, I'm excited to see some new talent here.
Yeah, ERS we can call them, I guess, like we say SDX, so we don't have to say Shroud X because we're saying a dude's name instead of a team name necessarily, but I like SDX. I like Shroud X. Either way, Invisible Woman banned early from Shroud X and Hella banned on their side. So interesting to see these two heroes already removed to get rid of that pocket that you could see from Invisible Woman.
Yeah, Invis is one of those characters that I'm surprised isn't banned more. A very, very strong strategist, does have a lot of value, does have a lot of escape and self-survivability, and can deal a ton of damage, and has just so much utility, right? Push, pull, the knockout of the sky, the slow, the displacement, the Invis, and the ultimate. It's like endless almost. It's similar to like something like Loki, but getting rid of Invis, we do see the Namor lock, so we'll see that battle, and the group in after we see the Wolverine lock makes, actually doesn't make too much sense, I guess. It's kind of a counter, but still, Groot is annoying to play against, so I do like to see that as well.
And the Loki ban on the other side, leaving Luna Snow open is quite interesting because that means we'll probably see Namor, Luna Snow come out yet again for these teams that team up incredibly strong, giving yourself the extra squid that has more HP. Slows got buffed recently. There's a lot of things that Namor does well, and we leave that character open. That means that we're going to be probably seeing that composition, at least for one of the teams. Who knows what Eris wants to play, but for Shroud X, we know they love to play the meta so far.
Yeah, Nuck seems to be showing the rockets. We might see that combination with Doomed, which obviously is something they've done before. And they're, you know, it's not, it's a strong case for Rocket. Obviously, you're seeing Rocket a lot of the time nowadays. When you see the Bucky becomes far more devastating. That pistol of his in unlimited ammo is devastating to Vanguards, and it just helps him build that crack and impact even faster. And we know how strong that ultimate can be. So we are going to be seeing Bucky on both sides. We are going to be seeing the Thing on both sides, as well as Magneto, which is no major surprise, but we haven't been seeing too much of the Thing yet today.
No, I like how Rocket Raccoon's entered the meta, at least in these past few weeks, past month even, with a lot of players just constantly picking up that hero, understanding how to combine the See You Later, the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier with, you know, these windows of opportunity to get eliminations and kind of break through the health chunks from the other team, just because of how strong a lot of strategist artists to stay alive can't really live through the See You Later. So tempo-wise, it's been an interesting character to see in the meta, and both teams obviously prioritizing that, while Stridex sort of slowly walks in on their attacking side as Iria is sort of waiting and kind of getting choked out here at the choke.
Yeah, we get some early pressure here. Vision going to be holding this off angle. A lot of the teams like to fight around these large buildings. It does provide a ton of cover, just natural cover, and forcing your team to look a little more right, just by space, and they are capitalizing on that space. Shroud X is shoving in impunity with an early dive. You can see immediately Vision virtually behind them now. They have to look everywhere. Here comes the Kraken impact as Doom is going to find Munched immediately, and they are owning this space in the building. It's even more threatening because as soon as his head hits that ceiling, you can launch right back down. And does not get the reset there, unfortunately for him, but still gonna have enough space here. Nuck gonna make a play, and they are gonna be owning this likely, yep, to get point one.
Yeah, I mean, just too much frontward pressure. We also have that left flank from Visions across the map towards that mega health pack side. Able to secure all of that space, make Whoopi have to fall all the way back, and now Shroud X putting themselves in a good spot. The street phase of the map, they built up ultimates as well, as Micah had to commit his own Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, so even ultimate trades across the board, which kind of favors Shroud X right now, as they're the ones with the time bank advantage. 4 minutes and 45 seconds to go in the second phase of the map, or at the very beginning of it. We'll see if Arius wants to fight here. We don't see a lot of teams try to make a hard push towards this choke point. Vision's securing this left flank already.
Yeah, I like these plays by Vision, just consistently on an off angle. There goes the Whale, not able to make a play out of it just yet. Does drive the team away, didn't get a ton of value, and no ultimates out besides the Fear Magneto on the side of Ice from Eris, keeping the pressure alive. It looks like a little bit more of an ult advantage on the side of Shroud X, sitting on a very aggressive ultimate here from Dong, who does have the Meteor M. The clobbering time is out. Munch throws it, doesn't get value. We're keeping eyes on Vision as Vision takes out Whoopi. And on the high side, we have the Rocket now chasing back into the Vision, deleting those squids. You like to see a Rocket actually left click.
Yeah, you do for sure. Not unbinding the left click button. Meanwhile, Whoopi on the right side takes down Vision. BRB brings him back in the fight, though. So right now, Shroud in a decent spot. Deep Whale easily dodged by the side of Shroud X. To be ill-advised, Doomed also able to get so many resets onto Whoopi now. Drops down from above, and maybe this is more so what we were expecting out of those matches earlier. She a bit one-sided right now for Shroud X over Arius, who are kind of just laying it down on Arius at the current moment.
Yeah, I was afraid I was going to cast or curse us with how good our games have been, but this one is looking more of a stomping here as shroudX is keeping the pressure up. It's going to be a neutral fight, no ults up, just about the space they can contain. Great work there by Dong to put that shield just to eat a ton of damage. I only want to be seeing Magnetos pop that shield up to eat either an ultimate, to escape a fight, or to absorb as much possible damage. And when you get a full team in front of you like that, it gets a ton of value, not only in stuffing damage, but also the heals to the people behind him. So well done there as they keep this going. Dongmin popping off. Fidel at 75%. Vision does have that whale ready, and it just looks like shroudX is keeping the train moving forward here as we're pushing towards point 3.
Yeah, they are right now. Arius, I'd like to see them get a tempo engage almost, is something going alongside this Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Maybe even commit your Kraken Impact just to get some damage down range. Cosmic Yarn immediately committed by Micah, but Doom is there to counter it, man. They're just shoved into a corner. Late ultimate there from the Luna Snow. The fate of both worlds is not going to save anybody who just went down. They try to come back through with their own Kraken Impact, but it's after the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, so the damage already removed. No resets here, and shroudX still has forward aggression right now.
Yeah, great pressure again, owning this space, and there goes the clobbering from Munch. I don't know that it got a ton of value as we couldn't follow up in a return ultimate right back there from Impunity, who is very low on HP, able to escape there using the Yancey Street dash to get that 200 additional health. A very strong cooldown, almost, you know, when it comes to playing the thing, that is your cooldown for escape. You only want to use that if you're ensured that you're going to get a pick as a squad, because it is your lifeline. Vision, again on this off angle, trying to find some strategists. This is exactly what I want to see Nemours doing at all times. Constantly making the strategist look away. Good pick there on the opposing Namor. Down goes Wolpie. And gotta get rezzed up there by the Rocket. Trying to find another again. Make that 2. Dong gonna take out Lawrence. Munch falls. A human falls. Ice falls. And it looks like Shroud is gonna shut this through the first 3 points really quick.
Oh, yeah. They pushed into this final point, and it was not even a contest. It was pretty one-sided across the board right now. Just a role difference, it feels like, throughout the entirety of both rosters. For Arius' side, I don't know. What was the benefit that they had there, Shiv? I'm reaching for something here. I mean, they had a good Kraken Impact, I think, at one point, maybe. I don't know. Like, Arius was guffed out across the board. shroudX, this is what you expect out of them, right? Especially since out of all the teams we've seen today that are signed, I mean, so far, this has been the most dominant performance.
Yeah, this is a bit of a masterclass in attack. I mean, we'll see what it looks like at attack on the other side, but it is definitely a tough position to be in when you're on the side of Eris. It kind of, you know, your mental is a little bit shot because it was just shove after shove, you know, ton of time on the clock, still 3 minutes. I don't know, you know, it's a momentum thing we've talked about, right? I'm not sure exactly what to point out in terms of like perfect play, things that we've seen, because honestly, from what we were seeing, it just seemed like one fight after another at that point. Yeah. I mean, they're trying to make aggressive plays, but I do think there's a ton of value that we're seeing from Vision on these off angles, and the strategist can't get any frontline healing out.
Yeah, I mean, the one benefit, it dodged a whale from Visions, I guess. Like, that was pretty cool. I don't. There's something here, you know, for Arius to build on. I think that they do a good job avoiding some of the ultimates from shroudX, and you know, shroudX is looking more practiced, right? Considering what happened in the Marvel Rivals Invitational, getting knocked out that early in the lower brackets from Shikigami. I mean, it's gonna feel good for them knowing Shikigami is now in that lowest loser brackets, and they're the ones in the upper bracket that wants to keep moving forward. So obviously they have a lot to play for in MRC, considering how things went in the Invitational in the past week.
Yeah. I am trying to see a little bit of a more aggressive play style here from Eris. I just want to see them confident in this push. And we are going to see the rocket out from Micah. Going to help Lawrence a little bit on this aggression. Impunity playing around this natural cover. A very strong play style here for the Thing. Good off-angle punches, just trying to build that charge up. The Thing known for getting that ult back very quickly, especially during strategist ultimates where you can just stand there and haymaker the entire team at once. Already at about 70, is exactly at 70 charge, as they're looking to make an early play here. A lot of the time the teams will group during these strategist ultimates. You can get your ult and then you wait it out to the very end, and getting a full team stun is game winning. And that is the Thing's value as we see some more pressure here. Vision just on this high angle, raining down. Lawrence falls, looks for the opposition, gonna have to pop that ship there too. Double Magneto, Meteor M's in the sky. Neither of them, I should say, land.
No, neither of them land. Fate of both worlds here now from Fidel to keep shroudX healthy as well. Ice ran down. Ultimate timing's on point at the current moment for Shroud X. I mean, you could say that after Vision was on the high ground, was caught out a little bit. Nice clobbering time for Munch. He's come back onto Fidel after that ultimate. That could be fruitful for them as the Kraken Impact kind of needs that reset. Lauren's not going to build it. Munch just has to fall back. But might, in fact, just fall over. And there he goes on the ground. Slides face first. Shroud X still holding on. 3 minutes left to go on the clock.
Yeah, you know, strong defense here again. Ultimate advantage looking slightly like it's going to be landed on Shroud, but honestly, both teams pretty much utilize everything. Wolfie for Eris will have the whale ready on this next fight, and that could help out, especially if and Human does follow up with the damage boost. Could be enough. Tough name to say while casting. Could be enough to make something happen, as we do see the Kraken Impact again. Dawn just trying to break out this building to get some more angles out of the back line, holding this height here with Magneto. Magneto typically seen as somebody always on the high side, but not always needed when you have the thing around that brick. And here comes a likely meteor. Good damage. Wolfie, 1 HP, does throw the whale in panic. Not enough to make anything happen. Likely just used. It might have been worth holding on to it there just to try to ensure they get something out in the meantime. But here we go. As the meteor M is up, will they find value? Yup, what a turn there as Dongman takes out 2. And Human and Wolfie fall. And just like that, Shroud X is going to retake position.
Yes, doing pretty good here. 1 minute left to go now for Arius. Maybe Human's a Jeremy Clarkson fan. I know he likes to say like Ann Apple, you know, or I don't know. He's just like a weird dude. Maybe he's a fan of him. But Arius now, a minute left to go on the clock. Ultimates on the board. You got the Meteor, you got Kraken Impact. So far, it's not been easy to deal with Shroud X in their backline. Fidel's perfectly timed. He's faded both worlds. Nobody's been able to get eliminations even through Strategist Ultimates. So with 40 seconds left, and Ice already taking a ton of poke by walking in this early. Kind of brutal. Forces Meteor M out early.
Yeah, and they are getting some charge here. Vision gonna get a pick early on the backline. Strategist Van Human does get rezzed up. Micah with a nice res placement there, but the numbers right back in Shroud X's favor. Lauren's gonna fall on Dongman, but it's not gonna matter. Doomed popping off here. We do get the res on Dong, and Doomed gonna take out Micah again. Just absolutely running through him. Make that 4 as Doomed is flying through the ranks of Eris.
They could potentially go for another reset, and he's gonna... No, he doesn't get it. Unfortunately, the bubble came through. No, he does get it. Just kidding. It came onto the thing. Job done. Stuffed out. Arius could not even dislodge a single flank, it felt like, throughout the map. Map number 1 goes in favor of SDX.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking like a sweep off the rip there. Shroud X obviously getting a lot of confidence, playing a lot of high-end games in terms of quality of enemies that they've been going against and showing up in nearly every game. Obviously, during the MRI, had a little bit of a falter there and fell a little bit on their face, but knowing that they're a strong team and then bouncing back. I mean, look at these stat lines. Doomed 15 final hits, and you got to look at the opposition. Unfortunately, the max we see is 1, just playing as a team like no other. So really well done here for the side of Shroud X, and you know, there's not much we can say besides they played it perfectly and it showcased itself in these stat lines.
Oh yeah, I mean, no disrespect to ERS whatsoever, but you know, the SDX is just that guy, that team, right? They're that team, and they're angry, right? I mean, there's a lot to play for if you're the side of SDX, right? There's so much to earn by competing and by having a good matchup versus pretty much every team they compete against, right? Just have a good showing. Compared to MRI, that's what their goal is, and we'll see if they can keep it up on this map number 2 after these highlights.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon remember who you really are. Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rivals till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
We are cloak and dagger. We are hope and fear. Score one for Tandy.
Lights out. Score one for Ty.
A boom of life. My time to shine.
Suffer in the darkness.
Co-op time. Us against the world.
Ran the table. Sweet.
Widow standing by. Target neutralized. The Widow's bite is lethal. Hit them till they don't get up. You can rest now, Bucky. No way to miss now. Plasma burst! Widow style.
Remember the dust, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way.
you think you're going? Anybody want some nuts?
My power is a gift from Solal the Undying. Struck down by living chi. Dragon kick. 爆元手一。Perfect hit. The dragon unleashed. 气贯长虹. My fist is unrivaled. Grab the whip. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse.
The moon haunts you. Say goodnight. Tremble before fast!
Welcome back, everyone, to our first stomping of the night. Shroud X versus Eris, and honestly, Shroud X looked insanely good out there and just kind of walked through every single point.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we expect out of a lot of the top teams, but Shroud X actually coming out here and proving it that they are the better team straight up. Arius still has some room to potentially come back, right? Maybe with some bans, maybe with some protects or something. But yeah, right now, Shib, you're right. It's the stomping for sure. It's a little bit of a stompage.
We were kind of due one of these, man. We've been talking about how crazy these games have been, and now we're finally seeing some real difference, at least in momentum. And, you know, it's tough to say skill because a lot of these teams that we thought would just absolutely pop off are getting contested. There's a lot of strong players that have yet to be seen on some of these teams we haven't, you know, had eyes on yet.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I bet you Arius, if we looked at the profiles, all top players on the ladder, right? But that's just ladder at the end of the day, right? You can have an easier bracket, and then you go against a team like Shroud X, and then this kind of happens. Meanwhile, early ban from Luna Snow. They don't want to go against that Namor. Maybe a bit of a problem for them, considering, you know, once you ban Luna Snow, obviously Namor's to follow. Shroud X can kind of ban whatever, right? It's up to them at this point. Hella ban on their side. Don't want to take that duel even though they have a pretty good Hella player in their own with Visions. But for Arius, no Hella is going to be available, and see what they protect for Shroudex's side.
Yeah, Vision had a ton of value here on Namor, so I wouldn't, maybe they'll lock in the Namor. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm not sure what their plan's going to be. I do think you're right. I'm not sure it's too much of a conversation for them right now. It's more so like, hey, what are you guys thinking? Do you think we can do this again? And if I were them, I'd try to rinse and repeat, just run it back as much as I possibly could. But now that Luna's gone, that Namor's going to get less value. So we'll see what the shakeup is in the lock here for the side of Arius.
Rocket. Interesting that they actually want to deal with the Rocket from the other side with the Winter Soldier combination on Shroudex's side. So for Arius, they obviously feel confident in that matchup, and now they have another pan. We'll see what they want to mix up in this, because like you mentioned earlier, Shib, we don't really know too much about Arius, and for them, reactionary, right? They realized their issues in the previous map, which was Luna Snow, Namor, disgusting, don't want to play against that. The Thing, also, we don't want to play against that. So Wolverine ban now comes out for Shroud-X, and I like Arius's protect ban a little bit more. I mean, maybe you don't want to give Shroud-X that combination, but that's something.
We are seeing a potential, hey, let's see what we can do pick. I'm not sure if it's going to roll through to when the map actually starts. Obviously, Penny is shown right now. I'm not sure if they're going to do that as like an ego play and see if they can get away with it, but we'll find out together. I do think Impunity's the Thing was pretty disgusting, so obviously they're going to get rid of that. Doom showcasing Widow. I think they're messing around here with Vision on the Panther as well. That would be a crazy lineup to roll in with on defense off the rip. So I would expect a change up, but they're pretending like they're leaving the door with it, and there comes the changes. But aggressive Shroud-X playstyle on the first map. They're probably going to try to run it back right now. And we are going to see that Rocket combination here for Arius. And that could be something that helps them. Maybe that's something they're practiced a lot and they're feeling more confident. But we'll see when this thing starts up. That's a great placement there for the Res Beacon. A little off angle and still close enough to get the Res. So I'd like to see that there from Nuck. And they are going to be running virtually the same comps from what I'm seeing here, except for the Punisher on Lawrence.
Yeah, Punisher is definitely unique. We don't really see a ton of it. Saw it earlier, and it didn't really work out that well for one of our previous teams, who I believe was eliminated from the tournament. Now for Arius' side, they're on the attack. They're running that comp, like you said. It's interesting that we also let the triple strategist comp go through, Shib, so both teams not opting for that. You maybe could see a little bit of the future of Shroud-X. Maybe they're fine running triple strategist, or at least playing against it.
Yeah, a lot of teams have had that practice. It is a strong composition, obviously does have its downsides, right? But when you've got strong front line who's able to, properly soak and able to feed the back line in terms of alt charge, it's virtually unstoppable in team fights. Here we go with an early pull here from Fidel. Not able to get much value out of it, but it was enough to mess with the teams. We see the walls pop up. Ooh, man, almost an early pick there on the Magneto. Dawn just barely getting out of the fight. Are holding here on point. This is that first choke we always talk about, and may be worth starting that fight at the spawn door instead for future reference. But right now, taking their first fight here at the bridge is not what these recent teams have elected to do, which I do like that strategy.
The Cosmic Yarn Amplifier is here along with the Infinite Ammo team up. So there's so much damage coming into this invisible boundary right now from Arius. Able to follow up now is Doomed in the sky. Pops his Galactic Legend looking for the respawn beacon. Doesn't even need to find it because he's found the Rocket Raccoon. Respawn comes out for Lawrence, but it doesn't matter because he's deleted off the face of the map. And the current moment, Arius is not looking good. It was interesting because Shroud-X, they got the pull from Fidel off the high ground. Nobody even expected that. I think that could have easily resulted in a kill, like you said, Shib, or a KO, but nobody was there to follow it up. Doom tried to, go aggressive, play forwards, because right now Arius is making mistakes, so many to the point where Shroud-X isn't even expecting them to be in some of these spots.
Yeah, I think when you get comfortable like this as a team, sometimes it has its downsides, but sometimes it really works out for you. When you're feeling like you have this W, oh my goodness, as I'm saying this, we're starting to get a walk here. Wolfie trying to get a few, does manage to get two. Shroud-X falls slightly, and they are going to get some free space. Not sure if the retouch is going to happen. I don't believe it will here, as I don't see a teleport. So,
he's they're going for it.
There it is. Good touch. Shit, it wasn't enough time, as they are able to get point one. But what I was going to say, sometimes when teams are playing with confidence, it results in them getting those early picks prior to the fights because they just think they've got it, right? When you have the confidence and you can back it up and you're willing to play aggressively, sometimes it works out for you. But, of course, Cast occurs as soon as I'm mentioning that. They do get swept there and pushes through point one as Arius is now trying to get two.
Yep, double pull into a pull from the Bucky into the Invisible Woman. Brings that man to the front line. You know, credit where credit is due. Arius does get to the second phase of the map as Groot bonks his head on the ceiling after getting eliminated by Nuck. You know, they made it to the second phase of the map. They'd had a really good crack and impact. They timed it together with the Cosmic Yarn Amplifiers. So through some pretty good just deletion of walls and overall cohesive play, they've been able to get at least some presence here in the second phase of the map.
Yeah, it seems like that's going to be their combination. Oh, great bubbles there to protect Vision on that off angle, but seems like that's going to be their combination of choice. And here we go, as the Yarn does get popped alongside the Prison, but Kraken still not able to get picks through it. Invis doing a great job with that invisible boundary, keeping literally the entire team alive for the moment. Not getting KO. Dong gonna take out 2. Doom gets 1. Vision gets 1. Micah is gonna get that res there on Inhuman, but it just kind of goes back and forth, but it shouldn't be enough as the numbers are heavily in Shroud X's favor.
Pretty strong plays from Shroud X so far. Punisher Ultimate's just shut down by Dongmin. And Lauren's obviously going to swap back over to the Star-Lord. Nice walls, but they're broken immediately. You can see these coordinated plays. Like you said earlier, Ship, the pro player mindset right now, just make sure these walls are removed, at least enemy team walls, to save your teammates, to save your players. You can see the decision-making process of Shroud X is on fleek at the current moment. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left now for Arius.
Yeah, and now they're playing with confidence again. The dunk goes out. Kraken impact. Following up Impunity. Going to drop Munch there. And they are going to press them back to the spawn door, trying to get a few on the way out. Magneto with some great positioning, dropping over to that right side flank, getting right towards the strategist. Walled out by Impunity to try to see if they can get anyone caught, but no. They are going to escape and reset, just waiting for the first pick to retake. They do have ult advantage on this next fight. This is going to show us if Arius can press through or if they're going to get held up right in this choke. Good wall out there. Doomed doing a great job utilizing that spin to win with the shield, the bubble, keeping him up as he just gains a ton of charge, and Doomed is ready now with that Galactic Legend, and now they are using him early, and Arius still hasn't pressed Q yet.
Yeah, they're holding on to their ults for the next map. It feels like Ice into the sky, got hit by some blasters. Oh no, didn't even get the elimination with the Meteor M. Ice does get brought back because of the BRB, but honestly, that's just torment at this point. Vision, 3 eliminations on the Bucky. I mean, they're basically stuck in their own kind of hell right now. Shroud X on Midtown are dominating.
Yeah, it seems like Arius did not have the confidence to press the Q button. Everybody still has it, and again, at this point, it's so delayed. Oh my goodness, Doomed from the flank, trying to get a few, does get 1. The Q button needs to be pressed for the opposition, as we just see Shroud X playing with so much confidence, and Arius just stuck on their heels here.
Yep, stuck at the current moment. 1 minute left to go, Shiv. You know, they get to walk into this fight. Eventually take another wipe. Impunity drops an early ultimate, forces the boundary out as well from Inhuman. Shroud X now disengage it, right? They know they found those ults. Nice pull, though, back onto Doom, but he's able to evade all of that damage, getting a ton of healing from his strategist. Good job from them, and the front line's so low from Arius into a boundary as well.
Yeah, and that's an early pick there by Vision onto Wolpe. That's going to be a massive early pick. Unfortunately, Wolpe not able to get a ton of value with the Kraken impact as he does fall early. Oh my goodness, Vision says goodnight. KO's Lorenz, who does get res back up. Still in the fight. Alts are now going to be turned around towards Shroud X. If this lands, this could be big, and it does. Fidel goes down. Ice going to find 1. This is what they needed to get the momentum moving. Pushing the card finally. Impunity very low. Great walls to get healed up. And that is a scary Prison. Well done here by Arius to find their footing and to start sprinting the card forward.
Ice really living up to his name right now with the Prison, and Arius now closing out on Shroud X as they try to walk in. Ultimates do sort of favor Shroud X still, however, a good boundary, a well-placed boundary from Inhuman can result in them living in this upcoming fight, although if any team can get eliminations through boundaries, it is Shroud X with that Kraken impact, with the Prison, alongside a Meteor M from Dongman coming up, so it's going to be a daunting fight for Arius in overtime now.
Yeah, ult advantage heading towards Shroud X. Doom just been getting this Q button off cooldown. Just a ton of those Galactic Legends, as I say. It gets popped, but we do immediately counter that here with the boundary. And here comes a dunk of Meteor N. Dongmin gonna be dropping Lorenz. That's an early pick. And they still have visions already. The Kraken impact begins. Let the Qs rain on the enemies. 3, 4. And that should be enough for Shroud X to shut them down before point 2.
God, I may think Bucky's one of the easiest characters in the game, but holy crap, is it so beautiful to watch that character get its resets over and over again. I mean, flies through with the uppercut. I mean, it's beautiful. Chef's kiss out of vision. Trodax looking pretty damn good, man. Pretty damn good. I don't know if they're sort of out of the woods just yet, because, you know, who knows where the, you know, tier lists are for these teams competing in this upper bracket. You know, Arius maybe not one of the top tier teams currently, but for Shroud X, regardless, to win in this round so handedly would be big moving forward.
Yeah, I think this is, you know, this is what Shroud X wants to see. They want that momentum. They want a game that they just kind of roll through the teams, right? Because it gives you the confidence in the next round. At least your team comps, your decision making feels correct. Granted, you know, in terms of the competition, I'm sure Arius is a strong team in their own right, but at this point, it's all about making sure you and a team are not confused about your path forward. You need to know what works for you, and Shroud X is finding what works for them.
Oh yeah, they figured it out, man. They figured it out. You know, obviously, bans and protects are going to come through, and you need to be versatile, right? We'll see a lot of teams switch up their compositions entirely on a per map basis, and what it looks like for Shroud moving forward, you know, they figured out, at least with this Rocket Raccoon composition, how to play it around Nuck too. He's looked very good on Rocket Raccoon. Fidel on the Invisible Woman, keeping Doom pocketed. The strategists, the duelists, and vanguards all putting in the work for this specific composition. They're looking pretty damn good moving forward.
Yep, and here comes the early hold. Don't hate to see it. Good positioning on the high side there. Like we have said, there's either two strategies now. It's hold this high side and let them push a bit, or you hold right at the choke and you retake at the bridge. Two different strategies, obviously different results. I'm not sure what necessarily is better yet, but I do like seeing these maps evolve over time and the way teams are tackling it. I just think it goes to show you how much they're studying the way they want to attack these things. So Vision trying to get something early, but no, Wolfie going to drop Impunity. And Fidel, the res goes up for Impunity though, but still up in numbers here for Arius.
Yeah, Shadow Wolfie putting up a fight right now. Also, they've built up those strategist ultimates. You got both Inhuman and Micah with their own ults ready to go. Doomed back over to the Psylocke now, out of all things, to try to maybe get a backline elimination. Maybe scare out an early strategist ultimate would be kind of big. See what he tries to do here on the flank.
Yeah, so they do have pressure now. Arius does have ult advantage. Both strategy side will be ready. Obviously, it's going to be a Q-Fest shortly. Vision, they're all driven into this building. This is a unique defensive strategy as well. Haven't seen much of this. I'm not sure if it'll work. Ton of damage there from Vision, just guessing where they're going to be in that boundary. And here comes the... Oh my God. My goodness. Dongmin gets that boost there from the rocket. The Yarn of Destiny yeets that thing in there and takes out 4. And that's just going to walk them right past this bridge.
That's so sad. Like, you think you're away from the meteor, like, oh, I'm out of the splash radius. It's not gonna do that much damage. Okay, Cosmic Yarn Amplifier just deleted me and my entire family. I just back to the spawn door I go. So now Aria's coming back. They've got ultimates. No Meteor M to counter Lawrence here. This might be the best Punisher ultimate we've seen yet, unless he flubs it.
Yeah, let's see how it shakes out as the Eliminated is popped. Judge, Jury, Executioner popped right now. Oh my goodness, Vision is gonna take out Quad right as soon as that starts. And if you ever had a doubt in your mind which ult was better between Punisher and Kraken Impact here, I can assure you it is Bucky with the Kraken Impact. That was an absolute shellacking and shoving through right to point 2.
I feel like this just answers the question every time you're like in a ranked game. And some dude's like, hey, we're not matching the Punisher. Why we're losing because we're not matching the Punisher shit. What the hell are we doing? Because, like you said, I mean, Punisher, what is it going to do versus that Kraken Impact or other ultimates? I mean, it's brutal to see it not do that well. But Lawrence, you know, obviously out of the Star-Lord now, feeling a bit more comfortable on other heroes. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, they're trying to get something going here.
Yeah, they used that boundary. I actually like that aggressive boundary. Does leave the team out of it. It's right on that wall, right? So it's difficult to find Valley to look through it because everybody's inside of it. But still, no trade yet. Ice in the sky with the Meteor Ram. Munched, going to take out Impunity. Good trade there for Arius, trying to get some space back. Just try to get this tide turn in the other direction. Loren's going to drop and cancel out that E. Try to get that charge ready at 80% for the ult. Nice pick there on a Vision. good work here, as it does look like Arius is finding their footing, and they should be able to help stagger the rest of this team and set up for another fight, but I might have smoked too early. Doomed gonna take out Micah. There goes that res. Lorenz gonna pop this ult to try to find more. Doomed resetting, allowing them to escape, but Dongmin is gonna drop Whoopi. It's just so back and forth, even when the numbers are down. Shroud X is just finding a way to turn this back in their favor.
Yeah, they've been able to do so consistently, and incoming Stringley Prison as well. Once the Iron Curtain is gone, Ice and Munch fall. No more Vanguards in this fight, although the BRB going to bring back Munch. He's going to have his own Strangling Prison, and they've gotten value out of it before, but it's last second. Cart about to enter its final destination. Here it comes. Oh, what a dodge by Visions. Oh, no. Totally avoiding the Strangling Prison. Gets the hook onto Wolfie, who is going into the sky. I mean, beautiful work from the duelist of Shroud X and the rest of the gang of Arius just on respawn timers, even with the portal. It's going to be brutal here, Shib. Time it down. Shroud X get the job done. Move on to round number 9.
Yeah, I mean, not much to say there. It was the story I think we thought we would see after map 1. Shroud X, a very seasoned team, a team that's been on the stage before. They get the confidence, they get the nerves, and they know how to clutch up when need be. And they really did some serious work there. I'm sure, Vision with the MVP here played lights out, no doubt about it. I actually liked seeing the change there on Doom to go into the Psylocke. I think Psylocke into Rocket Comps is incredibly strong, simply due to the fact that they don't have as much strategist ultimates to contest with, and Psylocke without a counter ultimate in effect is really difficult to go against. So really well done there.
Yeah, really well done. Obviously there's a lot that we can, I'm sure Arius can learn from that, moving into the lower brackets. I'm sure that they're looking back at their compositions or overall play. We'll see how they progress later on in the tournament, but for Shroud X, they're feeling good. Let's take a look at the highlights from that map before we enter our very next series.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now it's the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and faith. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your power.
Grab the whip. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse!
The moon haunts you. Say goodnight. Tremble before fast!
Welcome back, everyone, as we get into our next set of games. Two teams we have seen before. We've got Nightmare versus Shikigami, and the loser is out of the tournament. I'm excited to see it, man. How about yourself?
Oh yeah, incredibly excited. There's been a lot of matches off broadcast, obviously, that we can't watch all of them simply because there's just too many games, and it's an open circuit. So a lot of different Marvel games going on. Entering this one, Nightmare and Shikigami, storied teams so far who have played in the Invitational, dude. I think we're both looking forward to this one. The fact that it's already a loser bracket match this early.
Yeah, I'm curious to see the bans here. Yep, we're going to take Groot right off the table on the side of Nightmare. They don't want to see that. Loki down as well. Nothing too surprising there just yet. But, you know, I think we might actually allow the Venom through. Both teams very confident on the Venom, so I wouldn't hate to see a battle of, you know, of the symbiote here.
Interesting Hella Protect for the side of Shikigami. Considering how Nightmare was playing earlier and how Millennia was as well, I'd be curious to see who gets the better of that matchup in terms of the Hella, because Amadian is incredibly good on that character, but so is Millennia. And meanwhile, Adam Warlock Protect for Nightmare be forcing out a potential triple strategist composition. Luna Snowband, make sure no Namor is involved into the composition.
Yeah, I don't see anything too surprising here. I guess they are going to just ensure the Guardians comp goes bye-bye in terms of at least the Mantis. Pretty much every time we see a Warlock lock, they block out the Mantis instead of the Star-Lord. I think that leaves, you know, I think the idea behind that is both teams like running the Star-Lord. They're not afraid of the Star-Lord, so why not get rid of the Mantis so that at least they can't run that triple strat if they're not confident? I guess that's probably my best take as to why they do that, especially for the side of Shikigami.
Oh yeah, 100%. Unless they, yeah, no, because you could swap out Star-Lord for Winter Soldier. So yeah, you can't really swap out Mantis for anything of the triple strategist at the current moment. Now we head into the map, though, Ship. It's gonna be incredibly exciting for this one, dude. I mean, Shikigami and Nightmare, two really good teams, and one of them are already going to be out of the tournament this early on.
Yeah, this is one of those maps for convergence maps that we see a lot of people holding point one. We've seen a tie here in a previous tournament, so definitely on the table on that point one. They do have a lot of angles of attack, but also a lot of angles of defense. So it is very much a battle of communication and understanding, and those early picks are very valuable. We will see the Hellas peeking behind, as Hella can make that off-angle play around the team. Amadian going to be on the high side there, as Millennia is going to be attacking, and here we begin with Nightmare off the rip.
And this is a 1-2, by the way, best out of 3. You can see those little unhighlighted boxes right now as we start the series off 0-0. Shikigami now, like you said, on that defense, they have to be aware of these flanks. Amadian already gets stunned, so Millennia is already kind of doing something, being a nuisance to the side of Shikigami here, as they've kind of had to give up a little space already.
All right, here we go. Ricky gonna get pulled down, tries to escape, but gets caught. Ricky still turning a pick there on Pizza, but it's gonna fall. Evens out the strategist line quickly. Ricky gonna come back too from the res. If you're gonna pick anyone, might as well be the Raccoon, because that res falls as well. So well done. I'm surprised that worked out for him there on the defense of Shikigami. Craze with an early pick on Millennia too on the high side here with Venom dunking on the back line. Gonna escape and retake the height. Well done here, owning this space with Venom is a unique strategy. I don't think I've seen too much, just looking straight down and just attacking from the high ground, dunking off cooldown and retaking the height. So it is going to be a little more difficult there when you have Luca on the Thing. The Thing, a real good counter for things like Venom. So we might see some value out of that, but I'm surprised he's not playing it.
Yeah, it is interesting how he's made the full transition over to the Thing, and it's kind of working out. I mean, they both strategist ultimates. Kraz might go down early here. I mean, that's a huge opening elimination. Kraz back to the spawn, no BRB to bring them back. Boundary early commitment from Bazier as the see you later from Dinks is there.
All right, Luca gonna get 1 pick, but Amadian, Daze, and Scatter gonna get 3. Bazier comes back from the res and gets Daze after the fact. So this one's heading kind of back in the attack side. But it's not over yet as ults are being popped. Ooh, my goodness, Kendrick gonna drop Dinks. Does not get the reset, though, from Kendrick. So, you know, there could be a turnaround. The teleport comes through. Good retake. Well done by the Venom, but Strange is in a scary position here. Scatter, very low, is going to fall. And this might be, oh, okay, another pop here, holding the point at the very edge. Before the 3rd tick, just a very back and forth fight, but they're still holding on tight as Shikigami does believe Craze does have that ultimate here from Venom to buy him some more time should he want to. He jumps off point. Here comes the take here, does pop ult, still holding on. This has been such a struggle to maintain this point, but they are doing a good job of it.
Oh yeah, doing a great job indeed. That was honestly off of Luca connecting with his Thing ultimate, floppering time onto everybody of Shikigami just as the invisible boundary was about to run out. So the timing perfect from Nightmare. Can see why Luca's prioritizing the Thing, at least today, able to find that combination into the end of the fight. 4 minutes now into the second phase of the map. Amadian is swapped over to the Psylocke, maybe to look for more backline pressure onto Pizza Demon or Baser. Honestly, don't hate it these days. I think originally I was a little bit of a Psylocke hater, but it kind of has a place in the meta right now.
Yeah, I'm with you. I do think that Psylocke is kind of making a return in terms of meta placement. A very strong hero in her own right. Ton of burst damage and potential hit scan. Just has a lot going on for her kit. But, you know, found a little bit of a struggle as teams are feeling really confident on those strategist backline support ultimates. But as teams are slowly changing off that and doing things like Rocket, it does bring her right back to the top of the meta as 3 ults get popped here. Mace goes up. Millennia gonna find Daze. Kendrick gonna take out Amadian. And yeah, Nightmare just on a rampage as Kendrick gonna do what Kendrick does on this hero and just try to reset 1,000 times. Ooh, takes a ton of damage. Wow, these strategists really good focus there to keep Kendrick into the fight. Well done by the side of Baser and Pizza as they are continuing to press forward. Millennia, the only one with an ult up right now.
Yeah, right now, dive isn't really working. It just seems to be that the output of damage between Kendrick and Millennia is far too high. Here comes that Psylocke ultimate, immediately disengaged by Luca, who gives that damage resistance. So everybody's on Kendrick, keeps him alive. Days also need KO'd, so the peel is there, just constant. Look how bad they want Kendrick and can't find him. It's just constant pressure, but nobody's able to eliminate Kendrick, the absolute boss of the map right now. He's turning into a raid boss, that is. As Nightmare keep this cart moving forward, 2 minutes to go. They don't have a lot of ultimates at the very least, but Shikigami keeps committing everything to these fights, Shiv, and it's just not fruitful whatsoever.
Yeah, we talked about the value of Rocket, obviously giving the unlimited ammo, the Z-Pack to Kendrick, but just look at the alt charge. We saw this alt, what, less than a minute ago, and he's already back at it again. So the unlimited ammo power not only does a ton of damage and enables him to pop off, it also lets him press Q like this and start off with one pick on a Craze. Can we get two? Can I hear three? Raise them! Three! Let's see 4 and 5, bang! Continuing up as Kendrick is on an absolute rampage, sweeping 5 and pushing point 2.
I love this guy on the Winter Soldier. I mean, truly is a good, a generational talent on Winter Soldier. You know, I mentioned how Kendrick was one of the top Winter Soldiers, is like Terra, for example. Another one of those top Winter Soldier players. Days had a really good game on Wolverine earlier, but as it stands right now, it's been tough for him on the Winter Soldier. Maybe if he had the Hela of Melania on his team's side, that would help. Because that early pick on Dunmadian sets their team back again. I mean, it felt like every fight so far. We just sung Psylocke's praises. Not right now. I mean, Millennia's just shut out Amadian every single fight.
Yeah, there is going to be a slight advantage, I guess, towards Shiki, but it's just the momentum shift again right here. Ton of time on the clock still. 2 minutes and 15 is going to be a few fights at least. So Nightmare now, with the cart being as far as it is, it's all about one big fight, and then the Stagger Fest begins, and it's about, can Shikigami pull it together to hold on? So it's going to be very much who gets this first pick to set the tone on this next fight. But then from then on, it's about communication and understanding and not overcommitting, especially on the defense here for Shiki, who does have 4 ults ready. And as we talk about it, there goes the Meteor M. Will it find purchase? No, it does not. Luca very low on HP, does use Yancey Street to get out. And here comes the initiation from Craze. Oh my goodness, with that rocket combo, Kendrick does fall. An insane amount of damage with that combination. Insane with the Feast of the Abyss, and then comboing it up with the Cosmic Yarn. It's a combo we haven't seen much of, but it's so strong. Millennia gonna take out Amadian, trying to get a little bit of that Hella difference. Pizza showing how strong Rocket can be damaged. Down goes Scatter. Luca gonna take out Days and Ricky, and man, Nightmare just walking away with this.
Yeah, they really are. 1 minute and 14 seconds left. You just have the Venom to deal with on the cart, and unfortunately, not seeing too many of these combinations pan out for Shikigami. I mean, they committed both that Cosmic Yarn and then that Abyss again, like you mentioned, and it just did not result in anything. Amadian comes back on the Hela, finally able to get an elimination. Millennia's already gotten dinks in the meanwhile. Days here towards the objective, able to get one elimination as well. The KO's coming out for the defense, so they've been able to stabilize off of a nice ultimate from Amadian, who is now swapped back over to the Hela, and that could be the missing piece that Shikigami needs. Days also over to the Magic. They're trying something a little bit out with the Scatter onto the thing. This is like a hard commit on the dive, and you know, we'll see with Days and the Venom if they can combine for elimination. If they don't, Nightmare might just get stuff out Shikigami.
Yeah, I like this change. I do. I want to see a Magic pop off. So if I'm being real, I just want to see Magic strong again. Don't play Magic myself, but ton of fun to watch. Kendrick does fall early. Amadian, that's a massive pick, but the res does come through. Mace going to take out Craze Mang, and Bays are going to drop Days. Oh man, back in Nightmares are half heavy here as they're just kind of walking this back home, and that should be enough for them to push this through with 0 seconds on the clock. Oh,
overtime.
Too soon.
Yeah, overtime boundary, they're here, but Day is going to fall as they walk back in. I mean, it might just delay the inevitable. We'll see what happens. Maybe Kraz can find an elimination. Does not have a Cosmic Yarn amplifier to help support it, however. And yeah, Kendrick connects onto another one. Kraz touches the payload or doesn't touch the payload for a split second, and Nightmare fully capped out. Yes, with no time left, but the way they did it, Shib, it felt like they were never out of control.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't think there was ever a time that I think Shikigami, granted they're on the defense, but there was never a time I felt they were on the attack. Do you know what I mean? They were not pressing them back in space ever. It was always a let's get our footing back on where they had us. Never a, okay, we're winning this fight, let's take it to their spawn. So I do think that was a one-sided map right there, heavily towards Nightmare.
Oh yeah, for sure. And you know, we were wondering, you know, why, at least you brought up the question, and we talked about it earlier, Luka not playing the Venom. Can see maybe why a little bit, right? He's so good at peeling for his teammates. Really has done a good job, rather, keeping Kendrick alive, keeping the backline alive, creating space, getting ultimates that are perfect, right? Well-timed ultimates, not even just like committing them just to throw them out there, right? Using them right after Shredder's ultimates are committed, perfectly placed. And, you know, for Nightmare, they're glad to be in the position they're currently in. Shikigami, meanwhile, Venom really wasn't working out, right? I mean, it was every time they were going for those dives, they couldn't get those eliminations. That's the entire purpose, right, of that comp. There's not a lot of CC Venom brings to the table, unlike the side of the thing. So Shikigami not feeling too strong about their defensive game plan, so they're going to try to mix it up here now on attack.
Yeah, I'm with you. I do think that changed. Like, to be honest, based on what we saw in Nightmare last time, Luka was very much on a Venom Hulk or trying to make a strange play work, right? And I will say this change over to the thing has been, for at least from what we've seen, a massive change, a big advantage for them. It seems like it's getting a ton of value, shutting down things that are trying to attack his backline and just using that Yancey Street. For those who don't know, Yancey Street charge is that charge that gives you 200 shield for the thing, but as soon as you end the charge, which there is a setting that's on hold so you can almost instantly pop it, will leave an AoE on the ground that'll shut down movement abilities. Nobody can move when you're near that AoE. So using that just to press the button when anyone around is around, like Venom, it does not allow him to web away. So you can use that. I would highly suggest you use that on your backline strategist so that people that are diving them have no escape pattern. Instead of just trying to pop it, you know, necessarily immediately, I would wait until you know they're going to try to leave, then use that skill to ultimately shut them down in their moment of need. So we see a lot of value from that here from Luka. Great play here. Kendrick trying to find an early pick. Barely missed, but still going to find value on a Median.
It's almost like Amadian just walked into him. He like wanted to go down there. That was kind of unfortunate that Amadian walked the wrong way. If Kendrick didn't fall off the side, that pressure, that damage is coming through. Armed and dangerous to the main side of Amadian. Oh, nice pixel shot on the Millennia, but it's brought back by a BRB, and Baser on the side takes down Dinks, removing their BRB out of the fight. Also, see you later committed by Shikigami in a lost team fight. You know, that's not ideal. Come back into this fight without that ultimate.
Yeah, we lost Craze there early on in the fight. They are going to retake here off on this left angle. It seems like Luka played a little aggressively here. Mace does have that Meteor M ready, and we've got Bucky as well. So combination ultimates, things that are fight winning are ready, and we can shut down maybe Ricky here on Invis with Mace. We'll see how this next fight shakes out, but alt advantage going to be on the side of Shikigami on attack, but like we mentioned, we know how Kendrick can be with that Kraken impact, and we know how Mace can be with that Meteor. So a very big fight coming up as Mace pops that Meteor M, looking for the backline. Whoa! That was insane! As Mace hits a Median virtually out of the sky. Does get res though, so only gonna burn that cooldown, but really well done there by Mace.
Yeah, Mace has a lot of style so far on the Magneto. Nice sky shot with that Meteor M, like you said. Now they go back into this fight. Shikigami at least have ultimate charge. They're gonna have their own Meteor M ready to go. Nightmare. Only ult they're going to be missing will be Mace. Median though on the flank. Again, top right angle. You can hear these footsteps though, right? So I'm sure he's aware. Median still able to take the better of that duel into Millennia. Nice opening pick. Millennia's brought back again by a BRB, and you know that makes this fight even. Base though able to take down Mace. That's nice for Shikigami's side. Finally getting advantage leading forward.
Oh, see, a great shield there. Invis with a Guardian shield just to try to allow that 1v1 a little bit more in their favor, make it a 2v1. A Millennia with a nice pick there on Dinks. There goes that res as well. Kendrick following up with Craze, resetting on to a Median. Very low, not able to focus it anymore. Good dive away, good escape. Punching to the other side of the high ground. Beautiful play as they do reset. Nightmare gonna retake the point. 44 seconds on the clock, but we do have the combination of that Cosmic Yarn with the Kraken impact. So could be something big here from Shikigami on this next fight. Millennia as well, holding on to the Goddess. So we could see a little bit of a back and forth in this next fight.
Could definitely see it. Pull onto the Winter Soldier of the top side, forcing him to use the movement abilities. Also, Cosmic Yarn popped out here. Eye of Agamotto available. Daze goes down. BRB should bring it back into the fight, but at this point, I mean, Mason just controlling the objective. Wakamoto is going to be here in the fight. Millennia's ultimate eventually runs out, and 1v1 still kind of happening on the coastal side, whereas Prash trying to find this pickoff now.
Gray's playing a little bit of aggressive. I like the idea here, trying to find the Hela and just don't let Hela leave your sight, and does get the early pick there. Well done by Craze. Sure, it does have that ult as well, but Feast of the Abyss going right on the backline. Good push away. Oh, no. Unable to make it happen. Holding on to that Q is a tough spot to be in. Meteor up in the sky. Great shield there. Tries to throw it behind. Great idea, but not going to work out as it gets immediately returned on. Millennium going to get that pick following the ultimate of the clobbering time, and it does look like Nightmare are going to take map 1.
Absolute dominance out of Nightmare there over Shikigami. And considering what we saw out of Shikigami in previous matches and also in previous tournaments, this is a bit of a disappointing map for them so far to go down 0-1. Victory in favor of Nightmare, and you know it was so unfortunate, man. Shib, every time they picked off Millennia, brought back by a BRB, and they were not able to capitalize off of the downtime with Millennia not there. It was just so consistent from Nightmare to kind of slingshot, use Shikigami slingshot against them almost.
Yeah, I mean, I think they struggled a bit into some of those just frontline brawl. Like, Mace did a great job swapping up when needed. I do think Luca did a really strong, didn't fall once, didn't get KO'd a single time. I think it's really prevalent. I think we saw Crazemang running that Venom a ton, right? So going into a consistent and non-stop run of having the Thing who's constantly shutting you down is so hard to handle, especially when he's constantly marking you. And we see the value out of that there. So really well done.
Yep, really well done indeed. And you know, moving forward, we'll see how Nightmare does on this next map. They have the edge, right? They have a huge advantage with that map win, especially in such a dominant fashion. We'll see if the bans and protects are different moving forward. In the meantime, we're going to take a short break, come back with some highlights. See you for bet number 2.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing and hoping your pride, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls before the rifts splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind. Hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and
say fireworks. Powering up. Maximum pulse.
The moon haunts you. Say goodnight. Tremble before fast!
Map 1 comes to a close with Nightmare Shikigami, and Nightmare looked exceptionally good, shoving all the way through to 3 points and holding them on point 1. Just an absolute masterclass on that map. What'd you think?
Oh yeah, I mean it was absolute dominance by Nightmare throughout the whole map. I think that moving forward, they've got to feel good about that, considering, you know, they've been constantly improving. I feel like, you know, the hero pool. I feel like this was the #1 thing that I was worried about for Nightmare. It was what was Luca's hero pool looking like? What was the rest of Nightmare's hero pool looking like? How are they going to play around these players? And, you know, shout out to Luca for being able to pick up the thing, play it to such a high level, and now Shikigami on the back foot, just ban out that Adam Warlock first. So group ban on the side for Nightmare. Don't want to go against that, obviously, and maybe that's going to matter further into the tournament, depending on which team progresses.
Yeah, that's the nuance of the banning stage at the highest level. It's if you're forced to ban something all the time, it gives the upper hand to, and I'm not saying they can't run Groot, right? Maybe they are working on that on the back end, but if you're forced to ban something every single time, just from any team's perspective, it does provide a huge advantage on the opposition, because from then on, you know where their weakness is and what kind of stuff you have to run or what you'd want to run based on what they've always been running, because you just know that they don't have more options than at least you do, or at least you know that information. So it is a little bit tricky. We are seeing the lock-in here at Star-Lord. Wouldn't be surprised. We are going to ban out Namor and Warlock. Okay, so Warlock banned, immediately Star-Lord lock. So they are confident here on the Star-Lord for the side of Nightmare. We are going to see Luna locked in. So yeah, that's why. Well, I'm surprised they locked Luna and then banned Namor. So I guess Shikigami doesn't want to see that, but they just want the Luna on the field.
Yeah, that would make sense, considering maybe they're just confident in having days on Winter Soldier, maybe on the Hela. Maybe don't want to deal with the Namor, so they can get some flankers going if they really want to, with at least like maybe like dive characters like Magic, or like Days was showing you could play it earlier, right? We could see that. We could see Psylocke as well from Amadian. Obviously, it didn't pan out for them even against a team without a Namor, considering, you know, Nightmare just peeled super well. Didn't look like they struggled at all. Shikigami's gameplay, and I think pretty obvious, though. It feels like they just make sure that Amadian's able to go for the dives with Krasmang, maybe get those one-shots, feeling comfortable on it on this map, maybe comparatively to the previous one on Shin Shibuya now. I don't know. I don't know if it'll pan out for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think they know that Rocket's going to be run again, trying to boost Kendrick and just getting that ult quick. Kendrick, you know, obviously a ton of success on those Kraken impacts. We can't say it enough, right? But that, like I said, does lead a little bit of vulnerability in terms of using this Psylocke ultimate. It will find more value, or it'll pull out the only strategist ultimate. It's one of the only ways to handle it in the game right now, besides something like Loki crystals, which is obviously banned out. So Psylocke's perfect situation, I would think, would be something like this at this moment, and especially with Namor off, even though I do think she plays pretty good into Namor as well. So we are seeing more of Psylocke in the meta. Definitely a strong hero in her own right. So off in the off angle, saw the Hela and panic there as Dinks dropped right back. Hela trying to get value. Psylocke going to make an early play, running for their life, trying to get back there and not get KO'd. Scatter holding this angle kind of weak here as they're starting to keep their pressure forward. A lot of off angling, really forcing the team to look in a circle instead of in a straight line, and that's what you need to do, driving them right back into that arcade.
What's the benefit of Nightmare's composition? Even if somebody's caught out, they can just kind of look towards that player, peel them back to the main force, and then reclaim the space in due time. They're kind of juggling the point as well, going back inside that arcade and back out to the point. Frozen on the right side. Shield though again. Kendrick with the shots on the Days. The damage output was absurd. BRB will bring back Days into the fight though.
Yeah, Days back in numbers are evened again. Millennia seeing this off angle, canceling it. Oh, wow, that is some good shots for the KO there on Amadian. Mace gonna dunk onto Ricky. Another valuable Meteor M for Mace. Oh, Millennia showcasing the power here of Hela. And we do not, if I'm not mistaken, there's no Hela on the opposition right now. And that might be something that we will regret if I'm on Team Shikigami. I do think Hela's just in this state right now where if you're not trying to match it, you gotta ban it. But maybe I'm wrong. If you're consistent on that dive with Venom, I can see that getting shut down, especially with the Spider-Man, but not seeing it for Team Shikigami here.
Yeah, they've done it before where they've shut down Hela players, but also Madian's a decent Hela player in their own right. So it is unique. It is interesting that they try to not run it. Here's Millennia on the right side. Amadian's gone.
Wow.
Traded out for Kraz, though, so the BRB going to be used for both teams, or rather for Amadian's side, because he's got the BRB to him. Millennia does not have theirs, so that's a nice opening for Shikigami.
It was a good trade. Kendrick using that BRB. It just came back on cooldown, as you can see it over there. Does come back, so they are ready for that res on the side of Nightmare. Shikigami got a little bit of an advantage. And nice damage there from Craze to take out Pizza. That is going to be massive, because it does get rid of that BRB as well. Up in the sky with a dunk. Mace is going to take out Days. Make that 2 back-to-back. Trying to find the Rocket. Rocket with good escape. And here comes the return dunk. Tries to throw the bubble out. Really well done in the positioning there by Mace, holding on to that. Millennia going to follow up on Scatter. And here comes the haymaker from Luca to drop a Madian. And Shikigami's going to have to try again on this fight.
Double KO.
Yeah, I mean, Kendrick did get wiped at the very least, but he's brought back by Pizza Demon.
I got you covered.
And yeah, I mean, it's so tough, man, like, because you're trying to walk in on Days' side. You're trying to get these flanks off on a Madian, but Luca keeping everybody, strong with the damage reduction just turns characters into raid bosses. So anytime you go for a dive on a target, like, they just, okay, now you have damage reduction. Now you have a pocket from Invisible Woman, right? You get that shield, you get healed. So there's so much heal right now on Nightmare's side, and the game plan is working out to a T right now.
Yeah, you mentioned the damage reduction, that 30% per dash for 4 seconds when you're using the thing. It's very valuable at this stage of the game. People ask me all the time, and wait, well, hold on. As Days is going to put 1 dunk down on Mace. Going to get the res. Bang! Gets 2. This might be enough to shove him through. Trying in the arcade. Great landing there. Not able to follow up and get the reset, but they are going to get some charge here about halfway. Will it be enough to push the first point?
They lost Kendrick. They lost Kraz coming in. BRB's there. Portal coming through the top side. Boundary as well.
Wow.
Secured the objective for the defensive side. Days going down without the BRB. He is a large portion of your damage. And now Kendrick with the dunk onto Scatter.
Yeah, and he's just going to walk this thing. Raccoon's in trouble now. Ooh, very low. Trying to get the reset. Waiting it out. Trying to get the pull. Good idea. Not able to make it happen. Great positioning there from the Rocket. Well done there by Dinks. And now Millennia comes back in. Amadian falls. Ricky goes down with the KO. Mace switching over to that Strange for the portal, getting a ton of value as Days does the same thing, actually. Goes over to Strange, gets them back on point. It's anyone's fight at this point, but it's starting to look more and more in Nightmare's favor. Mace with a mean Eye of Agamotto taken out too, and that should be the tide changer as Venom now uses all the cooldowns. Is it going to be enough to give them this fight? We do see the Cosmic Yar and the res. Good focus there. Oh, not able to stuff it. As this is so back and forth. Pizza Demon takes out Craze. Dank's going to raise the Madian, but they do not touch. Shikigami going to be held on point 1.
I mean, for Shikigami's side, that's so sad, right? Nothing worked for them. The whole fight, they were able to find an opening pick, but guess what? Brought back by a BRB, similarly to how it was earlier. And that's the tough part, right? If you play the Psylocke, if you play this full dive comp, you would think, okay, Psylocke, maybe go find that BRB, maybe make sure that's out of the fight. No, I didn't really use that. So I don't really know the benefit of running it, I'll be honest with you, dude. Like, it just feels like the Psylocke, not it. Yeah, that's my high-level analysis. I don't know. It's just like every time they would go for a dive, Luca was there with the peel. They tried to come back in. And I don't know if it was because of strategists or whatever, but they couldn't keep Kraz alive sometimes too, which you would think you would be able to considering his HP pool. And Nightmare just played it so well.
Yeah. You get a lot of the question. I'm with you on the Psylocke. I'm not sure about it. I do think Psylocke has value, but we haven't seen these ults that just sweep backline and really force things out. Like, it just seems to be, I mean, obviously a ton of damage output, Amadian doing a great job on Psylocke. It's just a matter of the hero choice in general right now, just the way that certain characters play, like having the thing in here, like you're saying, if you ever see someone in danger, you try to make that dash. I get asked a lot about brawl tanks, right, and why teams are choosing the thing over Thor, and there's a multitude of reasons. Thor is great in his own right, a very offensive Vanguard, but the thing has damage reduction, 30% for 4 seconds on virtually anyone, and its escape. Also has the denial of dive, right, with Yancey Street, self-shielding, raw damage, and a team stun. There is just so much utility on his kit that it does not compare to something like Thor, who's obviously a very offensive Vanguard. So we aren't seeing a lot of Thor chosen for Brawl in this meta, just because there's just way too much of the Thing's kit to pass up on in decision-making. So that is why you will see that more often as we take this fight on the off angle here. FaZe are doing a great job wrangling the team and still manages to get a pick on Amadian.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, like Nightmare was quote-unquote out of position there. I mean, the dive came through. Days, oh my dude, wait, he's just lost on the map right now. Holy, Millennia, nice shots. And that's brutal. Kraz comes back through on the dive, but he's probably going to get Peel on the high ground like per usual. Kendrick as well wins the trades against Days, and I mean, for Days, Nightmare has had the lead over Shikigami. Amadian on the point, waiting it out. Right, Kraz comes back in for the dive, peels out. Here's that team up from the Rocket Raccoon. Amadian, nice dash away at the very least, but a tick's already been given. They have to funnel into the point now. Bubbles just to sustain, but man, that's so much damage into your face.
Jeez, yeah, just a ton of pressure here. Nightmare, you know, it's looking really bleak for the side of Shikigami here. The teleport comes through. This is likely going to be a 2-0 as they're pushing point even more staggering, and down goes everyone at this point. Stand in front of that portal and hold on, as this should go your way. Good punches here by Luca. Ton of utility on the ground, and there goes the ult. And just like that, Nightmare gonna take game 2 and take home this W.
Very impressive win for the side of Nightmare as well, putting themselves into that top 16, I believe. But you know, for Nightmare to beat out Shikigami, a team that was sort of on the rise in the Marvel Rivals Invitational, to knock them out of the tournament is massive, and to do it in such a fashion says a lot about this team right now. I think that in the current meta, with the thing, with the potential for other heroes to get banned, so there maybe a dive even comes out again for Nightmare. I think there's a lot of options for this team, who is showing a lot more flexibility as of late, and I think that's promising for Nightmare, who, you know, obviously had to move on from their old team in Sentinels and now move on to this new team, and they look pretty good for a team that's, you know, just had to replace their entire roster.
Yeah, I mean, Mace, Millennia, Kendrick, all with a ton of final hits and eliminations up there with 8, 7, 8, 9. I mean, it was really, really clean. It seemed like everyone was doing their job, and every single time somebody was on an off fight in some sort of angle somewhere, you know, alone even, it was just going towards the side of Nightmare. I do think there's something to talk about when it comes to the discussion with Psylocke and maybe when Psylocke works. I do think she's still strong, but just not seeing it pan out in any of these games. So it's just starting to get tough to defend Psylocke right now.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I like the character, it has its spots. I mean, it can be played. We've seen it get played before to, I mean, decent viability, but, you know, we'll see later on in the tournament how this character sort of pans out. It's like how we talked about burning Torch earlier. We talked about, who else we talked about? Storm, like these characters. So a few of these characters that we thought were potentially going to be meta, maybe still on the outside by a little bit. Did I say burning Torch? I meant Human Torch. The hell am I on about? Anyway, we'll see if these characters are played later. We have one more game on the day, man, but let's take a look at these highlights before we enter that next series.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time
say fireworks. Powering up. Maximum pulse.
The moon haunts you. Say goodnight. Tremble before fast!
Grab the whip. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
That bud.
Yeah, I mean, brutal for Shikigami fans. Maybe they'll be slingshotting into season 2 or maybe Invitational in the future. We'll have to see that team and how they progress. I was telling you, I think maybe some off-season changes might be in order, right? Who knows? We'll see what happens with them. But for Nightmare moving up in the bracket, I mean, that's going to feel good to enter onto the next day, especially with how these past few weeks have gone.
Yeah, I mean, some of the things I'm curious about, I know during the Invitational we did see a little bit of Cloak, right? Obviously, that may be dependent on the bans, right? Especially if they get rid of Loki and Invis. But my question is more so, did they get some testing in with Cloak? Do they feel like Cloak maybe isn't, where they think they should be with that burst healing? I was wondering if that burst healing was going to be enough to push them into top meta, but it doesn't look like that's the case. I'm curious how that's going to shake out in terms of like, maybe they just need more time before they decide that, but the nerf in terms of Cloak stacking that healing has obviously had a real impact. So I'm curious, do you think we're going to see her if they put more time into him or no?
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, maybe. If we see people, practice the character more like you said, or just like to get some maybe potential buffs on the character. I mean, there's a few things it might need. I think that, I've heard people say it's a little awkward to play alongside it, right? You have to play the character kind of aggressive to get value, right? With the cape and a lot of different ways to make sure you can find maximum value. But there's a potential in the future, especially if we enter sort of more brawl compositions. It's definitely still a good substitute once like a few other strategists are banned. So it's not totally out of the meta. Like the moment you get rid of Luna Snow, you get rid of Loki, it does require a lot of bans, but it could potentially come through depending on those few things.
Yeah, and some new things here. Let's talk about. We got two new teams to get eyes on. Noisy and Bald by Choice. I am personally excited to see great names, by the way. Personally excited to see some new talent on the board and see who shines. This is the kind of stuff you want to see from the MRC. Obviously, we know so a lot of these teams, a lot of the talent got names written down, but let's see some more as we see some consistent bans. But the Groot lock goes to show me one team's feeling confident on that composition, and Namor's still available.
Yep, Namor's still available. We got a Loki ban, Invisible Woman ban. Maybe we might see that Cloak and Dagger, like you said, with so many strategists getting removed. Psylocke ban on the side of Noisy. They don't want to play against that hero, and know, we get to learn a lot, like you said, about both of these teams, right? Depending on what they love to play. We have not seen any Mr. Fantastic, so that's an interesting hover. Could be a character played if you maybe combine Mr. Fantastic and the Thing or something. Just keep jumping to people. I don't know. There's some viability there potentially, but both teams sort of hover in some compositions. We might get some brand new stars showing up in MRC.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't think we've seen a lot of Fantastic, or that we will see Fantastic, but I do think his best shot is with the Thing, because giving that damage reduction to an already very pseudo-tanky frontline duelist, which is a crazy sentence in a row, is the way to get the most value. Oh, and you know what's hysterical is as we start this game here, I'm seeing a cloak and dagger on the side of Noisy. So it is going to be, chosen here at this level of play. Obviously, that blind with damage boost is incredibly powerful, but it does lead what you're mentioning before a little more vulnerable, right? Because you do have to fully commit to DPS in that moment. Obviously, the switch can happen quickly, but it does leave your team a little more vulnerable. And typically, we see a lot of cloaks using that ability post-ultimate, just giving them that healing already on the ground so they don't have to stress for it. But it's a tricky position and a tricky character to get solid with, as we will see Mantis Luna on the other side too, which rarely do you see Mantis in a duo strategist comp.
Compositionally, I really like Noisy's comp. I think they're playing the current sort of meta, right? Running the Groot, running the backup strategists in Cloak and Dagger. Luna's still obviously more of a mainstay, but like you said, with Loki ban, with other strategists ban that could potentially, Invisible Woman ban earlier, you have to kind of play this character, but the hooks come through onto TM on the backside. It doesn't really matter though, because the support is good. Yori throws the spear across the map, 20 to see you later.
Yeah, good throws there, as we do get an early pick on the side of Noisy. You're on the high side. We are having ult slowly gain here for the side of Noisy, keeping up the defensive position. I like these positions that they're throwing at. We haven't seen a lot of teams electing to own that high ground that Ball by Choice is using, which I do see a lot in ladder, right? So I'm just curious as to how it's going to shake out here at this level of play. It looks like the teams are just choosing to keep this a high ground battle, an off angle push here by IGL on the Star-Lord, just trying to get some ult charge. 71% is not a bad start here. And Nubs on Ball by Choice is going to be holding on to that ult first. Will we see an early push to point? Yes, we will, as here we go onto the point with the dance, the fate of both worlds. Anti gonna find a nice pick onto Sir Bun Bun. Well done again by Ball by Choice. That's an early pick. They needed to get something there while Nubs had that up. And they are going to keep this train rolling. Anti trying to find more. Star-Lord going to pop off in the sky. Yori going to take out one. Down goes the Bucky. IGL against Yori. And right back again with Flawlix into Smog. Nice throw there by Timu's onto Nubs. And at this point, Noisy looks like they're taking this thing back on the defense.
Yeah, they've done a good job working it in. Anti, like you said earlier, has brought an advantage to Ball by Choice. Still aggressive with the Mantis, able to find the opening KO. Anti with the follow-up as well. So Ball by Choice sort of working themselves back into it, as well as Anti just drawing some aggression, working back towards the point as well. As Ball by Choice do have the ultimate advantage. They lose 20 to early though. Flawlix still chased down on the back. And now a minute and 43 seconds left to go. Ball by Choice are handedly in control as Yori gets staggered out.
Yeah, well done there by the side of Ball by Choice. Do have ult advantage for the next fight. It looks like they're really confident here. I'm not, not a lot of backstory here on both teams, but definitely seeing some strong play here by the side of Bald with ult advantage, still getting some stuff done. It's crazy because running the Mantis Luna is definitely more of an off meta composition in the strat line, without a doubt. Mantis, obviously a very offensive strategist, can do a lot of damage in the right hands, and that sleep, you can actually get two headies off prior to waking them up. If you use it properly, Pro Mantis' people at this level will get that job done and get some nice anti-dive should they need it. But Noisy, not with a ton of dive at this point, so just looking in the back line, Twanita, it's just going to be pumping out damage at range. And nice chase there by Anti to take out Yori. And just keeping this thing rolling still with all these ults up.
And they're still keeping it rolling. Counter comes through from Noisy with their very own Fate of Both Worlds. Ayabagamota here to slow everybody down to this damage follow-up there. Looks like it partially is on a Tulip, and the Mantis with the damage boost is able to secure that elimination here into the sky, though. Very early ultimate from IGL, shut down by Killa.
We are undefeatable!
Yeah, again, going to be a very much shoved position on the side of Bald. I mean, there goes Mantis, gonna pop that early, moving them forward. Soul Resurgence, pretty strong, I guess, in the right hands, giving everyone a little bit of extra health and movement speed, which puts them in a more of an offensive strategist ultimate, just forces your team to chase forward, but not getting a ton of value out of it as Bald is gonna fall here. Tulip keeping that off-angle height. Yori does have the Goddess ready to pop should need be, but outside of that, not much ready for this next fight.
This should help.
No, and IGL, by the way, going to make the swap over to the Hella for their own side. And it is interesting that the Mantis is sort of being played instead of like a Rocket Raccoon, sort of like a budget Rocket Raccoon almost. You just have constant damage boost. But oh, what a hook! What a hook by Tulip to start it off.
Nice.
3-3-3 trades it back, though.
Yeah, 3-3-3 on the height here is going to even it out. Yori going to take IGL, though, and that is going to be nice, having the Hell advantage and the ult up for Yori. Just buying space here, if able. Yori on the defense, or excuse me, does get picked and immediately falls to 3-3-3. Is going to drop them out of ult and immediately get that hook takedown. Timu's dropping 3-3-3 right back, though. These fights just so even through these ultimates. At this point, you just got to hold on and try to get an ultimate fight and commit together instead of one by one popping these things. Flawlex on the Groot, ready to launch as well, as Noisy is going to be the only one using this Groot in this composition.
Yeah, Noisy still playing pretty consistent, or sorry, Flawlex specifically has been playing super well. Yori again from across the map. IGL in the flank gets matched by a freeze from the Luna Snow. So this defensive hold has been pretty strong until that Soul Resurgence, like you said, trades it back on the Tulip.
And up in the sky again, the dunk comes out. Is it gonna be enough? No, it does not land. Yori gonna take out Nubs, though. Once again, keeping this pressure. Yori showcasing the double headies. KOs for days as Yori is bringing the odds back in their favor. 4-6 here, trying to take this high ground from them. And yep, here comes the play with the teleport up. Ooh, that could be big enough there. Flawlex gonna take out Twan. Yori on IGL. Nubs against Yori, trading that right back. And they're still holding on here with the group.
They're still holding up at the eye of Agamotto from Auntie. Able to finally break through this choke with the backup of the team. Maybe they can get this cart pushing, but they don't have anybody on it. So potential recontest can come through as well as that hook. Unfortunately blocked by the Groot. Noisy will have a retouch potential here.
Yeah, they should be able to get back, but the walls are becoming a problem. It looks like they pressed through, but Smug got to pick on Timu's early. Yeah, that's going to be enough for them, I believe, to take this dub, but we'll see on the ult chase. Ult goes up for Hella. Wait, it may not be done yet. Tulip with a retouch. Takes out Nubs and 3-3-3. Tulip showcasing what can be done with the Bucky. Again, not even needing the Q, but does fall from the Hella on a height. Wow, what a play there by the Goddess of Death during that fight to just sweep up everyone and allow Ball by Choice to chase through and push through point 2.
Yeah, these fights are absolutely scrappy. I mean, both teams without ultimates taking so many trades, right? IGL and Yori sort of going back and forth on top of the Groot specifically, I think, for Flawlex playing absolutely insane. Ball by Choice have eventually, seems like, figured out their composition. But at the moment, both teams are constantly going back and forth. Heavy hitters on both sides. Yori on the flank, however, in this fight. See if he can open it up, maybe look for this backline like we've seen a lot of really good Hellas do.
Yeah, Yori again trying to get that early pick. Does get value and resets out, but it is going to get the reset from 3-3-3. Ooh, almost got away, but not fast enough. And that goes to show you why it's difficult in the most heat of the battle to make that transition over to Cloak and hide. Down again, 3-3-3. Taking out Killa, but it's back and forth as Tulip takes out Smug and another. Well done. It's just, it is just very much a trade here on the Buckies, but not enough by Ball by Choice. They're going to get held up at 4.3.
Yeah, a lot of ults committed there for the fight. Ball by Choice again, going to go aggressive more than likely with their very own Mantis to ultimate, right? They're going to keep that aggression, I imagine, at least set up Auntie in that Eye of Agamotto because they've got so many ults and Noisy has like nothing. What? What a fish for a hook there. What was that?
Downtown with the pull. Twanita trying to find a pick on the Hella. Ooh, and they do team up together. Great sleep there to take out Yori. That's going to be some nice early take. Having the Hella up right now on this front line is available. Anti going to take out Flawlex, though, on the retake, but now Cloak immediately going to pop. Ooh, great shutdown on Anti. Eye of Agamotto not going to get popped out, but it is back at 50%. Can very much happen again in this next fight, as we do have that Eternal Bond on the ground. Now it is gone. IGL on the height there with the Goddess of Death. Another pick. 3-3-3 gonna take out Sir Bun Bun. Down goes Cloak. Again on Tulip. Oh, the portal wall. Will they get it off in time? Will it be successful? Haven't seen success yet as the group walls are up. Looks like they didn't, or maybe they did get it off.
It's there. I mean, it definitely is there. And nobody can touch. Oh, no. Cap is too late. Cap it out, man. 3-0. Considering how first point, second point we're going, you got to feel pretty happy about that on offense, huh?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, like seeing these new teams, I like seeing these talent. I just think these comps are a little strange, at least in the strategist line, right? Got to recheck those bans. You can see Invis, Loki, and Adam are gone, but you know, there's still some decisions there. Usually we'd see a Rocket to buff out the Bucky, but I do like the change in pace here, seeing some different play, getting Cloak and Mantis. I guess it's going to be a battle of who's feeling a little better and which strategist plays a little better, but we did see some aggressive angles there by Juanita. I liked seeing that. We did see some blinds by Sir Bun Bun. We also saw the only downside of Cloak, and that is the transition from Dagger to Cloak to try to get the shift away, but unfortunately the timing, just not able to escape the Bucky's speed when Bucky had that roof over his head with the Kraken impact. So I guess that does showcase the downside of Cloak and Dagger right there.
Well, yeah, Sir Bun Bun's timings were just awful. I'll be honest with you. Like in the Streets phase, lost 2 members of the team, then win in with the Cloak and Dagger ult. Third phase, same thing. Losing players on your own team and then committing a late Cloak and Dagger ult is not going to result in wins, I'll tell you that much. And now going on to attack Noisy did look promising at points, but Bald by choice in the clutch, right? When it mattered most, able to kind of come through, secure these team fight wins over, Auntie Zaya Wakamoto, whether it be 20 to going very aggressive with IGL. That tandem working out right now for Bald by choice. We'll see if they can maintain such aggression on the defensive side. Maybe the best defense is a good offense, and Bald by choice obviously thinks that.
Yeah, I am surprised to see no hella match. Maybe Yori put that confidence, or, actually the lack of confidence into the side of Ball by Choice, who are elected to not have that battle. And they are going to be running the Namor combination with Bucky. So here we go, as we will have those Frost turret up on the side of Ball by Choice on height. They are going to be shoved into the building, are immediately going to press this way left on that high ground, which we saw on the attack side of Ball by Choice as well. Seems to be a position that these teams want to run. We haven't seen this much in this tournament. A lot of that off angle, breaking the wall down, having somebody flank, and then pressing down main. But this height angle does kind of keep it an even playing field. It's more so who can land those shots and get more effective cooldowns like this Cole, which unfortunately did not land. Holy moly, Anti losing a ton of HP there. The bridge gets broken, which is what you need to do if you're defending and they're taking this angle, because you can't allow them to get into this building. Juanita just going to follow 3-3-3, keep the damage boost alive on both sides. Juanita gets 2. There we go, as we're seeing the power of Mantis really take effect.
Yeah, you talked about how you can get that combo after getting a sleep, and Juanita obviously very well practiced on the Mantis. You can see why they've wanted to focus on that character, and it's tough because you have to walk in Noisy not really setting up any flanks like we see a lot of top teams do. They don't send off Yori on like a crazy flank. Instead, it's Juanita and IGL being proactive, already setting up a flank this close with some damage boost and squids.
Yeah, we saw this a lot from Aramori in Season 0. The Mantis pocket on 1 DPS and take off angles together and try to get picks. And you really just have Mantis use that ult for the team fights, and outside of that, really just look at 1 DPS and make weird plays in terms of off angles. And I like that strategy. It did kind of fall to the wayside here in Season 1, but we are seeing a resurgence for this team. 3-3-3 with a huge early pick. Woo! Did get the pick on Fallix, which didn't think it was going to happen for a minute there. Anti going to find another Doctor Strange. You cannot leave Doctor Strange alone with those strategists. Just always wins those 1v1s. A ton of damage potential in those kind of fights. As Tulip is going to find an off angle, try to get this. Probably going to hold on to Galactic Legend here, I would assume, on the attack. But they are committing some more stuff, and Ball by Choice Juanita is going to pop that ult. I'm not sure it was necessary when they were already up a fair amount of numbers.
Yeah, not totally necessary, but at least, they did get 2 ults on the other side out. And now on the defensive angle, they do have the combination alongside Smug and IGL. They can go for that potential high damage combination. Maybe with the damage boost, get the 1 shot onto somebody even through Stratus ultimates. Now Noisy and team, this minute left on the clock after things were looking so good on defense. On offense, it's been a bit of a struggle. We'll see if they can use their ultimates to affect as Ball Boy Choice are giving space to Yori on the high ground.
Yeah, once again, this height is a dangerous position to be in, especially when you're attacking. Wakamoto gets popped, not sure of where it landed just yet. Ooh, Juanita goes down, left alone when IGL had to go up in the sky. Lands the whale on Sir Bun Bun, but immediately we see some real capitalization here by Yori in the sky with the Goddess of Death. Gonna take out 2, and yeah, looks like they are gonna take point 1 at least until this TP comes in from Anti, which could happen any second.
Oh yeah, that TP is definitely coming. Bun Bun also taking some early damage from the squids. TP is here. Out onto the point they go. Armed and dangerous onto the front line with the Kraken impact. You do trade it out. Yori, nice shots. Back and forth for both sides. At this point, so close to getting capped.
Yeah, I'm not sure who won it at this point with eyes on. It looks like they... Ball by choice is retaking positioning, but there's still Yori alive on the Hella, and Groot is 1. Down goes Groot. Still a few left on the table. 6 seconds on the clock. Got a touch here. Oh my goodness. Tulip gonna take out 333, finding the value when necessary. Clutching up. Goodbye, Auntie. Goodbye, Juanita. It's just like that. They do take the point when it looked dire.
Oh yeah, I think you know what, that's good for them moving forward, obviously, to have Yori finally online. You really need this Hella to pop off because there's no Hella on the other side. So theoretically, Yori should be free to do whatever they so choose. And, you know, against the side of ball by choice, Yori can take advantage. IGL now has to swap over to the Hella on his own side, maybe realizing that without that hero, they weren't that good of a spot. Though Namor is pretty good on that first point, so I can see potentially why IGL on this early flank on the top left angle shuts down Tulip. Perfect timing out of IGL.
Yeah, well done here. 20 on the height again. Going to go left side. Just going to find that pocket and enable the DPS again. This is that off-angle pressure I'm talking about. Just going to stand right here and heavily focus on dealing damage and, you know, not necessarily needing the healing. Just keeping the damage boost up on both of you. Force the team to keep eyes on you and relocate when need be. Go back into the fight with that ult when needed. Well done. Again, 20 just really popping off here on the Mantis. I like these off-angle fights on other duelists. Oh my goodness. IGL going to get another pick as Timu's goes down, and that is enough of an early pressure push here on the defensive ball by choice, I believe, to force them back to the spawn door as they are popping ultimates from Noisy, which I do think is, ooh, maybe it is going to get value. Yeah, it does. As IGL goes down from Flawless, 333, going to take out Sir Bun Bun on a return though, and Yori back on 333. Every single one of these fights is so back and forth.
It is absolutely not clean. Yeah, you have that Hella on the coastal side. You were like, okay, maybe they got baited into fighting the Hella over there. And then somehow the offense is winning the fight. So both teams, I think, are at the moment just scrap it, right? An absolute banger of this match right now is TMO's does take down Nubs. There's a Hella Unleashed, meanwhile on the high ground, countered by the Meteor M. So at least the ultimates are there. Miss of the Meteor M, though, as Ball Boy Choice try to regroup around their ultimates. Oh, huge Strangling Prison.
Yeah, this, like you're saying, it seems a little sloppy, but it's working out. I mean, it's working out for the offense, at least right now, as, yeah, TMOUZ gonna find one out of Juanita early on. Give them the numbers, 5v6. Armed and dangerous in the sky. Great job by Cloak there to keep the team away. Another pick on 333. They got to get back on this point in 8 seconds. Keep this pressure alive. Fate of both worlds is being popped. No other major ultimates ready yet, as Anti is very close on the defense with the Eye of Agamotto. Flawless ready to drop that Strangling Prison too, should he need. Oh my goodness, the second freeze in a row. It's gorgeous, it's beautiful, and it actually considered the ult going off too.
I don't know what it is with Ant attracting those freezes. It's happened twice so far for Auntie, and now 1 minute 30 seconds left to go. They get to the third phase of the map now. Ball by choice. Maybe for them, I'm sure they're hoping bed don't break, right? Make sure that this is as far as they're going to go for Noisy's team. Coming up on the Meteor M. Also, Stagger's now coming out. That's brutal to see for Team Ball by Choice right now. Is at the moment, it feels like they're not balding by choice.
Balding from sheer stress right at this moment, but Killa 666, I gotta show love to those freezes on Strange. 2 back-to-back now from what I'm seeing that are just crucial in timing, and actually that timing on that just allowed Strange's ult to actually pop. I didn't see any value out of it, didn't see any souls getting popped out from the eye, but you know, maybe I missed it, but still not enough value to get any picks, and that does shut them down. So well done here by Noisy to get their footing, and we are going to pop some ultimates here. Another good pick. Juanita just really showing up with the Mantis, and I personally love to see it. A lot of off-angle finds, just playing like they're a DPS, and just letting Luna do her own thing on point. But Yori got to find one on Anti. The entirety of Noisy using everything here to try to win this. 23 seconds on the clock. They've got to shove this thing in, spin to win. 3-3-3 back on point, does get walled off, but there's enough healing to keep the fight moving. At this point, it's an absolute battle, back and forth again. Solix falls, IGL falls, Tulip falls, and again, 3-3-3 gets through. My goodness.
And Killa, why are you using your ult so late? Please watch the VOD. Don't use it a little earlier now, because they don't have anybody else here, right? You got people on the point. You're gonna maybe get TP out. You can live for a little bit longer, but this fight would have been pretty handily on Noisy's favor if that ultimate was just a little bit too early, though. Flock gets one, 3-3-3 goes forward, able to find that elimination, and with just Yori and crew on the objective, nobody else here to save the point.
Wow.
And you can't help but feel if those strategist ultimates were just a little bit earlier, Noisy would have taken the map. At number one, though, goes in favor of Ball by Choice.
Gonna be honest, I think we saw more KOs from Bucky just using the pistol than we did from the ultimate right there. Just a ton of good shots. Like, rarely see these common standard fights without pressing Q have that much value, but I think that was like a 5-piece, 4 or 5-piece right there, just walking everyone down. I do agree. I think the biggest flaw there on the side of Noisy was just the issues on the strategist ultimate timing, just a little bit. Just not getting things done with, you know, on both sides, whether it was the cloak ultimate just slightly late in the first push or the first defense, or Killa there as well at the very end. But Killa did do a great job on those freezes, so we did see some value. I think playing a little more of an offensive style Luna with 13k damage, so did almost top damage charts, even almost over the Mantis, which is surprising because we saw how Mantis was playing, just a few hundred points of damage behind there as well. So really, really well done.
Oh, yeah, really well done. Let's go to a short break. Let's hit these highlights before we enter map number 2.
Oh, highlights may not be ready just yet, I believe. Ooh.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, hoping your rise, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you Our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, revenge your rise, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
Welcome back. Bald by Choice versus Noisy. Going to be heading towards the side of Bald by Choice. Obviously, some new teams on the roster, new teams on the screen, and I'm excited to see them, but it looked like Bald by Choice just looked like they were running things right there, especially in that final push.
Yeah, they figured things out. You know, maybe on their first defense, it was a little bit shaky. They had to sort of, regroup maybe on their offense or on the defense rather, kind of figure things out. And versus Noisy, it looked like they really got it under control. Now heading into the next map, maybe we're going to have some different bans and protects. I think usually against these teams, we see similar ones, or at least very reactionary bans and protects. First, ban Adam Warlock again. I think it's the same thing as before. Ball by Choice have their pick of the litter, and it's going to be Loki this time around.
Yeah, they did like banning out a lot of those strategists, leaning into those more maybe off-meta picks. We saw on both sides some unique picks, so I'm curious if we're going to see that again. Psylocke getting locked in by 333. Me and you have been back and forth on Psylocke all night here, trying to decide if she has a place here at the very top level into these compositions. And here's another test, I guess we will see. Locking in the Psylocke, Warlock going to get ditched as well. Let's find out the next lock-in. That's going to be Luna, which we saw a ton of success over on actually both, I believe both sides had some serious plays, but there was a ton of good freezes there on this side, I believe, of Ball by Choice.
Yeah, the Luna Snow protect or bring that hero into the next fight, into the next map, rather. Star-Lord ban comes through. I don't even think Ball by Choice really even played too much Star-Lord, so kind of an interesting one. Meanwhile, Namor ban for Ball by Choice. Make sure that hero gets removed. And then they're just allowed to play the Hela once again.
Yeah, the Hela battles have been legit. Obviously, Killa's showcasing that Mr. Fantastic, but we know Killa's going to be running that Luna just based on the freezes from last game. Did a good job there holding on from Noisy. Tried the best. I did like those cancellations, really strong positioning and understanding. Knowing when those big alt plays are coming in, a lot of it has to do with somebody on the team, which does something they call like clocking ultimates, having an understanding and letting your team know who's going to have one in the next fight. And somebody who does that really well typically will help carry games. If you have somebody, we've heard teams in previous tournaments mention, this player essentially is the guy who's on top of our ultimates for us. And when they have somebody who does that at a good level and has a good understanding, it is a massive advantage for that team. So, we saw some success there just canceling out some ultimates.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's a great point, Shib. A lot of the top teams do in fact ultimate track to a high level, high degree of success. That's definitely something you look for in a player. Right, if you're scouting out like a strategist player or something, or even a Vanguard that can track ultimates, it's on the coach to kind of determine what their accuracy is most of the time. Right, the best players are usually 80-90% of the time pretty accurate on tracking those ultimates. And it seems like Ball by Choice have a good read on Noisy. Noisy mixing it up this time, going to have Tulip on the Winter Soldier, combining it with Yori again on the Hela. Meanwhile, Ball by Choice, the first time running the Psylocke throughout the series, and maybe they just like it on this map.
Invis still on the table. Ball by Choice still electing to run the Mantis. Did see some serious success on picks in the off angles, so I can see why that would happen. But Invis, obviously an incredibly strong strategist. A little bit surprised to see that, but maybe potentially not necessarily a one trick, but somebody who feels very comfortable getting the max extent of value off on the Mantis. Nice dive there by 333, who was going to find Sir Bun Bun on that Invis while invisible and get an early pick. Good job driving them back into spawn.
Well, this is what we talk about. It's not the hero, it's the player, right? Most of the time, composition, if we think about it, really doesn't matter, right? If you have an incredibly high-skilled team, you could probably beat a lower skill team most of the time, even without a optimal composition. So if Ballboy Choice is the better team overall, they should just straight up be able to win regardless of Mantis or Invisible Woman or whatever. But Ballboy Choice taking advantage on these flanks. IGL, and with the opening pick, immediately met by an ultimate from 333.
Yeah, see, that's getting some good value. We do see some success with Psylocke here, which, we needed to see, I think, just based on the picks. And, a ton of burst potential here. Oh, this could be a problem. Luna was available, just barely missing a few clicks there. Could have been a tide changer, but down goes 333. Yori with some serious damage there, going to connect with the dome of the Psylocke. And again, IGL, tried to find an off angle.
No. Oh, okay, so nice. I thought they almost had like counter synergy with the boop up by the thing out of the Meteor M, but it's pretty crazy and very aggressive, by the way, by Ballboy Choice, just running towards the objective. Everybody's just running in without ults, knowing Noisy just used theirs, so not too shabby for them to go towards the defensive angle now. And, for Ballboy Choice, I don't know if they're convincing me necessarily that Psylocke is the meta, but, it's good for them, right? They're doing pretty good with it right now, and see if they can keep it up moving forward.
Absolutely, and they do still have 4 ultimates up, and that is a sign of a team that was just playing aggressively at spawn. They are able to have a few more fights here, so clearly working out for them. Flaw gonna use that clobbering time, find one in the back end, but no, Luna gonna make sure that fate of both worlds is gonna keep everyone up and healthy. So not unfortunately gonna find a ton of value there, but did force that out, which is a W in and of its own right. In the shield in the sky, Smog gonna get one, is down, goes Sir Bun Bun. Nice pick there for the side of Ballboy Choice's defense. Gonna drive them, heading them back towards spawn. Killa falls, Flawlix falls, Yori falls, but Yori does take one with him as IGL goes down, and Juanita's gonna take out Timu's.
Minute left to go. Ballboy Choice looking a lot better than they did on the previous map on a Spider Island, which is interesting since this is Noisy's map choice. 333, meanwhile on the right side of the map, kind of just being a nuisance, right? Has ultimate's advantage this fight as well. Ballboy Choice sitting with a massive advantage. Killa could be the difference maker. And Flawlix actually going to be the difference maker, finding the opening pick onto an aggressive Psylocke.
Yeah, good aggression play here. They are going to find themselves pushing back finally a little bit more space. Well, the team is up. IGL with a crazy backline play. Going to drop 2, shutting down that momentum very quick. Well done here by IGL on the off angle.
Yeah, well done indeed. I mean, just consistently forcing out these 2 players. They have to walk all the way back from the spawn. In fact, they're looking for him again. We literally just came out of spawn. That was interesting by the front line to not take advantage of it. A Ballboy Choice. Psylocke ultimate met by Killa's ultimate on the other side, so they're at least trying it out 1 for 1, ultimate-wise.
Here comes a high ground take here from Yori. Going to try to do exactly what IGL did. Looking at the strategist line. Great ultimate there. Well done on Anti, who does find a few and follows up. Going to put a ton of pressure on, as it looks like Ballboy Choice. Wait, they are, yeah, they're just going to take this, I believe. Overtime now. Eye goes out again for the opposition. Flawlix falls. So does Timu's. Not exactly going to say it, but they do get a few, and it looks like the OT should run out.
Yeah, Ballboy Choice, I'm not sure if they're J3 fanboys or not, but this team, they're looking pretty good as it stands, right? This would be massive considering, me and you talked about it. It was like interesting how Shikigami's out of the tournament already. We've got a few other teams out of the tournament, maybe due to unlucky bracket placings, right? This is maybe a discussion that could be, we could have, right? Ballboy Choice, definitely not a bad team per se, but you know what? If they win today, that's all that matters, right? You get to go on to tomorrow. You get to play deeper into the tournament. It might be a hard matchup that you're going to have next, obviously, if you take down Noisy, but right now, they look pretty solid with this sort of weird Mantis composition, right? With the weird Mantis and Psylocke duo.
Yeah, squeaking themselves top 16. I mean, that's what you want as a team. That's a big number. I mean, obviously able to get the job done with whatever comp they may be running. You see the Widow here. I personally would love to see it with the Mantis boost. I know Widow gets a lot of slack, but Widow with somebody who does not miss pixels with the Mantis boost can be devastating to a strategist line. So there is a chance we see it, being that Juanita just loves this Mantis. So here we go on the offense, 15 seconds on the clock. Wouldn't be surprised if they keep it at least for maybe a KO or 2. But Noisy needs to make sure they hold on, as we see Team Mouse is going to be on the Penny Parker on defense.
2, 1.
Yeah, Penny Parker defense could be viable. We've seen a bit of Hunter Thieves play it before with the triple Vanguard. Maybe, oh my god, yeah, look how many mines he just ran into. Anti soaked all of them. Didn't even check. He's like, oh, there's a Penny Parker. He looked around. He's like, nobody told me there's a Penny Parker. What's going on here?
Oh, I love it. It would have been really fun if we saw the mine trap in the spawn. Just, you know what I mean? Making its way here to the top 16 of the tournament. All right, we are going to keep aggression. They do have, ooh, okay, not a bad place to hold down that healing zone. Just cut off angles there.
You got to kill.
Wow, T gonna find one on the Psylocke, trying to take an off angle. Found some mines as Tulip. He also gets a pick.
Hey, to be fair, Penny Parker kind of does counter Psylocke. You know what? I like this. This is not bad from Noisy. This could be their chance to upset Bald by Choice right now.
I like it too. I mean, I like seeing these off-meta characters get play as IGL. Speaking of off-meta, is going to fall there on the Widow. They are completely shutting down these off angles left and right here with the Penny, forcing mines everywhere. You know, Penny off cooldown, placing those mines, you can have a ton out, and they deal an absurd amount of damage, especially when you stack them. This angle right here, again, pick on Anti, just not allowing anyone to make any plays. You got to fight me down main right now. I love to see the value out of this Penny.
Bricklayer POV. He's just laying the mines. It's just everybody's running into him. This is awesome. This is sick to see. Meanwhile, 333 on the flank, trying to set something up. Ultimates will be available. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. They've swapped off that earlier comp, by the way. Nice job committing that Mantis ultimate to counter any potential lethal damage. But no, over the high ground, Yori takes down Juanita.
Yeah, and there comes the Psylocke, gonna get countered out there by the Fit of Both Worlds. Up goes the Meteor M, looking for some value, dunked on. Down goes Sir Bun Bun again. Smug finding a few of those, always on Bun Bun it seems at this point, but it's not gonna be enough to keep them going here as Noisy is still holding on.
Nobody's breaking the mine. Nobody stopped this Penny Parker. This is like the craziest Penny Parker on Spider Islands we've seen yet, man. I mean, it makes sense. It's her map, right? It's Spider Islands.
Yeah, this is a strong Penny map. There's so many off angles that are so tight in terms of the window, and there's so many mines right there. It's insane. Nobody is going to get through that door without getting absolutely smushed into the ground. So the KOs have been very apparent here for Team Mouse, and you know, I love to see it personally. We are seeing some different stuff here as the Eye of Agamotto does find a few, but will they get picks? Tulip going to take out Anti.
Oh, cart.
Oh,
the cart. They're going to stay on the cart while taking all this damage. Oh my god, Bumble Twist can get it done. It's going to be here. Penny Parker's gone. In a second. No, saved by the boundary.
All they need is one here. I mean, at this point, it's anyone's been so back and forth. Mines are getting taken out left and right. They're just trying to hold. I don't know how they're still on this cart at this point, but it just seems like Noisy's able to stay on it somehow. 333, that's a good pick there. Killa going to turn that around on IGL. Killa going to be the only strategist here right now. Will they be able to maintain that positioning? Oh, wow. Yori. Killa goes down. Yori gonna get a pick, then get picked. Anti drops Killa, so it's just so back and forth. At this point, I don't even know where the numbers are as the teleport comes in. They are gonna see a Psylocke get a ton of damage out. Yori falls from Anti. Oh my goodness, this fight on the final point, 30 seconds on the clock. Fate of both worlds gets popped. Nobody's falling right now. It is so back and forth here from Noisy and Ball by Choice.
I mean, somebody's gotta get these final eliminations. They're missing two members on Noisy's side. Freeze comes out. Timu's gonna fall, and there it is. Dominoes slowly collapsing. Killa goes down. Boundary. Is that a second one from Sir Bun Bun? I think it is. That's crazy how we see a second boundary in this fight. Eye of Agamotto comes out, blocked by the shield, and everybody else slowly funneling towards the objective. Ball by Choice have done it. They've secured themselves into day number 2 on the broadcast. Oh my God, congratulations. Top 16, that's in there. They have that in their bio now. Top 16 MRC, holy smoke.
Absolutely, making it to the top 16 is no joke. You know, whatever bracket it may be, clutching up before you get eliminated and taking these W's home. I mean, that was a crazy battle on the final point there. That was like 2-3 minutes of just people holding on, managing to get multiple ultimates on both sides. Just the teleport in from Strange, driving this point even longer. I mean, you got to look at these numbers here. 333 popping off of the Psylocke, getting the most final hits in the entire lobby. Psylocke viable, especially into this comp, apparently. And it looks like they tried to run the triple Vanguard at the end. I was noticing from the teleport there as Tulip made the switch, but good stat lines, just not enough to take home that W.
Yeah, I'll be convinced about the Psylocke when we maybe see some good teams play. I don't know. I don't want to. I'm trying not to be too mean, but like, listen, man. Listen, we've seen 100 Thieves play today. We've seen Fly Quest play today. We've seen a bunch of good teams. I don't know. Like we've seen Shikigami play the Psylocke. It didn't work. Who knows? Maybe I just need to be stopping a generational hater, like some chat members have said. Highlights are ready, by the way. Let's go check those out and then go to a short break.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist.
Widow standing by. Target neutralized. The Widow's bite is lethal. Hit them till they don't get up. You can rest now, Bucky. No way to miss now. Plasma burst! Widow style.
Let's rage! You had that coming. Don't get back up. Coming at you. Come on. Berserker! Rage! Told you I was the best.
Grab the whip. You met with the amazing Spider-Man.
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse!
you. Say goodnight. Tremble before fast!
Welcome back, everyone, as we have one more series for you guys, bringing in some new teams, new talent, getting eyes on like we did with the last game. Congrats to Bald by Choice. Some different picks there, but getting value. Psylocke for the final hits, man. Maybe our minds are changing a little bit.
Stop saying this, dude. You're so crazy. I can't believe you, Steve. You're just baiting me into trashing on Psylocke. I used to main that character. Okay, I know.
Your back.
I can't have her back, dude. I love seeing her back, but I can't have it today. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm just disappointed with her performances so far throughout the tournament. We'll see if it can continue, though. Maybe we see some Psylocke coming up here. We'll see another series between two incredible teams. Last one of the day, though, Shib, in this best out of 3. Whoever wins now, going to go on to tomorrow. They're going to enter that top 16, and they'll have that in their profile description. That's awesome.
Absolutely. Top 16, you know, getting that little, like, nomenclature, little, you know, ticket next to your name. That's something that people flex a lot. You know, they're not afraid to talk about it when they've got it. So this is a big moment here as we have Groats versus, what is it, Nova 6. Some new teams, but some names that have definitely been seen before. Chobolux was planning on running that Wolverine. Looks like it gets banned out immediately there by the Groats, and Hella off the table too.
Yeah, Hella off the table. Protect now for Nova 6. We'll see what they do. But yeah, you said it, man. You could you flex the top 16, flex top 8, flex the gold border for getting top 500 the previous season. I've got that. Shib, where's yours?
I'm close. All right, I'm climbing.
You're close. You're close.
Not close enough. I'll forever remember that one. That one hurts me deep down. As we get into our lock-in, Groot.
No, made an enemy.
Groot gonna be locked in. It looks like the teams are not afraid to run that file on the opposition. Haven't had eyes on these teams yet, so I'm excited to see how they play. Star-Lord going to get locked as well, and we don't see a ban here from the Adam Warlock, so maybe we'll finally see some Guardians. We haven't had eyes on that yet today.
Yep, no eyes yet today on that composition. Maybe a bit of a recap as well on some of these players. We've seen Alex before in previous MRCs. Same thing with Soko, if I remember right, and Badges. Meanwhile, for the side of Nova 6, definitely part Spanish team with Chobolux and Hysteria. We've seen those two before, so it's awesome to see them competing again in another MRC. And for Groats as well, going to ban out the Adam Warlock, Luna Snow ban on the other side. Both teams allowing the Loki to go through. And Invisible Woman. We'll see if either of those characters are prioritized. Also, another thing, you know, for Groats, in case you're some people are unaware, Groats is a take on the old team named Goats in Hero Shooters. Definitely a classic. If you ask around in the community, I'm sure you'll find out more about Goats. It's a bit of a Marvel Rivals take on it, now called Groats. So it's fun to see that Nova 6 is actually the team to protect Groot against the team called Groats. That's kind of funny.
Yeah, that is great. One of the unique things I've seen here is it looks like Groats, they wanted to keep Alex on that Star-Lord, but elected to ban the Warlock. So not comfortable on the Warlock pick, but they do like Star-Lord, obviously in a really strong place right now. Incredible ultimate, ton of damage, and does have that spin to win with the combination of Magneto, a slept on, but not so slept on the pro scene combination that is almost the entirety of where that bubble goes. Keep your eyes on your Star-Lord, let him spin, put it over his head, and let him get him, you know, that ult faster than anyone in the game if you do it properly. So we'll probably be seeing some of that here on both sides as we have Chobolux and Alex on the Star-Lord and the combination of Hysteria and Guy Who Drives on the Magneto as we start off this first fight. Loki gonna be kept in for one of the first times in a long time. Loki, an incredible strategist. No need to talk about him too much. The sheer burst potential of damage and healing with that ulti combination. Crystals, just so much to his kit. And great positioning of these clones and staying safe near a health pack. I like that spot here from Strome.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see A lot of invisible boundaries with these Lokis copying both invisible women's on both sides. Meanwhile, Groat taking a lot of forward space, forcing away Nova 6 right now, who are all just kind of frontlining, trying to get a lot of damage into the group and into that front line of Guy Who Drives Me, forcing out cooldowns, like you mentioned, trying to get those hooks in the neutral fight.
Yeah, and the battle begins. Getting that early spacing around the corner is definitely not what we normally see on a defensive side. Just choosing to have their first fight be on stairs here. Maybe it was just a space-taking issue. Guy Who Drives on the high ground here using... I'm not even sure how he got up there, if I'm being real with you, without the rocket jump. Maybe it was a rocket jump on the initial that I missed that transfer over. Yeah, it must have been. Taking that height. So good positioning. I like to see that. That's big brain stuff. Guy Who Drives driving the point forward here. And I don't imagine we aren't going to see this dunk here from the Meteor M. Potentially not. I guess there was going to see the cancellation combination here of the strangling prison, and here we go. Magneto's Meteor M. Oh my goodness, Spooksy gonna come in and get an immediate two-piece, shutting down that momentum quickly. Can I see three? Gonna reset off the clones, and I think we're gonna see more than three here, as it's just gonna keep happening. 3, 4, 5. Bang! Spooksy popping off here.
Another one, maybe.
Oh my gosh.
You're going to be hearing that one in their dreams tonight. Another one. He's going to wait. Wait, give him time. Give him time. Give him time. 1 second.
Not be done yet.
There he goes. Oh, I just broke some platform. I can't believe it. That was insane by Smooksy. Followed up. I don't think I've heard a more satisfying again in a while. I mean, that was beautiful to come back after the strangling prison. Groats, you thought they had a good spot to come through with that prison, followed up with that Meteor M, like you said. Now into this fight, they pop it early with the Star-Lord into the sky, met by that Meteor S, though. Meteor M to counter it.
Yeah, Stereo doing a good job there. I mean, obviously a good counter when you don't have a strategist all up. Obviously nothing on the table right now. Watching Smooksy right there was like watching a predator hunt down. Smooksy get another pick there. Ooh, after the fact for Badges, trying to make a play early on. It's tough to initiate a fight like that when cooldowns are still up. Thought they were going to be able to make a play after, the Meteor M did get pulled out, but no, did not work. Choboluk's going to find one. Down goes Soko. Alex goes down from Smooksy, and it looks like a really strong performance here by the duelist line of Nova 6. So Hysteria gonna get another pick on Guy Who Drives there too.
Yeah, absolutely. Memory coming back to me. I can remember Nova 6 did pretty well in the last MRC as well. So this is definitely a practice team. Hysteria top tier in terms of Magneto gameplay, and the rest of the team obviously has been reformed, right? They've consistently played well around Smooksy, the back line keeping the front line healthy, and 40 seconds left to go. Gross has to make some hero plays against a lot of ultimates.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a strangling prison combination. Yep, there it is, but it didn't get a ton of value. I see Q's pressed everywhere. Just got to wait till lights the height. Oh my goodness. Soko going to get 4 on the Groot. Oh my goodness. Guy Who Drives not allowing Loki to get away, and that should be .1 here for Groats. What an insane strangling prison combination. Getting the job done. Soko popping off here on Groot.
Yeah, nice job by Soko. Huge walls. And, obviously the strangling prison was massive. Unfortunately, Storme could not get that follow-up copy into the strategist to get that into the back line. Both Star-Lords committing the ult in the sky. Bubbles committed. Chobolux in the hot air. Does take advantage of Alex. Did not get a bubble in his own situation. And now Nova 6 put themselves in a good spot yet again. Groats back to the spawn. 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go. First point, they almost did it. Chib, and now in the second phase, they're looking to get a close hold.
Yeah, I mean, they're tight for sure. They're right up on this opening. Do have ult advantage. Nova 6 probably a little bit shook about that take there. There's just an incredible set of ultimates there from the side of Groat. So, feeling confident, I'm sure, but having that point loss like that has to, hit you in the feels a little bit. Now you just want to get it back, right? You want to make a play, so we'll see it right here. Chobolux goes in with a bubble, finds a ton of the back line. That is a ton of ult charge. Almost 40% from one spin is insane. File going to put up walls and isolate. Groot is going to go down. File taking out Soko, getting a little bit of revenge here from the side of Nova 6, who still has ult advantage. Now it's evened out as the Tube Sock will have that Guardian Shield.
Oh my god, what a hook there from Smooksy. Forces bubble, shields.
Wow.
Walls there from the Groot 2. Guy Who Drives. He's driving back to the spawn door today. Minute 20 seconds left to go. Nova 6 in the neutral. Just off that hook from Smooksy, like we said. We talk about how Winter Soldier can just afford you those opportunities. Smooksy has been consistently providing for Nova 6.
Yeah, I think one of the things we see from powerful teams, from teams that got it figured out, is just the lack of utilization of ultimates if not necessary. And look, still holding on to the 4 they had, knowing that there will be an ulti fight here shortly on the offensive growth, but oof, getting a couple picks actually back and forth here as Badges gets File. Down goes another. Numbers are back on the side of growth. Great ultimate. Will they find more value? Soko tried to get a few, but I still held on for dear life. The spin to win is going to find another. And yeah, Davian goes down. Hysteria, Chobolux all fall to the side of Groats, who now have about 1 more fight to push this through point 2.
Yeah, 1 more fight, 30 seconds left. Also, only 1 ultimate. Momentum does not have his ult. That's just what it looks like. Or sorry, 2 with Alex building up towards the Galactic Legend. Nova 6 have been able to actually duel in this like Star-Lord ultimate battle almost. Every single time Chobolux is the one to come on top. We'll see if Groats is the one to equalize it this time. Doesn't look like it. Magneto both popping their ultimates, but it's Chobolux still even through the Meteor M to find the elimination.
Yeah, the timing of that was insane. It's like you're a pro at this or something, as we do have that exact battle you mentioned. And down go a few. Smooksy gonna get a 2-piece there. Turn it back, Davian pushing the guy who drives off the map and File taking out Soko. And it is an OT now. The touch could be coming here from Alex. Will he make it? No. And that is gonna hold before point 2.
Nova 6 look good, man. I think that, you know, comparatively to teams earlier, this actually is a pretty competitive roster. We'll see on the offense if things change, but right now they play very well around their Meteor M's, just constantly getting hitting members of the backline with Hysteria, and then also, you know, nice strategist ultimates. Even though they lost both duelists earlier, they keep things alive. They do a good job just healing up people, not overcommitting ultimates, and knowing when a team fight is lost. Shib, I know that we've talked about that, right? Like making sure you don't overcommit to a lost team fight or just use ultimates late when it's completely unnecessary. Nova 6, great ultimate usage overall throughout the series.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I like that. I think that is the defining factor of a team that really understands the highest level of play, not overcommitting. Ultimates are so important in hero shooters, and getting value with those ultimates is even more important. Understanding cooldowns and not overcommitting when the fight's already won. So seeing them hold on, I think, was the reason that they took that defense. And I think it was something that, you know, a lot of us in that position would have overcommitted on, especially those early fights in the doorway near their spawn. They just seemed to get, you know, good picks and make things happen with those pulls from Smooksy, those early attacks by Chobolux on the spin. You mentioned the constant battle with Alex and Chobolux coming up on top. Maybe a combination of the shields, the Guardian shields from Davian, maybe those bubbles by Hysteria, but no matter what, it's always seeming to go to the side of Nova 6. So will that appear for them on offense, or will he be held here on point 1? We'll find out shortly.
Yeah, we will find out shortly. Great points by you, Shib, and, you know, moving into this first fight, Groats not going for that early hold like we see some teams do, just sort of sending out the dogs on the front line onto everybody of Groats who just kind of play it back. And Nova 6, I'm sure, will be happy to take this space and build up their strategist ultimates for this upcoming fight. But Smooksy, you know, you have to worry about this Winter Soldier, just getting those hooks, making sure that your team is avoiding those is crucial right now for Groats.
Yeah, both of the teams, in comparison to the teams we've seen in the past on this map, are really holding a little bit farther back. I mean, having Groot on both sides obviously is difficult, especially when you're running something like Magneto that doesn't have a lot of escape besides self-shielding in those moments where Strange can jump over the wall. So playing back, they're just trying to ensure they don't get walled off from their team. Davian gonna find guy who drives early, though. Turned right around as Badger's gonna take out Smooksy. Momentum on Hysteria, and Alex on Chobolux, as just like that, Groats gonna take that space back and push them back to that spawn door, getting this corner back in their favor.
And they just also got Momentum's copy out, so you don't feel too, or sorry, Stormay's copy out, so you don't feel too bad about that if you're Groats' side. Get the free fight win, 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Time still off the clock here for Nova 6. They're going to walk up into this upcoming fight with those friendly prisons and Chobolux ult yet again.
Yeah, and here we go again. The fight will begin. TubeSock pops that early for Groats, and they're just going to wait it out. I like that positioning. Just let that die out. Don't be aggressive. Didn't get a ton of value in terms of pulling things out for the side of Nova. What an off, wow, off in the distance, making a play, trying to find something. They do take out one, but it does get turned around as Soko falls. Try to find a cheeky ulti, and they are going to pay for it as Smooksy runs through with that combination of the prison, and it looks like they will be taking point 1 pretty early here.
Okay, this organized right now. I mean, right now, Groats sent Soko into the back line where everybody else kind of came back and peeled off Chobolux, who just kind of went incredibly aggressive. I was surprised that he was even there, but Soko tried to throw his friend in prison with 0 follow-up, and you're never going to get value out of that. Now coming into this upcoming fight, 4 minutes and 14 seconds is a huge time bank to work with. Basically, one fight for Groats here. They need to just get a good hold early.
Yeah, it's tough to find those off-angle strangling prisons when Loki's on the table, because all he has to do is click that shift, and, you know, the team's going to be fine for the most part. And, yeah, didn't see a lot of value there, so it did, you know, kind of bite them in the butt there as they press again. Groats going to start popping Qs. We are going to see in the sky, not able to get anything there from the Bucky. Just no play. Hysteria going to take out Badges early, and now it's looking back in Nova 6 as they're just owning this space. Alt, it's just going to be a standard fight here. Momentum going to pop that in. Soko going to turn around on Choboluk, so and it looks like they are going to press them back and have alt advantage as we do have this strangling prison ready for the side of Groats. Ooh, changing comp to Squirrel Girl's out here now.
I mean, Squirrel Girl's not bad. Pretty good at spamming out the Groot walls and overall high damage output characters, so you can make it work. We've seen teams run it. Usually they lose, but we do see teams run it, and it's not completely terrible. And here comes that Strangling Prison. Pretty early committed, but no damage follow-up. Here comes the Arm of the Dangerous at the time from Smokesy.
And the reset, they're going out on those clones. The downside of running Loki is having the Bucky be somebody like this who's just going to reset, but no, not able to get a ton. Badges going to get a pick there on Strome. Soko on Smooksy. Starting to look more in their favor. They don't have much room to play with here. That ultimate, I don't know how I feel about that there. Not sure how necessary that was for the attack to pop that to stay on the point.
I mean, yeah, they're doing it. They've worked themselves into it.
Wow, okay.
Badges over to Dr. Strange, too. I mean, it's desperation now for Groats, who, like you said, it looked like they were going to win, but just at this current moment, have a hard time competing against these strategist ultimates now. They have nobody else here on the objective, no more ultimates to contest. And right now, Nova 6 are just going to get it done.
Wow. Did not expect that after losing 2, turning that around with the strategist and just getting a push-off map and some other strong damage just to turn the numbers in an instant. I mean, what a shift around. Can I say I expected that? Absolutely not. I thought it was going to be a overutilized ult, but wow. Okay,
yeah.
They take home that W. Really well done there.
Yeah, Nova 6 is a good team. I think the difficulty is we usually see these strategist ultimates pop like really early, even if they're like in a losing team fight. They just commit them at like what feels to be like a correct tempo almost, you know? And sure. The tempo was just a little bit off there, just slightly late, and they were able to get the job done regardless. So right now, Nova 6 push it to another map. They win map number 1 and do it in a pretty strong fashion. You know, a team like Groats, they've got solid players on the roster, but Nova 6 showed that, you know, through the power of Smooksy playing absolutely insane on Winter Soldier, they can win it all.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the groups, File versus Soko. Soko did have the upper hand there in terms of eliminations and damage, but then you look back in the combination, you see Smooksy with 19 final hits, the next closest being 9 on both sides. Just capitalizing on those strangling prisons, maybe taking away some of the stat line from his own team. So, you know, it's very difficult. It's more of a team conversation rather than just looking at one hero's ability to get final hits, because in the end of the day, especially with Bucky, you know how it works. If there's a setup, Bucky's going to keep the train rolling and just accumulate final hits on cooldown. So really well done there. Nova 6 just looked very strong, even in a fight that I thought they lost. They turned it around. And speaking of turnaround fights, I thought they lost. Let's dive into these highlights.
The whip. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse.
The moon haunts you. Say goodnight. Tremble before fast!
Welcome back, everyone. As the first game was very, it was in contention the entire time. Saw some big ultimates from Bucky, saw some misplays maybe by some Groots, but either way, it was very back and forth. And yeah, I mean, it was just a ton of fun to watch. So congrats to these new teams.
Oh, yeah. Moving forward, Nova 6 look pretty good. We'll see if they can close out against Groats. And, if any team could do it, it's probably them. I think this team, is a very consistent top 16 team. Obviously, if you were unlucky and you go against some good teams early on, Shikigami, you may not be in a good spot. Maybe you're gonna have to play against next MRC, unfortunately. For Nova 6 though, keeping the tournament alive would be ideal. For Groats, it's now or never. If they don't win this map, it's all over. Nova 6 do have that cushion to work with. I feel like we've seen a lot of 2-0s today. Even though we've seen a lot of close matchups, it seems to be that this 2-0 situation is kind of like the consistent sort of format that we've seen so far.
Yeah, I'm with you. It early on, I feel like we saw some, game threes or things getting more intense, even with a tie at one point. But yeah, since those first few games, it has been a little bit more of a steamrolling on either side. But no matter what, you're right. Sometimes the games, besides maybe the last game was a little more one-sided, the games have still been very close, right? So right now, I saw some strong defenses, some strong offensive play. Nova 6 did have some serious time on the clock there, but even so, if that first point just didn't have it go that way with that one fight, I think it could have been a much closer game. So we will see what it looks like here shortly. The ban's almost identical. Besides the Star-Lord ban out, going to keep Luna, and we'll see who the ban comes across here. Namor's on the table.
Okay, yeah, it makes sense because of the Luna Snow Protect. Meanwhile, Star-Lord ban on Groat's side. Don't want to have to deal with Chobolux on the Star-Lord, so Groat's prioritizing also the Wolverine, which makes a little bit of sense, I think, because Chobolux, I believe, likes to play some Wolverine, but on the other side, Nova 6 banning out that Namor because of, like you said, with the Luna Snow, getting rid of that team up, and then obviously don't want Alex to play that Hela, so Nova 6 got rid of the Hela early on. Meanwhile, yeah, you got to protect that Bucky considering what Smooksy was doing earlier, Shib. I think we've talked about it. You've mentioned how teams, it's interesting. A lot of teams don't ban out the Bucky a lot of times considering how strong that hero is. I think you've brought up that point.
No, I'm with you. I'm saying, like, it's surprising to me. I don't know. I mean, Bucky's in such a strong state right now. You know, I think the argument is he's just not as strong as something like Hella in terms of just like what Hella can provide for the team. But in my counter argument is, are you sure about that? Because I've seen Bucky's just seemingly roll all these fights, especially if you get this Rocket team up, which we are going to be seeing here. So Badges maybe has a slight advantage. We also, we're going to see the Rocket Nostromo as well, at least right now. Maybe it's just the armor packs, but we'll see when the fight starts. Smooksy, if they do enable these Bucky's to get these ults even faster and provide more damage, it's just a matter of which one is going to play a little stronger. Bucky is so easy to get value with. And now we got Alex on the Punisher. Looks like that is going to be a consistent stay here. So that is going to be a change too to help battle off that group advantage from File.
Yeah, I like that we're seeing a little bit more Storm throughout the tournament. We're consistently seeing it whenever Hella gets banned for some of these teams that like to play the Flyers, not maybe necessarily putting out the Human Torch alongside it just yet like we saw earlier. But Smooksy, oh no, the forward pressure, far too much with that team up. And like you said, that was so much pressure on the outside. Choblux on the flank goes down, and they've been picked apart by Groats right now, and that's not good, obviously, for Nova 6, who are just pressed out to the choke point.
Guy who drives 2 early picks, just consistent aim. Well done there. Like that pressure. Obviously, the res comes back initially. Wow, they're walking them right now with this front, like just the front line taking so much space. And the duelist just following up on everything as we've got Alex with the pick. Badges. Guy who drives, just kind of going all over the place. The team just walked point 1 with 5:30 for point 2. I don't think I've ever seen that amount of time here. I don't think the point was held at all.
Oh, the world record, second phase, baby. Choblux over to the Psylocke on the other side, by the way. Didn't really want to take that duel on that Storm. Meanwhile, towards the coast, a little bit aggressive by Growth towards the coastal side. They do use ultimates and keep this position alive as they commit. Oh my gosh, what a huge tracking impact from Badges to close it out. And Nova 6 back to the spawn. Smooksy is well committed his own. We'll take that trade 1-for-1. Also had to commit to see you later, though, so that's going to matter coming into this upcoming fight. Nova 6, 4 minutes and 52 seconds. They have to actually figure out what the heck's going on as Groats have ultimates at the choke point now.
Yeah, we talk about riding a wave as a metaphor, but this is a tidal wave right now because they are just walking this thing with no contention, and they still have a ton of ultimates up here with 4 ready. Here comes the Punisher, Judge, Jury, Executioner. Will we see value? The walls just disappearing. Great angle here by Smooksy to hold this off-angle point, but oh man, everything's getting popped up in the sky. Guy who drives going to take out Davian. Down goes the Luna. Badges going to follow up in Hysteria, still ending in Groats' favor so far. Badges finds another on File. Oh my goodness, the res goes up. Just keep the walls up and let this thing run. Bucky gonna fall, and again, Badges walking this as the group will not be lasting very long. My goodness, 3 meters on, 4 minutes on the clock. What are we going to see again? 5:30 for the final point.
Yeah, they look pretty good right now. I think this composition alongside the Rocket Raccoon you talked about earlier, we saw Punisher and Winter Soldier without a Rocket Raccoon. You can see that with the Rocket Raccoon, the damage output on tanks and on Vanguards is quite good. Meanwhile, for Choblux, he has to set up on these one-shots, make sure he can get on these strategists. In the meantime, he's kind of poking out the front line, waits for his opportunity, and then dives towards those strategists. Meanwhile, Smooksy's still looking for hooks, not able to find it. In fact, they have a friendly prison, and no, the crystals aren't there to save him in time.
Yeah, we've seen some very consistent early picks by Guy Who Drives, and I can't let that slide. Gorgeous play here. Just finding somebody before every single fight. Guy Who Drives again on Choblux. Just following up with these left, right, and left again. Sweeping the backline. Great aim. Badges going to follow, and a File falls. Hysteria falls, as they are again not allowing any time to be taken off this point. Let me see a world record here on this full push in this level of play. Going into top 16, trying to equate the score to 1-1, and wow, restacking again as a team, but Nova 6 has got to get their comfortability back. It's just lost right now.
Oh, there we go. That's a good way to start it out, though, at the very least. Shut down the Punisher with his own ultimate, and then uppercut Badges to get the counterpart. I mean, nice job by Smooksy. Copy came out early from Storm, by the way, like just waiting to come back through, desperately looking towards Davian to come back into that fight, so here's maybe where it starts, Shib, for Nova 6. 4 minutes. Groats got it all the way towards the end. Could not finish out. If you have a strategist ultimate, they could potentially close out here and now, but it's a long hold for Nova 6 here on defense.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't it be a thing of wonder to hold for 5 minutes on the final point and get the W? It would be a crazy take. We do see the switch over from Choblux to the Hawkeye up in the sky. Oh my goodness! That is a three-piece, and the team's gonna follow up Hysteria with a mean Meteor M. The meatball just colliding with everyone, and the team's gonna get swept. Gorgeous. Again, back and forth here by this side of Nova 6, who is now running the Hawkeye.
Yeah, I like that from Chobolux. Opening pick into File, combining with Hysteria. Those are ultimates removed. Rhodes can feel decent about that, right? 3 minutes left to go in this fight. Obviously, ultimates and Marble Rivals build way quick. So, you know, you have to pay attention to that as you walk in, build up to 50% usually on their side, but Rhodes, now's their opportunity with a huge friendly prison, unless there's an eat from Hysteria with the Iron Curtain.
Yeah, and here we go again with a retake fight. Groats do have ult advantage. Smooksy, though, has had a ton of value. Ooh, with a Kraken impact. Badges goes up on everyone. Gonna reach. Oh, my goodness. That was a Super Saiyan punch through everyone. Badges finds File, does get the reset again. Gonna collide onto everyone while the ult's being popped. Fate of both worlds, but it does turn around Chobolux. Nice shot there with the arrow to reset that. And we are gonna get Judge, Jury, Executioner. Shields go up.
It's met by Shredder's ultimate. Oh, Chobolux can't be saved. Guy who drives again. And also, oh no, Hysteria zoned out from the team. So Nova 6 split apart right now. They could regroup, but those Shredder's ultimates not there in time. Nice freeze to slow down Guy who drives, but maybe he's just inevitable.
Yeah, and here comes another dunk potential. Guy who drives, bang, down goes Davian. Great positioning, great spin. Not much left here. Groats trying to shut this down. Number still on card. Hysteria, though, gonna take out Tombstone. Guy who drives finds another on Strome. It's stuck right now. It's stuck right now, but they are gonna get this, I believe, shoved through here with a minute on the clock, roughly. As
he's alive.
And here comes the dunk back. Kraken impact. Smooksy takes out one, but does fall immediately after, and that should be it. As Groats finally gets this thing pushed through, but it was a 4-minute hold.
Yeah, 4-minute hold indeed into the last phase. They just struggled too much in first and second phase, man. Like, that's the problem when you don't get any good fights on first and in the second phase of the map. Now for Nova 6, they have a huge hill to climb. You can, cap out the whole map, but for Groats, I mean, that was perfect, like you said, with Guy who drives, finding those opening picks consistently on Nova 6, who were still finding the composition. Chobolux was on Psylocke. And you know how I feel about Psylocke at this point. I feel like we've reiterated it a little bit too much. But, Chobolux swapping over to the Hawkeye, a little bit more value. It's always annoying to play against the Hawkeye, no matter what level of competition you're at.
Absolutely. Yeah, Hawkeye's only vulnerability right now is just Venom for the most part. Obviously, things like Psylocke can find value too into Hawkeye. Hawkeye a little more prone to the dive rather than something like Hela, who does have those escape windows, and an ultimate that provides an additional health bar, right? So it's the only downside to Hawkeye, even though it maybe has that weakness in a comp like this, just raw damage, getting a pick on a strategist with simply putting a well-placed arrow into the dome is maybe all you need. So I do like that change as well. But we are going to see a shift off, and they are going to be running the Storm off the rip.
Yeah, I would like to see Chobolux stick on it this time, potentially. I know that maybe he was a little bit too afraid of, holding those very vertical, places of cover. Maybe just, afraid he's going to get run down by Alex or Badges. So sticking with it this time, I mean, it's not a bad call either, considering we've seen a lot of Storm in other regions. Storm is actually not that bad of a character right now, especially in these more brawly compositions. You can match, especially without Hela in the game. So maybe Nova 6 going to stick it with it this time and wait till Chobolux finds value.
Yeah, and we are going to start this press early as Nova 6 has got to get on their game to make this happen. Push through on point with a minute 30 is a scary number to look at as you're attempting to shove right back. Are going to see a change up in comp here as we do see Chobolux obviously on the Storm. A comfortable pick. Badge is going to take out Davian early. Losing a strategist of that caliber, somebody on something like Luna, is very difficult to come back from, as Alex is going to sweep out Smooksy and Hysteria.
Yeah, the pacing is going to be hard here, right? You have to walk into the Punisher alongside Winter Soldier and the Rocket Raccoon. That team up, you don't have that on your side. So in the neutral, they should just straight up lose that, right? So you need to play these angles a bit better to cover. I like how you mentioned maybe switch to the Venom. That could also enable your team a little bit more. Obviously, Punisher still actually does decent versus Venom with a shotgun. But Nova 6, they just got to use cover a bit better on their attack.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, Punisher Shoddy unlimited ammo is terrifying to dive into with anyone, but that's a good pop here by Storm, forcing out an ultimate, gonna retake, but ooh, dangerous position. Great healing there to keep Chobolux in the fight as they're gonna match the fate of both worlds on both sides. Numbers are obviously even, but Ultimate's heavily on Groat's favor. The dunk on everyone! Cracking impacts on Smooksy. Trying to get another reset, trying to push forward. Wow, the reset does come through, and that's gonna be 3. Can we see 4 on the push forward from Badges? Luna running for her life, but no, still gets KO'd as Davian falls, and Badges gonna sweep the team.
Yeah, maybe if they had Davian's ultimate, or rather Stormay's ultimate earlier with the damage boost, they could have found those eliminations. Everybody felt at like 1 HP, but no KO was found. And now Groats, they have a good spot to be in right now on their defense. Davian can also go with the damage boost to get that one shot with File. With the Feast of the Abyss, we'll see if they opt to do it. Nova 6, File creating a lot of space on that back line.
Yeah, and it's just another one of those stalled fights, but Nova 6 does have a slight advantage here. Here comes the return from Smooksy, trying to get a reset up in the sky. Soko gonna take out Smooksy is an insane pick to turn that back. Smooksy still gets 1, but still down in numbers as the res comes up heavily in the favor of Groats.
Heavily in favor of Groats indeed, until Chobolux does trade back Badges, forcing even more ultimates out of Groats' side with the See You Later alongside Alex with his ultimate. Gets down Chobolux on the front line of that cart without a lot of that pressure, a lot of the damage. You lose all that space, and now Nova 6, minute left to go. This is looking scary for them on their attack.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, this is looking like a totally different set of teams here, where it's just Nova 6 is not having that pressure they had early on. Groats really showcasing their power, and you like to see it with this composition here. Definitely changing things up, leaving Punisher in and getting value with Punisher as Alex is really, you know, protecting that back line with the shoddy. And here comes the dive immediately from Venom, frozen, and here comes the follow-up. This is where it gets a little more dangerous when you see that unlimited ammo shotgun come into play. 63 on the charge, is not able to get it on, but is going to be matched with the fate of both worlds, so the health is still going to be very much apparent. Badges trying to find another reset. Oh my goodness, Badges gets 2 there. David and Smooksy goes down. Chobolux following up on the Soko ultimate. A great strangling prison there by Soko. Again on the defense, Groats just really popping off here with 15 on the clock. It's going to be a stagger fest for the point. Will they be able to pull away with this, or will this be a crazy turnaround from Nova?
Yeah, Nova needs to pull off something right now. They need that synergy between Chobolux and File like we see a lot of other top teams get done. You have to get that one shot, or at least to help Chobolux off on Spider-Man to find the one shot, but the dive hasn't been consistent. We'll see if they can pull it off now. Here comes the dive from the Venom.
And we now see Chobolux on the Spider-Man. Smooksy gonna take out Tuba and Alex. Soko gets 1 back, but Smooksy gets 4, as this is now gonna be back on the attack. Nova clutching up in the moment they needed to. Well done by Nova, and Smooksy with a 4-piece.
Yeah, well, I want to see Nova 6 do that again, right? They need to consistently be able to get those dives off, allow space for Smooksy, or even find eliminations of your own. Chobolux is close to his own ultimate. They also have strategist ultimates to sustain if there is an ultimate by Alex committed or Badges, so you can live through this damage, even though they have that See You Later. We'll see how they play this upcoming fight. 2 minutes and 14 seconds left. Groats on their defense do have a ton of ultimates. We'll see if they screwed up or not. Nova 6 waiting out this ultimate, committed early by Momentum.
Yeah, still 2 minutes on the clock for them here. Diving back after you see Momentum pop that all early, like you're saying. Just kite it away. Let that cooldown go down. That's value. You know, you're back up on ults again. At least 1 was wasted. 2 down on the opposition for Groats. And now we will start seeing some more. The dance floor goes out. Oh, the combination. They tried to make a combination happen with Venom, and I believe it was canceled. And we couldn't see eyes on, but that must have been what happened as File gets frozen when he tries to pop the combo there. Wow, we'll dive through that again in a minute. But Strome and the opposition of Nova 6 tries to get a few picks. Guy who drives back on File, and Alex popping the Judge, Jury, Executioner, and it looks like Groats is still going to hold on to this defense, at least for the moment.
Yeah, still holding on, but they're slowly falling apart.
Ooh, yeah.
Tube Sock gonna go down in that fight. Nova 6, Strome did go aggressive with the Luna Snow, getting that damage upgrade as well for Chobolux as he committed the Spider-Man ultimate, so they were able to get at least some eliminations. It was a little bit sloppy because they lost their backline due to a nice ultimate from Soko, but in this upcoming fight, we've got a lot of ults from Groats. We'll see how they play.
Yeah, so what I believed happened there was Strome was trying to initiate with the Luna combination. They switched to damage when you see File coming in with Venom, but Venom about to go under with the Feast of the Abyss, gets frozen, cancels the ultimate, and thus canceling virtually 2, making it not nearly as valuable with a Loki copy. Up in the sky we go with Guy Who Drives, trying to find some value, does take out Davian. That's a nice early pick again. Groats on this defense, still looking very good.
Yep, 30 seconds left to go as well. They bring back Stroime on the back. Here comes an ultimate from Smokesy, but does he have the support? Doesn't look like it. Going to get shut down. 20 seconds to go.
Oh, wow.
Without him in the fight, well, they actually do take down Alex. Also, a lot of help here from Hysteria in the back line. They're making it sloppy. They're making it messy as Guy Who Drives trades back too.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the land there on Bucky trying to get a bunch of value in terms of, you know, popping off and resetting, but even just landing it on a team and allowing your team to hit that threshold of the percentage of HP that gets them insta-KO'd. The team followed up and got 2 more. I thought it was actually going to turn in this favor there of Nova, but now Smoochie's going to be on the Punisher. They're switching it up a little bit, running 3 Vanguards and trying to get one last attempt at this, as we will see Q's being popped. Hysteria, ooh, early, gonna find Tube Sock. That's a nice pick with Badges coming through. Gonna reset. Soko takes out Davian. That could be enough here as the team is forced off point. OT will start ticking, and Badges gets 3 more and is just gonna make this enemy team the opposite. Nova just fall off point like it's nothing, and Groats are gonna tie this up 1-1.
Tying it up 1-1. What a map for them on Idrisil Path. They were able to make that Punisher comp look very good. So shout out to Groats tying it up, and we'll see if they continue to run it on future maps or potential bans to come through, because honestly, on the other side, Nova 6 looked pretty confused at points. They just couldn't find any stabilization until the very end of their defense on their attack. Kind of a similar story, right? They just were not able to find the composition that they wanted to play, or at least play at a high level. So we'll see if moving forward they can change up the bans, honestly.
28 final hits on Badges is insane there with the Bucky. I mean, the stat line across the board there for Groats looked really good. It looked like a totally different set of teams there, where we saw Nova popping off at first, looking really clean on the first map, but map 2 just the script was switched completely. It looked like a totally different fight. So I'm curious to see what we're going to see on map 3, what map we're going to go into. We haven't seen a ton of domination today. It's been a lot of convergence. So we'll see if that changes up. It looks like it's going to not be a domination. But before we dive into this next series, let's check out these highlights from the last match.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to.
It's me. Oh, Nico? Miko?
And we're back. Nova 6 versus Groats, 1-1 tied up. At this point, I truly believe it is anyone's game. How do you feel, my man?
I feel good. I feel good, especially since during the break, there was a quick instance of me looking like the Hunchback of Notre Dame. So, now going into this next match, I'm curious to see what happens because, for Nova 6, like you said, just to lose on that last one's pretty tough. Curious what map they choose as well going forward. But we're sickos, dude. We love this kind of stuff, Shib. Me and you. Map number 3, this is what we live for, dude. So both of these teams fighting for that top 16 spot into to go again into tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, you're telling me if after 8 hours of casting, if we could get juiced over a game 3, I'm feeling it already. The adrenaline's back. I don't know what it is, but this game just gets me so hyped, man. I'm having so much fun watching these games, and this is a good one, right? You love to see teams that are back and forth in terms of competition, and I think we've got a good match in our hands.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Both these teams running very unique different styles too, Shib. I mean, we have Punisher on one side, full dive sometimes for the side of Nova 6, and they obviously like to play some of that. Was it Namor earlier, I think, and some of that other stuff they like to play. So for Nova 6, the first ban is going to be that Hela, and it's matched immediately by Wolverine.
Yeah, Wolverine not allowed through yet, not even a chance, where it's an immediate ban every single time for the side of Groats. Obviously, some sort of targeting there on Nova 6 and Wolverine in general, very difficult to run with. Both teams seemingly really like the group comp, so never been a pressure. No Groot's willing to admit the other one maybe has the upper hand. And honestly, it's been so back and forth that I'm kind of on their side, where it's really just dependent on the map so far. So we'll see what that looks like. But Rocket getting banned out is probably a very good idea after the success they had with Rocket on the last map.
Oh yeah, that's a good choice for sure. And if you force a team to play Punisher alongside Winter Soldier without it, then that'll probably be a pretty good matchup for you. Meanwhile, Groats taking out the Star-Lord again, pretty similar bans for them. They don't want to play against the side of Nova 6 with Chobolux on the Star-Lord, and which is honestly pretty smart, but that does allow the Namor Luna Snow to go through. Interesting that both teams going to prioritize that team up with the Luna Snow and the Namor. I like to see it, and means Winter Soldier also going to get through as well. We're definitely going to see this duo come through.
It's like an ego thing, right? I'll lock the Luna, you lock the Namor, let's run it together. But when I'm saying that, we'll see who gets the upper hand on this map. Is going to be, I believe, another Convergence map. Or are we going to see a Domination? I got to see what it looks like as we open up here. No, it is going to be Convergence as we head towards Wakanda. This is a very strong defensive position on point 1. We haven't seen a ton of shutdown on it today, but this could be the first map we see it, as Groats are on defense here, running the same composition as the opposition for Nova 6. Gonna both have that Loki, who plays really well on this map. Ton of high ground to take, a ton of positions for clones. Obviously, Namor float is very strong at these high ground, these off angles, and we'll see the Groot with the Magneto, potentially the top 2 vanguards in the entire game at this point.
Yeah, some teams will, or at least in MRI, I think we're like avoiding playing the Groot at points, and they looked pretty good, but coming into this week, it feels like teams are even locking in further towards that Groot meta, as obviously teams learn about these off meta things like the Venom and stuff and how to deal with them. A lot of the specialist teams even have switched over it, like we said with Nightmare playing the Thing earlier. So right now, Nova 6 walking in early, breaking a lot of the walls, trying to go through this underpass. Nice hook from Smooksy. Brings back a guy who drives into their face.
Yeah, it's a nice pick there, Smooksy. These off-angle pulls have been insane. And some of these maps, again, just driving through point. This looks heavily in Nova 6's favor right now. But Alex is going to find Chobolux, though, and try to even these numbers. It may not be done yet. I may have jumped the gun a little bit here, as we are seeing some positioning owned, but it's now being contested right at the very end. 2 bodies on. No, it looks like point 1 is going to be on the side of Nova 6. What a push.
Yeah, what a push indeed. Take down the Vanguard early, and with that, you're able to just kind of come through. A guy who drives also just swapped over to Doctor Strange to try to portal back into the objective. Didn't get to do it. And now 5 minutes and 20 seconds. This is looking a lot like how Groats looked on their attack previous map, Shib. So pretty funny to see now into this next map on the Wakanda map.
Right? It really does look like just two different teams in some of these pushes. It's like whoever starts off hot stays hot for the game is what I'm seeing so far. So we'll see what this looks like as we press into this next segment here. Groats does have ult advantage, but Nova 6 becoming pretty close in this fight. They should have a ton as they're seemingly on the same page across the board in terms of value. And here we go. Hysteria going to try to find some early damage here for the side of Nova 6. Going to do some serious damage to Groot. The Whale goes out on the high ground by Alex, but does not collide with anyone as we're up in the sky. Loki going to copy up, and here comes the dance floor. Follow up here by Smooksy, who does get a reset. Finding two. Ooh, Luna's in a dangerous position. Going to start the dance? No. It is going to be the Loki copy that starts that to shut down the reset. Oh my goodness. As Groats are going to take out the entirety of the opposition with one play, still holding on to 3 ultimates.
Well, yeah, I was wondering how Nova 6 were even winning that. I mean, mainly off of Smooksy on the low ground with that Kraken impact, because I mean, Alex just sitting on the height the whole time. Like, nobody dealt with the god spot from Alex, just sitting above, just poking out the back line, able to find so much value just over the height. Built up already at 60% towards another whale. I mean, he just used it in the previous fight. Nova 6 also committed so much to a lost team fight. Groats are actually sitting in a good spot, even though the time bank does not favor them.
Yeah, oh, wow, Badges again. He's going to change it up and say, I'll get the pick early and try to... Using one committed ultimate. This is looking really good for Groats on the defense. Make that 4. Should we see 5? Not able to get there and is going to reset. But wow, what a pick early. Just doing that by themselves. Badges with an early pick like that and following up on 2 more. No one else has to commit a thing. Tube Stock still holding on. Guy Who Drives still holding on. And now Alex back with the whale. So well done. And it's looking like Groats are doing a good job on this defense, turning that tide back in their favor.
Yeah, and it's going to keep going like that unless Alex gets this launch from the position or Nova 6 flanks around the map, right? There's like 2 options. You either try to find a backline pickoff onto the Luna Snow, or you try to dislodge this Loki and Namor, who are pretty much impossible to kill. So we'll see as it pans out. Soko's sitting with his strangling prison ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, you think about potentially taking the Strange Portal up there and shutting that down. Soko with a great Strangling Prison, and they are going to follow it up with 2 picks again early on. Tubesock did use the Fate of Both Worlds there, though, so a couple more ults committed. Now Nova 6 should have the advantage in the next fight for once in a few fights here. So we did burn a lot of time, but it's still 2 minutes on the clock, just the nature of how fast they pushed that point 1.
Yeah, Alex and Momentum kind of acting like server admin almost, just above the map. Kind of no clipping, honestly, just sitting up here, just putting out so much healing, so much damage. Portal, though, you called it, Shib. Maybe they're going to do that. Go for that portal on the height, like you said.
Yeah, whenever I'm playing Strange and I see some pressure up there, it's a necessity, but you got to be careful because this portal position can clip into the ground and it can sell your entire portal where your team can't actually go through. So smart play there to angle it upwards a little bit. Pro take, I would say, is make sure you're doing that. But Chovalux going to get 2 off that all. Great play there on Alex and Tubesock following up with the combination of Groot not needing that damage boost when you can land it in the center there and get a few. This is going to give them some space, but I think we will still see a retouch here by Groats.
Definitely a retouch here. Copy by Storm as well, waiting to use that ultimate from the Luna Snow to the very last second. Also, Chovalux able to find Guy Who Drives, who kind of just walked forward, tried to get those crystals to save him. We're not there in time. Alex could do something on this height, but the squids, once they're removed, all of that damage removed from Namor now.
Yeah, another lockdown is 5. Yeah, it just looks like Nova 6 has got their momentum back. That's good. Still 2:40 on the clock for them. Groats starting to look better as a squad, though. Got some confidence back on that push. Could be a hold here on 3. A very difficult point to chase, but we will have Hysteria. Actually, the cooldown for the teleport should still be down. Might get it at the very end to hold them off because it is roughly a 3-minute. It is a 3-minute cooldown. So now that they got 2:30, maybe we'd likely see that teleport again at the very end to hold off the spawn door. Could happen here to force them into the final point, but we'll see. Together, Badges on Groats is going to have that Kraken impact. Smooksy going to have the same for Nova 6. Davian will have the dance floor ready. Fate of Both Worlds. And we will also have Strangling Prisons on both sides now up. So pretty even across the board. It's all about who can find value as here we go for the next fight. Guy Who Drives trying to find Smooksy off point, and the damage boost is up. Crystals are going to follow. Badges going to get 1. Here comes the reset again for Badges. Getting 2 and 3 and 4. Just a ton of value with that damage boost. It's terrifying to see a Kraken impact with a Luna on purple there right behind you.
Oh, yeah, for sure. That's a lot of damage coming through onto Nova 6. Now into this next fight, Groats did commit those 2 ults. So Nova 6 now having 5 ultimates to counter Groats, who barely have 2, basically. And, you know, maybe they could build them up. But the difficulty here is, Shib, is if you lose this fight, you potentially do have those spawn traps from the portal. Obviously, Hysteria did use his earlier, but maybe the cooldowns could sync up after this fight win if Nova 6 were to win it.
Yeah, and here we go again with the Eye of Agamotto coming out here for Guy Who Drives. Does get a few on the backline. Great pick. Yeah, you love to see that. Did get that charge up there on the Dark Magic. Roughly around 75. That's where you want to be floating, because when you land, if you get one left click off of the melee, you should be at 100%, allowing you to follow up and clean up anyone, which he does do to start off that fight. Well done by Groats and a Guy Who Drives.
Yeah, my mistake to ignore the fact that Guy Who Drives does indeed drive into your backline with Eye of Agamotto. So that was huge from him. Nova 6 still have ultimates in the bank, though, but maybe they were walked in a little bit too carefree. Copy now comes through from Storme as they walk in with a massive combination with their Eye of Agamotto, Copy, and Kraken Impact. I mean, it's going to be hard to lose this fight with that many ults.
Yeah, here we go again. Smooksy with the pick on badges. And the fight begins. Down goes Guy Who Drives. We'll see Tombstock, and here comes the teleport. And the last 18 seconds, we knew it was coming. Will they find value? Will it work out for him? This is the panic mode. It's difficult to get this done in time. Are they going to do the rotation there? And that should be enough. We'll see how many they got locked out.
I think just one, maybe, if even. Yeah, there's like one person stuck in. No, I think he got out. So he's actually totally fine. Copy out. Meanwhile, from the backside, just to keep this forward. Groats do have ult advantage. Tossing the Strangling Prison now. Here's the whale on the backside with the damage boost. And they're all gone. See you later.
That was insane. You're right about that damage boost combination. That was devastating. Not allowing them to get point 3 there. Well done by Groats. We did call that, you know, they found their momentum back on the defense and they could potentially hold, and they did so right before point 3. So we'll see if there is a push in their future to get to that point.
I think just unfortunately too many ults committed there from Nova 6 in the previous team fight win. And this is what we talk about, Shib, with the macro, right? It's just kind of, you know, too many ults committed or something. I guess they had to do it though, right? Because you had to commit the Strangling Prison, you have to commit the Kraken Impact and that damage boost. I suppose that's why we're seeing a lot of teams, maybe at like the highest level, start to maybe even just try to get fight wins without combining, right? Because then you don't have to commit that many ultimates. Because 3 ults to a single team fight is a lot, unless you just like manage to force out other ults.
Yeah, it's more so, I'd say the strategy comes along with like not forcing the combination, but allowing it to happen. Say Luna needs to use that ult defensively, right? Then you have a conversation with your Namor saying, hey, fight's back in our favor. I'm switching in 3. Be ready to throw whale. So that's where things change, right? A lot of teams where they may be thinking, let's commit both right now and get picks, and maybe not finding value. Instead, it's more so, I made this happen. I countered one. Let's get more value and let's follow up on it, right? So the conversation changes and the understanding of the team changes. So that's where I see this level of play, the differentiation between these guys.
Yeah, I mean that's a good point. I'm all hail the Master Shib. He knows what's in the pros' minds right now, because I sure don't. My God, Groats.
All right.
No, they're attacked now. They get to walk out with a early TP from a Guy Who Drives, and Alex is the one triple Vanguard. Interesting.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of this today. We saw once, just a couple times on the touch with the teleport, so we've been seeing that a lot, right? I think it's just strictly around the teleport play off the rip, but Alex is saying, I think I'm going to take my own space here on the height, get everyone looking one way, and find a value on the other. Unfortunately, maybe should have started that walk a little earlier instead of the conversation after the fact as the fight has begun, but no one has fallen yet. Here comes the early squids, and taking out Loki up here is a great idea. As down goes Strome. Alex with a great play early. Didn't expect it to work like that, but yeah, they're gonna walk this thing through. Groats 2 down early on the Nova 6 is down 2, as Groats is gonna keep that pressure forward. Soko's gonna start these wall offs here shortly, and I do believe Groats is gonna take this point with like virtually full time on the clock.
No, yeah, Alex read that so well and perfectly timed that flank, so that's what you like to see, the sort of roundabout play, portal to come back in. Hey guys, you've missed the objective. It's far too late. 5 minutes and 25 seconds now. We're heading into the street phase of the map, and thank you for your cooldown.
Yeah. Yeah, the staggering is tough. I mean, obviously, fighting this early on the point, it doesn't give you a ton of space, but now they may not be able to take that high ground spot that we saw being held from the side of Groats initially. So just, that's the small little things you got to think about when you win in these fights. It's that little space that matters so much, because now you can see Groats' position there, almost entire team up there. At least he got a few bodies up there with those squids. So now defending that high ground, it's a totally different fight than what we saw from the last push.
Yeah, Soko actually more worried about PvE than PvP right now. Just looking at the destruction, trying to set up his angles here. Make sure he has a perfect ultimate, right? Because his ultimate charge is already there. Doesn't need to build up the strategist ultimate on the other side. More so worried about positionally how he wants to do this, getting blocked by his own wall. But here comes... catches the wall.
I'm ready to run the show.
Gorgeous start. I thought they might get some more commitment off it, but just so many walls up as we do see crystals as well. I love the PvE comment as we have File now at 98 looking for one. Up in the high side, Strome going to copy over to the Luna of the dance floor. Let it begin. Alex going to find one on Davian. Guy who drives gets one as well. Groat still finding value through these dances. And here comes an Eye of Agamotto from the guy who drives. Will it be able to push them through to point two? And man, they're really dominating here early on.
Yeah, they are. I mean, just consistent on the backside. Ultimate also committed by File. Was it just canceled or whatever? They didn't. You got no value out of it. Meanwhile, Ayavagomoto on the high ground just to secure the very end of this point. You might as well. Pretty good ending for your team as Groats in the snowball, looking good. And well, you do have the crystals. You are touching this objective for now. But eventually, everybody staggered off. Chobolux at Narnia, just like, hey guys, come look at me or something. I don't know. But I like how you called that earlier, Shib. That was exactly what we'd like to see, right? Alex, I mean, didn't combine his ultimate with Soko necessarily, right? Soko threw out the Strangling Prison early. They didn't really find anything. They didn't force it. And then, like you said, a Tube Sock popped his Fate of the Worlds, and Alex just happened to have a well ready to go and came back through. They were able to find 2 eliminations off of that.
Exactly. It's just the timing that matters, right? And committing ults, and then there's finding success with ults. And I think committing sometimes leads your team to overutilization, where when you just find success with a window and you have that conversation, that open comms with your team, you just get a ton more value, and it's a lot more surprising. So here we go again, as we do see that Strangling Prison Throne. Soko going to take out Smooksy, and again, Groats are just like working their way through every fight. As Badges hits the sky, tries to get a reset. Just get one up again, bang! Down onto the dancing Fate of Both Worlds. Not going to be able to get that takedown as the resets should stop here, but still the space taken from these ultimates, and Nova is going to have to make something happen here, as we will have TubeSock and Alex's combination, and maybe this is the time where committing those ults may be successful, because all that matters is one fight here. This is where the game ends for them if they find success, and here it goes as we see the Fate start, and that's okay. Starting early should have given them enough time. No! Can I see a switch to damage there that maybe cost them a few KOs?
I don't know. I mean, something definitely happened on that attack, and Nova 6 able to find the elimination on the backside. It was a big... I think it was just the Eye of Agamotto from Hysteria right there to shut it out. So nice work from the defense. Nova 6 hold on. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left to go.
Yeah, see, that's where I'm unsure, because TubeSock was in alt there, and CC Immune didn't get the eye. I believe I saw the switch to damage, and I could be incorrect, thinking that maybe Alex didn't get hit by the Eye of Agamotto and wanted to try to commit on shutting it down, and it just didn't happen, and found out the hard way that he was locked down from the stun there from Eye of Agamotto. But I could be incorrect. I just thought I saw it, so who knows? In the moment, we'd have to go back and look maybe at the highlights later. But here we go again, as we are seeing another attack. The teleport play comes in. Nova 6 is gonna have ult advantage. Groats trying to make a combo here with Soko, and Guy Who Drives, big Vanguard ultimates, game-winning ultimates if they are successful. And there's an Alex early pick onto Hysteria. Ooh, Smokey and File off the rip, immediately gonna lose 3. Oh my goodness, Chobolux saying it's not done yet, takes out 3 with the damage-boosted whale, and the fight will still continue.
Yeah, fight will still continue. You have some support here with that grand finale. Davian afterwards able to take down Soko. They're holding on by the skin of their teeth right now, man. Like, they're just like about to lose. Somehow somehow Chobolux hits a huge whale. So Nova 6, 2 minutes left to go. No ultimates either. Hysteria has to build his, and Smooksy, same thing. Groats, all of the ultimates in the bank. I mean, they would have to screw it up to lose right now.
Yeah, I would argue that Groats made the right decision there. Just lose that fight. just, you see something happen like that. They commit 2 ultimates, and you're still holding on. Nobody initiated besides Guy Who Drives, which I believe was maybe canceled out of that Eye of Agamotto. I can't remember in the moment if it was up, but it does still have 56%, but everyone else is ready, as we are going to get this copy early here from Momentum, whose goal is just to wait it out until you need to use it. Here comes the show, as we do see Fate of Both Worlds pop. Wow, Soko goes down before able to use that. All great damage there by Strome, showing how strong Loki can be. Crystal's out to try to keep people up, and these ults are not finding value from Groats, as Strome is going to lead a few early picks, and there is going to be another fight, and now ults are back in Nova's favor.
My God, I don't know. I was about to say before this, like 3 minutes has passed, that I'm so impressed with Groat's ultimates, and now I don't know if I can say that. Hysteria, huge Eye of Agamotto. That is the reason why Nova 6 are still in it. A minute left to go. Where do they want to fight? They've got a whale. They've got Strangling Prison. They could close it out pretty soon here if Groats commit ultimates too early or just don't react to a Strangling Prison.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm a little more unsure. I mean, when it comes to these alt fights, it's, prior to this specific point of the map, it was always going in Groat's favor. Alex gonna find Smooksy, but here comes the combo. Oh, great crystal placement to keep the team up. That was so crucial. And now alts are back in their favor. They're committing everything. They are gonna go for it right now. There's very few seconds on the clock, 28 seconds. Now it's all about picks. Badges gonna take out Davian as one goes down on Nova 6. Badges gonna have this reset. Maybe waiting out this fate, and here we go as the return. Smooksy does fall. Toobsock, that is so valuable. Shutting down Smooksy, and that all his Badges is going to find another on Chobalux. Now back heavily in the side of Groats, up by 2 in this fight as the dance floor is still being popped. And there's a pick on a group. Nice grab, and oh my goodness, how is he still up? The KO did not come through. Fate of Both Worlds is still holding on. Can Nova push through here?
I don't know. I mean, maybe. He's out of the ultimate. They lose Davian. They lose Smooks. They lose Spot. Overtime going down. Finally. Groats locks the hell in. Wait, no way, Hysteria. There's people here. No, he falls. Oh my God, Groats. They do it in overtime. That was the diciest ending I have ever seen.
Yeah, that was anybody's game. I didn't even know who was like feeling it in that moment. It was so back and forth. The Eye of Agamotto, I thought there was a small chance, but unfortunately, you looked at Strange's HP, he was out like 50 or, something like that. You can't get too much value out of it at that point. It's more so a panic ult, but it did still get one pick. That one is going to go to Groats, who will be moving on. And congrats to Nova 6 getting this far. Unfortunately, not able to make it to the top 16. But we do see Chobalux with that 12 final hits there. Obviously, very strong Badges. 17 Alex, 16 Duelists really showing up here for the side of Groats. Really well done.
Oh, yeah, really well done indeed. And what a way to end off today. I feel like after a good, 8 hours of Marvel Rivals, you might as well end it with some chaos, like we saw at the very end. So Groats, like you said, congratulations to them. Moving on in tomorrow, and then also getting that title of top 16 in MRC.
Yeah, you love it, right? That's what you're chasing right there. It's just the name. Obviously, the money is awesome, but it's just notoriety at this point. Everybody, the game is so early, and it's in its infancy. Teams are still learning who they want to run. There's still, there's going to be subs that may be making switches to the front line of the roster. There may be a million different things, teams unsigned that are getting signed. There's so much to happen in this game. There's so many metas to uncover, so many changes that we'll see, new heroes coming in. Things are just going to constantly shift, and it's going to help propel certain teams that maybe didn't shine in the moment early on to a new meta that maybe suits them, which we have seen some of that so far, and I just want to see more of it.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's so many evolutions to this current game, and overall there's been so many different changes that have happened to the top teams. So we'll have to see, if there's a potential upset, if we see a completely new team win it all. I mean, there's a good chance that even happens, even though coming into this week, 100 Thieves were heavy favorites. It's all up in the air still.
Yeah, I'm with you. We've seen some new shining teams, and I'm assuming now that we're in top 16, we're going to see even more. And before we proceed forward with this conversation, we want to get a peek at these skins as we're wrapping things up here together. Been an absolute pleasure working with you, my man. It's been so much fun. But now looking at these skins, we did have a conversation before. Moon Knight, an awesome series. If you haven't seen it yet, this is the outfit that Moon Knight was wearing in that Disney Plus series. Just really cool to see Oscar Isaac popping off there on that performance. Just a great casting. But then we look over at this Panther Panther skin, potentially one of the most liked skins from what I'm gathering. Just such a cool look as you see the thrice cursed king, the Vampire Panther, just a terrifying dive into your backline if you're not prepped for it.
Oh yeah, unless I mean these days got to be feel happy about playing as Black Panther, but still love that skin. Meanwhile, we've seen a lot of Spider-Man today actually, so make sure to pick up your Spider-Punk 2029 skin alongside the Iron Man Steam Power skins. So these are now available, both sets. Check them out, guys, because these are just absolutely beautiful skins to pair alongside Vengeance, you know, with the Psylocke skins. So, you know, I definitely have my wallet and opening it up for these couple skins. Shib, you know, obviously it's been an incredible day, man. And, you know, we have to obviously go over everything, but, you know, to end it off with Groats towards the very end over Nova 6, getting that win, considering how Nova 6 looked map number 1. I mean, what a way to close out on the day.
Yeah, we've mentioned you and I always seeing these crazy games. It's just coming into fruition here. I know we're going to be progressing through this tournament and the games are only going to get better, but it's getting to a point where it's like, how can they get better at some of these games? It's map 3, final point, just inches, a game of inches, some ties we've seen today. Ton of really, really impressive play across the board. And yeah, been an absolute pleasure working with you as always, my man.
Oh, I hate you, Shib. I hate you so much. No, I'm just kidding. It's been absolutely amazing. So much fun stuff's happened throughout the tournament MRC. Obviously, this is only season 1 too. So season 0 obviously happened. Now heading to season 1, just getting started in the new year in 2025. It was fun. We get to cast March earlier today as well in March, and he had an absolute pop-off performance. So, you know, a lot of top players that we're learning about and are kind of making a name for themselves, because like you said earlier, that's what it's all about, right? These new players coming out on the main stage, coming out on stream and playing for the first time, because, you know, it's an open bracket tournament and anybody can compete here. It's not like we're locked into a league system, you know. There's anybody can win it all, if theoretically.
Yeah, I'm with you. You mentioned showing up in the moment, making a name for yourself, the nerves really taking place, right? There's obviously some talent that's been on the stage before and maybe feel more comfortable, but a lot of these players, first time in a tournament like this, not even knowing maybe their team would be casted if they'd make it this far, right? So exciting to see some new talent, some new names, some new teams pop up here and get on the big stage. And we'll see if there's more coming up here tomorrow. We will be back. You're going to see some other talent, some awesome guys here as Mazel and Cozy will be on the stage up here in front with you guys for the NA team. Obviously, you know, a ton of different tournaments being run right now across the board, across the world, and I'm still in hopes that we will see a worlds combination, find out which nation will be on top. So we will see. You know, it's just my dream, right? I'm just wishing, hopeful wishing here. And with that, I think we should be coming to a close. I'm not sure if we're checking brackets, but either way, it's just, you know, I want more of this, and I'm looking forward to seeing this again next weekend where we're back on the stage.
Oh, yeah. I mean, next weekend is going to be exciting. You know, I guess we can go over some of the teams that potentially played it out today. Obviously, we'll take a look at it if that is a thing. But, you know, we do get to see FlyQuest moving forward. Again, a lot of these top teams, that's going to matter going into this top 16. You know, a lot of these teams that have been favorites consistently playing in the tournament, Shib, man. So, you know, I'm curious to see how many upsets have happened. I'm sure Cozy and Mazel will actually run us through tomorrow. But like you said, we'll be back next week, me and you, Shib. But tomorrow, we will have Cozy and Mazel come into the stream, open you up in North America. Obviously, in a few more hours, you can stay tuned if you're an insane person. Want to stay up for the Asian region, make sure to check that out here on Twitch or on YouTube on Marvel Rivals for both platforms. But in the meantime, that'll be it for me, Dogman and Shib. I'll have to catch you guys tomorrow.